The title of the stream is correct, should be. Yep. I do kind of want to run ads before our series, though, to take the pre-rolls off. What do you think?
Sure.
Gonna run some ads. Lobby's up.
You're a lobby.
Excuse me.
All right, we're going to cameras.
Got 1 minute left on that.
Sickening. Wait, are we in Gumiho versus Creator?
Oh, wait, no, shouldn't be.
Do I leave?
Yeah, then yes, the ref one sec.
I left.
I message him.
We're in Ragnarok versus Dark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Darch. Kid's good.
Oh, sorry, no, I messed up.
Uh-oh.
Wait, did I mess up? Oh, okay, no, never mind. It was their mistake. Because we are starting with Group B today, apparently.
Okay, what does that mean for us?
Then we'll go on this one. I'll change the titles, but yeah, we're gonna be going with Gumiho Creator instead.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah. Apparently there has been a mistake in the scheduling, so
Always
yeah,
has
let's go
been.
live on cameras.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Katz, and I am joined by my friend Kelasur, and today is day 3, group stages of Katowice, the World Championship of StarCraft. So, Daejo, are you excited?
I'm very excited. I actually was expecting to be casting a ZVZ right now, but actually we're gonna be getting a TVP on Grace 1 between Gumiho and Creator.
Yeah, so that's pretty hype. I mean, it's a great match. I think pretty much evenly matched players here, and or for my taste at least. Do you favor either one of them?
I want to give the slight edge to Gumiho. I mean, he did really well against Astria yesterday, and he's already up 2-0 in his group, convincingly taking the lead. So I think he's one of those guys that are just so sick at preparing builds for their opponents that I really want to give him the edge here.
All right. Well, let's see if he takes that edge and converts it into something more as the game has begun. No waiting time here, and we are going in. We're all loaded in and spawning at the top right-hand side of the map. It is top left-hand side. I am doing the changing the scenes as well, Daejo. It is, for Sidestorm Gaming, Gumiho.
Nice. And on the bottom right side, playing for Team NV, it is Creator.
Will the creator become the destroyer, Daejo? That is the question.
He is pulling the right moves for it as he starts with the gateway on the low ground. This indicates that he definitely wants to go for a really fast Adept core before Nexus. Just so that he can pressure the CC a little bit on the side of the Terran.
Yeah. So we'll see about that. We'll see if he's able to accomplish that. Should the probe move around? It's just cutting for proxies, I guess, right now. But can it do anything to help the case of the Adept on the other side of the map, or not really?
It's difficult to say, really. I think it's going to come down to how soon Gumiho scouts this and if he's going to go Marine or Reaper out of his barracks. Of course, if he goes Reaper, I think it could be extremely hard for him to hold this. But he does instead go for a Marine. So he's going to have a bit more firepower to hold. So that does help his case a little bit. But he hasn't scouted, so I guess we'll see if he makes a bunker or not.
Okay, and I was wondering whether this probe would actually have a say in the matter, but not able to really accomplish anything. Arrives in time to at least confirm the CC, and unluckily for Creator, he doesn't get enough distance between the probe and the Marine. So a little bit of a slip up there, going one hex too many up the ramp, will cost him his first probe.
Yeah, unlucky for him. Didn't get even an attack on the SCV or the Marine, which would actually allow the Adept to two-shot those units. But Gumhill was already prepared for this. Look, he's making Marines one by one instead of making a reactor. So he's going to have comfortably 3 Marines to defend the Adept, at least.
See, that was my initial question, actually, whether the probe could actually contribute on the other side or if it was just useless on the other side. So it should have at least tapped the SCV once and then maybe look to tap the Marine. Does that make it too big of a giveaway? Like, is there if your probe starts attacking those units, like that it's an Adept follow-up?
No, I think most Protoss just they always one tap the SCV at least, so that in the future, like in this case, for example, it could two-shot the SCV, but there's no reason not to, basically.
Yeah. Oh wow, Weird Shade goes back into the main, which is closed off, but now readjusts to get out. Marines are not going to be able to catch up regardless. So a little bit of a misclick as well to begin the day from Creator, but fixes it promptly. Very interesting shield battery position. I actually quite like that.
Yeah, it doesn't actually... I don't think it delays any of the mining whatsoever.
I don't think so.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not a straight line to the gas, but there's a little bit of delay for the third worker anyway, so that should be perfectly fine.
Indeed, indeed. And it looks like Oracles will be the choice here for Creator against a Widowmine drop. I do want to give the edge slightly to Gumiho in terms of build orders. It would be a lot worse if he was going Widowmine drop against something like Phoenixes, who could just instantly lift the Widowmines before they burrow.
Is there anything you don't give the edge against for Widowmines? Even Phoenix openers, it seems like Widowmines are just so potent, no?
It depends on if the Phoenixes catch the Widowmines or not. It also depends if the Terran decides to go for an armory, so that the Widowmines stay invisible after they shoot, which would force the Creator to use several revelations to clear them up.
Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that the stream is working properly since it's the first game of the day. And yeah,
good idea.
Ticket to Madison, you say?
What's going on here?
It looks like his follow-up is going to be Magfield Cyclones. I actually experimented with this a little bit in the new patch, and it didn't feel too bad at all against
what changed to make it viable?
Opener. So Magfields actually now, instead of making them do double damage against armored units, it actually does plus 10 damage per shot against everything.
Okay.
Which includes Adepts, Phoenixes, but in this case, I guess it's mostly going to be Stalkers and Oracles, so not that much of a buff in this case.
Yeah, a little bit of a nerf, if anything, right? So, yeah, we'll see. Then again, I mean, they were already very good against this type of unit. Stalker is a chunkier unit, more expensive unit, and single target is ultimately what the Cyclone excelled at. So a little bit less damage to single target is still a single target target, basically, right? So it should be still pretty good. Just a more well-rounded unit now.
Indeed, indeed. And he is gonna follow up with Banshee tank actually. So this is a pretty push heavy army, to be honest. And he is getting a third CC behind it, so he of course has the option of not pushing at all, maybe faking out, forcing some warpins. But yeah, his stim and the rest of his bio is gonna be very delayed.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's-
And I mean, Macfield for just the 2 seems a little bit of an overinvestment to me, but I mean, he clearly sees the value. Is there a reason for that?
I think Gumiho just likes to be different, but also he really likes to put an emphasis on the early game. He likes to have that power.
Okay.
Additionally, this army is extremely strong against Blink Stalkers, so they're not going to be able to do any damage if he's in position like this.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he actually caught the Banshee, I believe.
Something died for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Banshee that he caught with those
That's an
Stalkers. So
expensive
that's a
unit.
huge
Stalkers.
pick-off.
Yeah, Stalkers are gonna blink into the main. There's a tank there, but not yet sieged. Cloak under peril as well. Very easily snipeable. 2 Cyclone drop is not gonna really accomplish much in the main of Creator, especially on Micro. Those units need to be babysat. And now as the Marines pull back, but like you said, there is no stim in sight or anywhere near it. So the Marines are gonna slowly encroach onto the Stalkers, and now the attack move of Gumiho is not good enough to drag most of his Marines over there. The Cyclones on the other side look to have sniped an Observer, but that is only a consolation prize. With good target firing, maybe one more Stalker goes down. But that was a fantastic minute for Creator.
Yeah, he actually ended up losing his Oracle, but it doesn't matter because he killed 11 SCVs and he finished off the Medevac and 2 Cyclones with Mag Field. Keep in mind. And he canceled the Cloak on the Banshee, killed the Banshee like we said. And there's really not much going on for Gumiho in this case, except that his SCV count is still quite healthy.
Yeah.
But he does have to be a bit worried about some kind of Colossus timing and whatnot, because he only has one. Or he has 2 tanks, but not a whole lot of Marauders.
Okay. Well, still, it's going to be very difficult for those Stalkers to breach, as they are going to park themselves right outside here. But Creator should be pretty happy with this. Would you say he needs a 4th now, or what is the transition for Creator? What is he looking to do? Like, I don't think trying to breach Gumiho in the near future is a good idea, right? You just take your advantages and run with them, I imagine?
Yeah, you just focus on chrono boosting your forges. You want to get your charge. You absolutely cannot fight before charge is done. And yeah, he could even try to get a 4th base right now, expedite his economy a little bit. But it's possible. Yeah, he's actually going to go for 4 more gateways and a Dark Shrine.
Okay.
So really just a very powerful mid-game army. Maybe try to force a little bit of a push.
Okay, I mean, there is flat surface leading into this triangle between the natural and the 3rd, but we already see Gumiho fortifying that position, making supply depots, making a command center even in the front, turrets, right? So it's not going to be particularly easy to go through there. On the other side, you have 2 narrow ramps leading into the 3rd, which is rather choky as well. So I'm not sure that breaching, like, it feels like Creator had a strong advantage heading into the mid game. And now he does take his 4th, so I really do like that a lot more. But yeah, it sounded a little bit like you thought he was about to go.
Yeah, but I guess he's just going to focus on those upgrades, which is, I guess it's not a bad idea. The upgrades did get a little bit of a buff. They do research about 7 seconds faster now. So he could hope to get that 2-2 before Gumiho does, but Gumiho is already on top of things. I mean, he has double eBay 2-2 on the way before Creator starts his. So honestly, this is not a bad position at all for Gumiho. He's so set up defensively, but I also feel like soon he might have an army that can actually go into the map and maybe push against the 4th base. The most important thing for Creator here is to not let Gumiho siege his base, right? That's the most powerful tool of the tank. Is just to be able to hold positions so powerfully, but not very good at pushing across the map.
Yeah, Creator has done a very good job of setting up a perimeter so he can see the army exiting from whichever way it wants to exit from. The Stalkers here are also going to have a heads up as far as like when Gumiho is taking his 4th. That might be an area that maybe Creator can go to with his army once he collects it all. Now, once he gets that 2-2 going, perhaps, as he's now adding disruptors, and Yeah, I mean, I love the play from Creator, maybe minus the fact that he delayed his fourth in favor of more production when he wasn't planning on attacking, and his early game was good enough that I think Gumiho had no business being out on the map. But I guess just playing it a little bit safer. And
Yeah.
now we're here.
It does seem to be this way. I mean, both are actually playing pretty safe, like not really willing to be the aggressors.
Okay.
Raider is making some moves. He's gonna throw out these adepts that he had from the early game.
Very nice. 9
Actually not
SCVs.
bad. Yeah.
I mean, I thought I heard some swipes as well, so it might have been the DTs on the other side as well. Do you think it was just those adepts killing 9 SCVs? That's crazy.
I mean, they did have +1 attack, which means they 2-shot SMGs instead of 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely a factor, I believe.
Yeah,
And
that
in this
must have been.
case, this is actually kind of interesting that he's pumping out so many Immortals instead of Disruptors. It's
Yeah,
a bit
well,
unusual.
it is a bit unusual. You were talking, however, about the siege tanks and their potential, right? So maybe he's looking to catch Gumiho out on the middle of the map and just go for it. It is a lot of Immortals, though, and the map is kind of choky, too. It's not like you'll have a lot of surface area. Those are clunky units. They have very short range. They're a little bit fat, and that means, you know, they're not very easy to maneuver if it's not an open situation. So we'll see where Creator chooses to park and where he chooses to take the engagement. There is a ton of Marauders, in fairness, so... I mean, when I look at the Gumiho's army, I'm like, yeah, Immortals look pretty good, actually.
Actually a crazy game. I mean, I don't know. I don't really see TVPs like this. And he's even going into range liberators, I believe, as he starts. Actually, maybe could be BCs even. He has to be tech on
Daiejo.
those.
Yeah, but the attack is happening now as Creator is encroaching onto Gumiho's area here. He knows where the bio was, and he thinks that's his opportunity to leap him forward. He is going to go through a narrow choke, and a lot of the tanks are still defending from the left. So now Creator has to reposition a little bit more to the right to avoid those tank shots while still going up the ramp. Gumiho now slowly encroaching with a couple of tanks. Disruptor's gonna have a say in the matter, bruising 2 of those tanks, but hesitance in finishing them off. The Immortals now pop on forward to give a little tap to each one of those, but in the process, Creator's gonna lose a lot on the retreat by the looks of it. Now Gumiho perhaps is the one overextending, as it's the Warp Prism lending its hand. What a crazy fight.
Indeed, and they actually ended up trading pretty evenly.
Yeah.
Maybe Creator went a bit worse because he lost some of those tech units, but he does have all of his stalkers remaining, and he is going to need that anti-air for the BCs that are about to pop out soon.
Oh man, BCs are crazy. If you are Gumiho, do you just ship the BCs over to the other side? Because it feels like Creator is applying enough pressure that you kind of need every unit, but also the BCs are not going to contribute that much on offense, and they could do a lot to the economy of Creator. However, it's now Gumiho trying to engage, threatening to pull the boys there. And, I mean, there is 4 Archons, so those would melt fast. But Creator, under a lot of pressure, seemingly to make something happen. He does have the supply advantage right now, but not in the... or actually just barely in the army count as well. So here he comes. It's a decent concave for him. Only 2 tanks in range of fire here. 3 tanks make it for Gumiho as Creator blinks on forward, and he seems to have breached indeed. 2 BCs are already out on the map, but not enough to have a say in the matter, and Gumiho will have to tap out as Creator, on the 3rd round of that punch, manages to pierce through.
That was actually a powerful push. I mean, he didn't even bother starting 3-3 for Creator. He was so convinced that he could kill Gumiho there with his 2-2 attack. That was really quite powerful. And I guess, I don't know if Gumiho felt that his only way to come back after that initial trade was to TP the BCs across the map, but that's what they did. And maybe it wouldn't have mattered anyways. I mean, that was way too overwhelming of a force by Creator, but yeah.
No, that's what
I'm
I
not
was.
sure.
That's what I was saying during the fight, right? It's like you have 2 BCs, but what are you gonna do with those? Like, if you send them to the other side of the map, you're at least giving yourself a win condition. You hold, his economy is gonna be destroyed by those BCs, right? Like,
Yeah.
Whereas in defense, what do they really accomplish? The BCs, they're gonna be so slow to kill anything, and then you have no win condition. Let's say you hold. Are they gonna contribute enough to the hold? I don't think so, right? Like every unit counts, but they have so much more potential on offense there that I understand the decision completely. I think it's what I would have done as well.
Yeah. Well, One thing that I definitely did miss there by Gumiho were some ghosts. I think ghosts are always an insane addition to your army against Protoss, and maybe it's the factor that actually ended up costing him the game. He just didn't have the EMPs to blanket the army, and also maybe even use on the Archons there that Creator had.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a few Archons there, and yeah, and Creator was coming in pretty bunched up as well, but. Yeah, we'll discuss that a little bit more after the intros, as in the bottom right-hand side, it is for Storm Gaming, Gumiho.
And on the top left corner, it is playing for Team NV, Creator.
That is correct. But yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy compositionally more than anything, right? Like both players kind of playing outside the box, and kudos, I think, to Creator being the more adaptive player. You never really see that many mortals in this matchup, but it seemed warranted when you looked at Gumiho's army.
Yeah, it actually worked out pretty well. I mean, they were blasting Marauders left and right, and even the tanks, I think a few of them got to the tanks for a bit and just got obliterated, so...
Yeah,
really not bad.
And that is just the thing, right? Like with making so many Marauders, it's like that unit is pretty good, right? Like it's kind of like a catch-all unit. Like it's good. It's maybe not great against Zealots, but you can at least kind of kite the charge with the KDA grenade or whatever it's called, the concussive shells, right? So. I mean, what are they bad against? Is it just Immortals? Like, they're pretty decent against Colossus even, right? Like, they're really good against Stalkers, obviously. So, yeah.
They're not that good versus Charge Lots, usually.
Yeah.
But, yeah. A reminder to update the scores as well.
Oh, thank you.
Go 1-0 in best of 3. And this time, actually, Creator not going for a low ground gateway. Instead, going for a normal Nexus timing. And Gumiho actually goes for one of his clunky builds where he expands in the main and goes for Marine Reactor instead with the factory before the reactor. So just playing actually pretty safe.
Very much so. Okay. How do you like that? I mean, CC on the high ground, like when is that necessary? Like, yeah, what is the advantage of that versus low ground?
Well, for example, the build that Gumiho did now actually would not be good against what Creator did last game, because he went factory before reactor. He would have last Marines to hold the CC.
Oh, okay. It's a Marine issue, not a CC timing issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you need to have 3 Marines. You need 3 Marines to beat an Adept. And the Adept will be arriving while there's still 1 Marine only.
I see. Okay, so taking the safe route there is Gumiho. And now he is going to try to get rid of this pylon. The probe will go down. The pylon really won't accomplish anything at all, right? Like it's not really going to block the CC. So
yeah, I think it was mostly a vision thing. Maybe he wanted to see what was up, if the Hellion would stay there. Not exactly sure. But Phoenix is going to be the choice this time, not an Oracle. And actually, that might pan out for Gumiho as he goes into Marine Cyclone Medevac. So definitely a lot of potential to counterattack, which is the Phoenix weakness sometimes.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, the Cyclone, how often do you see Cyclones early on in this matchup?
Pretty often.
Yeah?
Yeah, against Stargate, they're a must-have unit, basically.
For sure.
You need at least one, and sometimes players will make multiple of them if they want to be aggressive against Stargate.
Yeah, because he is making 2 again, right? And yeah, I think that Cyclones, like the first Cyclone, always has a lot of value in my mind because there's less units out on the map. And again, it is a single target unit. But after the fact, okay, Marine drop is actually going to force the Phoenixes back. 1 probe already falls here. And the Phoenix, I mean, they're not particularly good against Marines, but when you can lift 2 out of 7, 3 out of 7, all of a sudden that's not going to be too bad of a trade. Now the Marines are going to go to the low ground. The Phoenix could lift one up at a time, but without the help of their friends. Oh no, Cyclone, what have you done? It looked like it suicided, but no, the Phoenix are actually going to drop him, and now it was bait. The Cyclone has tanked so much, the Medevac will pick it up with 1 HP to spare. And one Phoenix already down. Maybe a Stalker falling down. If the track can stay on it, the Phoenix are trying to angle for that Cyclone. The Stalker is trying to shoot at it, but it's just baiting over and over. Finally, the Stalker from the high ground will be able to take that guy down. That was Faker. What was that Cyclone?
That was quite a jukes there on the Cyclone. That was very well done by Gumiho as he does continue his aggression here. Dropping to the main, he has to be careful about this medevac. So low. Okay, does unload all of his Marines while he pushes at the third with the rest of his forces.
That was
Creator's in quite a
simple
pickle
piloting
here.
that Cyclone. That was crazy, actually. Vallejo. More probes are falling. Creator's falling apart here.
It really is. I mean, he still has a chance to stabilize. He cleans up the Marines in the main. Now he just needs to clean this up, which he comfortably will with the Immortal coming out.
Yeah, that's a gift, actually. Oh, I mean, Phoenix at least goes down. Stalker might too. Damn, okay. I mean, I thought that was a gift from Gumiho, to be honest. But ends up killing 2 units. It doesn't trade too cost inefficiently towards the end there. And now Banshee, what a chaotic build.
This is not the unit you usually make against Stargate, especially if it doesn't have Cloak, because Phoenix is just completely destroyed Banshee, but it still somehow managed to sneak in and kill 5 probes, so definitely paid for itself there.
Yeah, it was already like halfway done when the Phoenix were across the map. And then the Phoenix had to recall while it was building for the first medevac Marine. So it was just an issue of Gumiho choosing not to cancel it upon seeing the Phoenix and the Banshee being so far along, I guess.
Indeed, indeed. And now, honestly, I like this position a lot for Gumiho. He has the 3rd CC done, and he's still equal on worker count. Just the only thing that the Creator has going in his favor is that since the barracks were relatively late, that means stim is not going to be done for at least another 2 minutes. So he has some time on his side to stabilize a bit, maybe get his production up and going. But Gumiho, he might even opt to push without stim, so this is something that could be scary actually and catch Creator off guard.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have stim or combat shields, and he just started 1-1, so I almost want this to be a fake. But Gumiho, he has applied so much pressure so effectively so far, and still those Cyclones, very powerful units in the early game. He has made apparently up to 3 because 2 of them died earlier. And now with the help of the Marines, it's not going to be easy for these Phoenix to encroach onto the Cyclones. They do pick up 1. With the help of the shield battery overcharge, there should be no problem for Creator to clean this up. The Immortal is disabled, but not for long enough here, as it goes chasing Marines instead of the tanks. It doesn't matter, as the Phoenix are a plenty here. And yeah, odd attack for me, right? Like you just started 4 upgrades. You're ahead in economy. Like the supply was lying. It was Gumiho far ahead, and now he's not.
Yeah, I mean, he just fought under shield battery overcharge, and I think he might have just thrown the game, because now, I mean, he's going to have to wait until stim until he has any, like an army that can actually pressure Creator at all.
Yeah.
And he has to do things like this, like pulling SCVs to be able to defend against slow gateway.
He might just be dead. Oh my god, this is just horrible. The Phoenix are going to have a field day with the medevacs as well, which is obviously not what you want. This 3rd is going to have to be lifted off. 12 SCVs have already gone down. Mine will answer and kill 1 of the Phoenix at least to push Creator out of the natural base of Gumiho. But yeah, a little bit of a throw.
Yes, he does finally get stim now, so he can at least try to push this army back, but it is going to cost him a lot of SCVs as 20 go down. And maybe he can kick them out of his base. Yeah, sure. But
sure.
What now?
I mean, the damage has been done,
coming
right?
out.
Yeah, 4th on the way for Creator. Maybe the game is not 100% over. Maybe it's not over at all. But, I mean, you had such a huge lead, and now it's swung the other way at the very least, right? Like, definitely the game in the grips of Creator here as Gumiho tries to punish here. If he could have caught that Colossus without any units under it, maybe that would have been his way back in.
There is no shield battery in the natural, and actually Creator already has a 4th base, which, frankly, I don't know if he'll be able to hold. Maybe he should probably just forfeit it.
Yeah, but then this is good for Gumiho, back on 4th.
Yeah, but I see no way in hell that he holds this base. No way. And maybe he even drops into the main. Honestly, he can kill this Reaper wall over here.
Okay.
As the Widowmine burrows into the 3rd unsuccessfully, but this is Gumiho's ticket back into the game, with Creator overextending there a little bit and losing all of his army. But still, It's still a winnable position for Creator, very winnable. He
This
just needs to be able to hold
so
this.
back and forth. I mean, he does, but I mean, he's also
Oh,
behind in
no.
upgrades at this point. Yeah, the Widow Mines are a great bait, but they're actually not activating there on the side. The Colossus actually
There
is
they
pushed
go.
by its friend over to the Widow Mines, and now with the cellar reinforcements, it doesn't look to be enough. Both Colossus have fallen. That Widow Mine contributed hugely, and Phoenix, I mean, the army of Creator is probably just as expensive, if not more. But it doesn't matter if you can't really deal with these Marines one at a time. I mean, it's difficult for the Phoenix. There's energy on some of them, but they're not really using it. And red Marines, green Marines, no one cares. If you can't lift each one of them up, they will die instantly regardless. Gumiho with a comeback there. With multiple comebacks, it felt like, actually.
That
in a
was
relatively
like...
short game.
Yeah, really. One comeback into another. One player's comeback is suddenly another player's comeback, and that's definitely a bit weird in this case. I think the first odd decision for me was just pushing before, like you said, before Stim combat use in 1-1 into the guy's shield battery overcharge. And he didn't even focus the shield battery, so it was just healing everything nonstop.
Yeah, so I was trying to justify that decision as it was happening to myself, right? I was like, okay, what does Gumiho see or think that makes it worthwhile to push? And the only thing I could think of is he made 3 Cyclones. Those are going to fall off. This is their power peak, right? Like, the only thing that I could think of is Cyclone power peak. But at the same time, you're going up against Phoenix, which is kind of like the counter to Cyclones. I guess he had enough Marines that he thought he could shield them. But yeah, really, really strange decision there. And then Creator kind of throws it back a little bit. And yeah, luckily for Gumiho, one of the advantages that he had invested in before that push was the 1-1, right? So he did have 1-1 against 0-0 for a short little bit, and then against +1 only. So
yeah, I mean, Creator did the right thing, I think, by counterattacking. He ended up killing a bunch of the Marines and killed like 16 SCVs. But it just felt like maybe he thought the game was won, or he was just a bit too greedy. He didn't suspect that Stim was finishing along with 1-1 and combat shield, so
yeah,
he just ended up staying on slow zealots and blinkless stalkers there for a bit too long.
Yeah, and blitz a few units as well on the
out.
retreat, like you were saying. So you have a naked Colossus as well, which is the worst thing in the world, right? Because it's such an expensive, such a powerful unit that it really needs that base. So you bleed out 3 less units. That's 3 units worth of buffer where the Colossus outputs the full extent of his damage. Maybe with that he can defend the 4th at least, or definitely hold the 3rd, right? So even still, then it was a pretty close fight at the 3rd. I think without the aid of that Widow Mine, without one Colossus pushing the other one to the side, he probably still holds, right? Like, that's still a lot of damage output from the Colossus that was missing, and a lot of very red Marines towards the tail end of that engagement.
Indeed. But let's see how that's gonna pan out for the ace match here on game 3 in Babylon.
Babylonia, City of Sin.
I thought that was LA.
Oh. Maybe it is LA, actually. I'm not sure. Isn't LA just super nice?
Oh, no, wait. LA is the city of angels. So city of Sin is just...
Vegas, I think, is the City of Sin, probably.
Oh, yeah.
That would make
Vegas.
more sense.
Yeah, indeed.
Because gambling is an art of the devil.
Then I guess we can say Babylon is a city of kings, as these 2 Korean giants battle it out to decide who takes the series.
Yeah. And the King of Kings would indeed be named Creator in the bottom right-hand side for Team NB. That was the intro. You can zoom in now. You may now zoom in.
And on the top left corner of the map, it is, having just come back from the game 2, it is Gumiho.
Come here.
Beautiful. Oh, he's actually playing 2 gas now. I like it.
Okay.
Switching things up a little bit here.
Do tell.
Playing 1 gas, which means fast expand. But this time, he's going to play 2 gas, which delays your CC a little bit in favor of a faster factory.
Are we going to see Cyclones off of that factory again? Macfield?
Could be anything, really. It could be cars, could be cyclones, could be Widow Mine job.
Okay, so the tell, it's going to be a Reaper first, but I guess that's not too unexpected. And yeah, I mean, the tell here is going to be, as far as his follow-up, like how many people he leaves on gas or what, like for Terran players out there that are trying to learn build orders. Okay, leaves 2 per gas after the factory.
2, yeah, you just remove 1 from each gas, and then you're gonna keep it that way until your minerals are saturated. You want to start your CC right around 400 minerals, and here you have a choice of either going reactor on your barracks or making a second Reaper.
Okay.
So
you were saying it could be anything. That has this shaping up into anything yet, where it's discernible what Gumiho's doing?
Yeah, so reactor usually means he's gonna go into like a 6 marine, 1 widow mine job. But
okay, the classic.
Yeah.
So starport will be the choice, and probably no add-ons for the time being on the factory. The Reaper's gonna scout that there's an adept. The adept is gonna shade on forward and try to kill the Reaper, but should only get 1 shot off, or none in this case. As the Reaper slips on away. Second adept. What do you make of that?
Pretty normal stuff. I mean, usually you go into 1 adept and then rest on stalkers if you want to go into like blink, but this is all perfectly reasonable as well.
Especially with the
Reaper.
Reaper.
Need a little bit of gas.
And I feel like adepts gain value against the Reaper as well, right? Because they can shade it around and kind of chase it around. So
True. All you need is 1 shot on the Reaper for the shades to finish it off, so definitely worth it in this case.
Oh, looking for it. Repositioning to get 2 shots on the Reaper. The Reaper chooses not to go up the ramp. And now
it does have the option, of course, of jumping into the Reaper wall, and that will get the scout off on the tech.
Oh.
So maybe something Gumiho can look into doing later.
Do you often do that? Jump into the Reaper wall?
Probably every game.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. He's instead going to go into 2 Widow Mine drop. I don't think he'll load up the Marines. He wants to keep those to defend his CC, I imagine.
Yeah, knowing the range of vision of the shade, I don't think it spotted that medevac there. So nice job from Gumiho readjusting as to not fly on top of it.
Gumiho really has been a bit blind this game, which is unusual considering the build that he's playing. It's usually, in my opinion, it's a very adaptive build. So it really responds well to knowing what the guy is doing. But he's just playing kind of a catch-all build here with a tank and a Viking, just pretty much safe against everything. I think it's going to pan out just well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Widow Mines are not going to be able to accomplish too much here. They are going to burrow and burrow just to micro a little bit more. The medevac at least survives, and 2 probes is probably the best that he bargained for, plus a lot of mining time lost, actually, on the back of that Unburrow. So, I mean, not the worst. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, getting away with your medevac is actually kind of a big deal because it's a unit that can actually force the Protoss to keep some units at home, which definitely helps against blink all-ins, for example. But instead, actually, he is kind of going to go out on the map a little bit. Wow.
Blink is ready as well, but maybe Creator not spotting the medevac there in the back, choosing to forgive it for the time being. Vikings have landed. They are pretty strong against Stalkers. Those Stalkers got to be really careful to cross here at the bushes as Gumiho checks to see if there's an observer spotting him or why he isn't falling into the trap. And there was indeed an observer to the side, but not able to get picked off with the Vikings on the ground. Now having lifted back up, Gumiho will at least be aware of the observer. But here comes Creator, and he does have Blink, so he's going to push out a little bit and then retreat to the safety of the shield battery overcharge. And Gumiho once again fighting, this time perhaps unsuspectingly, into shield battery overcharge, but nonetheless great trades for Creator.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that Gumiho scouted the 3-gate Blink and he still decided to push into it anyways. But
this looks amazing. I mean, that's a lot of damage going after the medevac now, and okay, this was looking better, and then it didn't, because those 4 Stalkers that got loaded up never got unloaded back out, so they never dished out any more damage. Fair enough, though, they were really, really low in the red, and what looked to be a really good engagement for Creator turns out kind of like a wash at the end of the day. Now the Stalkers are going to look to see if they can cut some reinforcements. They should be able to. Their shields have regenerated. There's a Liberator that unfortunately they won't be able to catch for their own sake and for Creator fans out there. There is an Immortal, however, and very low units in terms of the Marines at the front, so they should be able to take down these tanks without much trouble.
Yeah, and Dark Shrine is already coming out, which is a great choice, except that there is a Raven on the way. But as long as he can pick off that Raven, it might be very powerful.
This Immortal is actually focus firing the Marines. It's not gonna matter too much, but now the Liberator in the main. Quick evacuation there on the side of Creator, reacting with the double prong, or to the double prong aggression. I guess one of them was him initiating, and the anti-F2 Liberator here from Gumiho. Respect.
Yeah, and I think probably Creator took the better end of that deal. I mean, what does Gumiho have behind this? He just finished his extra barracks, so his stim is gonna be about 2 minutes away from being done. Meanwhile, he's actually going up into 5 barracks, so that indicates he wants to stay on 2 base for a very long time, if not for the rest of the game.
All right, we'll see if that pans out for him, as 2 supply depots will finish at the same time to unsupply block him. He is now actually pretty comfortably above the limit there. Creator nearing it, but a little bit ahead in supply. Looks like an evenish game for the most part. Gumiho is ahead in workers though, after all of this, and Creator also doesn't have a third, it should be pointed out.
Yeah, and I think Gumiho has an idea. I mean, he scans, he sees actually no production on the Robo, which is a bit of a tell that is going to be mostly gateway units. So I think
Fake
that might
probe there
influence
by Creator.
decisions.
He started a probe and cancelled it on the scan.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't catch that. That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Pretty nifty.
Nifty.
Catches an observer with the Raven. Definitely very good for him, as those units are pretty expensive. And I don't know, Creator's just positioning himself for what, like a charge lot all in or something?
It's definitely an all-in. I mean, he has been cutting probes. In production, there's only 1 Archon. He added an extra 2 gateways. And you were talking about Gumiho wanting to stay on 3 base. This is kind of perfect for him. And so long as he stays, if he moves out, then it's anyone's game. Creator could very easily win this, especially out on the map. And this is a large force from Gumiho, don't get me wrong. But running your timing attack into a timing attack is usually the worst thing that you can do. Liberator is going to siege here in the back. And now Creator looking for a big flank. This is really the fight that will determine the game. Both players basically all in. And they're both meeting in the middle of the map here. As the tanks are going to get flanked, the Immortal, one of them at least, gets shut down by the Raven, but the rest of the army of Gumiho is still pretty strong here, and they will punch on through. Both Immortals have fallen. The tanks now turn around, and what looked like a decent engagement that I didn't know which way it was gonna go ends up favorably, widely in the favor of Gumiho.
Yeah, Gumiho just microed the hell out of that fight and took a convincing lead in this game that, frankly, I don't know if Creator will be able to recover from. I mean, he still has a 6 gateway production, which is sure quite powerful, but look at this army of Gumiho. It has +1
Oh,
attack.
he's going for it. He wants to go before the reinforcements arrive. Blink forward to try to snipe the tanks. The Marines don't, or the Marines are not all connected onto the Zealots, or the Zealots are not connected to the Marines rather. But still, Creator manages the wipeout of the initial army. The problem is the reinforcements. The medevacs are almost out of energy. So, gas in the tank for Gumiho is not great, but he is 40 supply ahead, so things are looking pretty great for him. This tank in the back is also going to be a nasty surprise for Creator. And with that, Gumiho will close out a crazy series in an even crazier Game 3. And, yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. That was insane.
That was. Actually, I thought for a moment there, Creator might actually win, because his whole game plan revolved around hoping that Gumiho will move out so that he can catch it and crush his army, because there's no way he could have pushed into Gumiho's natural. Like,
Right.
it was way too well defended, so that was really the only way he could win, and yet still he got destroyed. So
Yeah.
Kinda rough.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right? It's like you're pushing into your opponent's all-in, but you have an all-in too. So it's kind of weird that they meet exactly in the middle of the map as well, because, I feel like if you spot your opponent's all-in coming and you're all-inning, maybe just give yourself as much time as possible of your Creator and then engage towards the tail end. But I can also understand against 4 siege tanks, you don't really want to give them too much space, right? So I understand the jump in the middle of the map. And also the Immortals, I mean, against siege tanks, they look pretty juicy too, right? But one disable onto one of them, I don't know. I think if you play that fight a few times, you probably have different outcomes. uh, and not so much a one-sided Gumiho fight in the first engage.
Yeah, well, definitely an interesting approach of Gumiho. I'm very curious about pushing into 3-gate blink like that. Maybe something I'll be trying myself out in the ladder and then after Katowice, but we'll see. As we prepare to go, what's gonna be our next match after this? Do you know?
Are we doing the Ragnarok Dark now?
No, it looks like we're doing another Group B round, so it
Oh,
should be
No clue, Jose.
Astrea versus Creator,
Oh, that's
I
high.
believe. But yeah, big dub for Gumiho as now he goes 3-0 in the group.
I'm gonna
keeping
pop a coffee
that-
here as it is 5 a.m. here. 6 a.m. actually. It's been an hour now. 7 a.m. actually. Nearly. Sheesh. That series felt quick, but I guess it was all 3 games at least.
I think that's usually how Gumiho games go, man. He's just so freaking decisive in his all-ins. Sometimes he'll play defensive games like the one he did in the first game. But if that doesn't work, then you know he's breaking out the big
When
guns.
did things go wrong for Creator in that last game? Like, was it the Widow Mine drop? That didn't do too much. I killed 3 probes, some mining time.
Yeah, no, that was good for Creator. What went wrong was initially he blinked forward and he killed 2 tanks that were siege in front of his base.
Mm-hmm.
And then he loaded up the stalkers
Oh,
into the warp prism that
I
never got
remember.
unloaded.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then he
that
just
fight, yeah.
overstayed a bit too much.
Yeah, that first fight was, poorly microed or over microed even, perhaps by Creator, right? Like, I feel like if you just attack moved at some point, you would have cleaned up. But removing so much DPS from those stalkers by trying to save them, I think, gave an edge to Gumiho there.
But yeah,
Very cool series.
yeah.
Okay.
very
So-
cool. And I'm happy we got the privilege to watch it, to cast it. And yeah, I guess we go into a break before our next series.
I guess so. I'll see you guys soon.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
You love it, you wear it, wear it, wear it. Wear it. When do we start, Dejo?
I don't know.
Astrea seems to be in a different matchup right now, in a different game.
Yeah, so probably after that.
Okay. I'll be back in 5, okay?
Okay,
You love it?
you wear it.
excellent delay as soon as the SCV. Diejo,
Yeah.
what are we doing? We waiting?
Yeah, Astrea is in game 3 versus Spirit right now.
Spirit the horse.
Yeah.
Diejo,
Yeah.
what's your favorite Disney movie?
Um. I watched one recently that I really liked. Soul.
Soul? Okay, that's a pretty good one. Is that Disney or Pixar or Disney Pixar?
I think Disney Pixar. Is the Road to El Dorado a Disney movie?
I'm not sure. I've even heard about that.
I think it's DreamWorks actually. I like that one as well.
The Road to El Dorado
Yeah.
seems legitimate.
Never watched it?
Huh? I don't.
You
I
never
haven't,
watched
no.
it?
Have not.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Spirit looking good.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Raynor versus Gumiho up soon too, right?
Could be, yeah.
Is Dark versus Neep today?
Let's see. No, that's tomorrow.
Okay. So today we have Nib versus Clem. Advantage Clem, for sure. Dark versus Ragnarok. Advantage Dark, for sure. Like, both of these could be 2-0s, I feel like. Then we have Time versus Cure. Elevata versus Cure. That should be an interesting one. Advantage Cure, but... is that the closest out of those?
I believe so.
I think so, too. Crazy. And then we have Nib versus Time. That should be evenly matched or so. Ragnarok versus Cure. That should be an interesting one too. Pretty close as well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Clement de Planchant versus Dark. That should be a good one too. Advantage Dark, right?
Yeah.
And then we have Group B, where Astreas 1-1 against Spirit. Gumiho already beat Creator. Raynor beat Showtime 2-1. And then we have Creator versus Astrea, which will be casting. Spirit versus Showtime, which should also be a really good one considering Spirit has been playing as well as he has. And Raynor versus Gumiho, also a good one with an advantage for Raynor, probably. A lot of good games.
Yeah.
And then is there C happening? Yeah, C is happening today as well. Elaser versus Hero. Should be a heavy advantage for Hero, I would think. Solar versus Serral. Edge to Serral. DRG versus Special. That should be a really good one. I would think DRG has an edge, but I don't know. Haven't seen him against Mech very often. And then Solar versus Special should also be interesting. DRG versus Elaser also seems evenly matched. That group looks really fun. A lot of evenly matched series. And Group D, we have Hero Marine versus Bian. Cool match, especially considering recent results. Maru versus Bunny. Cool match. I think Bunny could surprise. Lambo King versus Classic. Lambo's still looking for his first win. He took a game from Bunny and a game from Bian. And then Classic has been doing pretty good too. Beat Bunny. Barely lost to Hero Machine. And Bunny versus Bian should also be really good. Classic versus Maru. Heavy advantage for Maru probably, but Classic has been performing too. Cool matches. What are you most excited for, Daiejo?
All of those matches.
All of them?
No, I mean from all of them.
Yeah, from all
Is
of
your
them.
question?
Yeah.
I think Hero Marine Beyond.
That should be a hype one. Don't think we're getting that one, no?
No, we're not.
Ah, very sad.
It is gonna be on the mainstream.
Yeah, Astrea versus Period is kind of crazy. All over the place, this game 3.
Yeah. Kind of a slugfest.
A little bit of a slugfest, if you don't mind me saying. A sludge fest. After Katowice, I'm gonna do keto. I'm gonna stop smoking cigarettes. It'll be great.
Any goals you have for yourself?
I just generally get healthier, I guess.
Sounds good.
What about you? What about the chat? Do you guys have goals for yourselves?
I'm gonna keep streaming at least 40 hours a month.
Oh, very hype. That's very awesome.
Oh, these Widowmine shots are mental.
Mental. Someone in chat said, "Move the probes." Astrea really needs to read that, so that he knows to move the probes next time, you know?
Yeah.
Crazy game. Who's
Indeed.
casting?
It's Roddy and
Roddy and?
I'm waiting for the other person to talk.
Oh, I see.
Loco.
Loco. Very cool. The Dutch duo.
Indeed. The Dutch Brothers.
Love it. Nice flank by Spirit.
This army is huge, but it's just Marine Marauder, basically.
Just Marine Marauder. The Terran Cabal has spoken.
24 Marauders,
Just
37
Marine
Marines.
Marauders.
That's insane.
He has ghosts as well, medevacs. A Viking.
I think they're out of energy. Sure.
Just Marine Marauders, they said.
Mad?
A little bit mad, yeah. Did you win
Why?
the lottery? Yeah, it was just $24 million. Uh-oh, this disruptor flank. Oh, but I didn't know it was flanking. Just Marine Marauders.
You don't like medevacs?
I'm just saying, just Marine Marauder seems to be doing pretty good right now.
Mad?
Pretty mad. Pretty upsetting, that statement.
Should have joined the Cabal then.
I did join the Cabal. Limited benefits, sadly.
No dental?
No dental. The problem with the Cabal is we're muted, right? Yeah, we're muted. So the problem with the Cabal is that when you're in, you kind of have to pay tribute, and then you don't really get to advance the ranks, you know, until basically Lambo promotes you. And that can be really frustrating because until you get your promotion, they don't really do anything for you, the Cabal. Like, yeah, it's pretty frustrating.
Well, just like the army. You start as a private, you know, like a pawn in a game.
Yeah,
Then you become an officer.
that's true. Once you become an officer, though, you get so much power. You
So
get to
much
decide the
power.
maps, features of them, overlord pillars. And they have like lower rank officials play on maps without overlord pillars, you know, to even the stats. Like the, you know, just the general statistics. So it always like stays at around like a reasonable win rate. But then the greater officials tend to play on maps with overlord pillars and really have a little bit more of a say on what goes in the map pool, what units get implemented, you know.
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Changes. Yeah, but you gotta work your way up.
And you don't like working, or?
I don't know, the Cabal is pretty rough. Dave Vinnell Gaiman says, "You are not muted." Oh no. I've revealed the secrets of the Cabal.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hats was in the Cabal all along. Caught in 4K.
Cut in 4K. Noam Chomsky. That's a cool name. Noam Chomsky. I think he's a cool dude, right? Like American philosopher, I think. I only know of Noam Chomsky from the movie Captain Fantastic. Fantastic movie. Nice infos about the Cabal. Thanks. What can I say? Didn't mean to be unmuted.
Epo.
Kipo.
Okay, that should be the end. In that case, I'll BRB 2.
What?
Yeah. I think we might be getting a match soon.
Yeah, hurry up then.
Okay.
Next game here is again here? Astrea versus Creator, I believe. Should be a pretty good one. Astrea really needing the dub. So does Creator, to be fair. Both players dropping some of the closer series that they're gonna have to play here. So this could be group deciding for them. Oh my god. Oh, Diejo.
What's up, Catch?
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Astrea versus Creator, my boys. Get hype.
What face?
Excuse me.
I am pretty hyped, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Australia really needs this win.
So does Creator. Kind of group deciding, right? Like they both drop maps in their closest matches that they are gonna have in this group, and this one feels like one of those. Very close match.
I guess we'll see. I mean, Creator kind of destroyed Showtime, so
It's showtime.
I'd feel pretty confident against Australia, I guess.
Already. You think Creator's favored?
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's go. It's all on the line. We can hear you. They know. Kappa. Kappa. It is all on the line. Do you think we should mute during the BRB screen? Because we get this feedback a lot of we can hear you.
I think it's just a bit unusual.
It is unusual.
People are not really used to it.
Yeah. I guess I could find a way to mute, but I don't know why we would. Love the Pua stock. It's interesting. Thank you. It's the Puas, in fact. Pua. The Pua talk. Very cool stage, actually.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
There's the Katowicians. Very
It's
high
only the
free spirit.
auditorium.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Wait. They're not playing in Spodek, are they? Eventually?
They are.
They are?
Yeah, top 4 is always in Spodek.
I thought it's always in Spodek, but I thought this year it wasn't for some reason. Maybe it was just this portion that's not.
I haven't heard about this year, but I think it would really suck to not have it in Spodek.
Yeah, because they have Spodek for CSGO rented anyway. But yeah, not sure if they're slotting us in there. I think, I mean, you make me think that it's the case. Maybe Chad knows. Got a girlfriend, Moobot? Got a girlfriend, Moobot?
Desperate times, I guess.
Desperate times. Noam Chomsky. Have you watched that movie, Mr. Fantastic, Captain Fantastic? They celebrate Noam Chomsky Day in Captain Fantastic. No? Oh, you should watch it. You might enjoy it. Have you watched it, Diego? Captain Fantastic?
I have not.
You should watch it. You might enjoy it.
Is it on Netflix?
Nope. This was my boy Diego.
Viggo Mortensen?
Yeah,
He's pretty cool.
he is pretty cool. Formerly the king. What? I get timed up for saying, it is a nice movie? Really? What? I don't know what kind of moderating would time you out for that, but it's automatic probably. Yeah, it is a nice movie. Probably in my top 5. Gumiho versus Raynor will be happening on the main stream for anyone that wants to watch that. the real deep dish here, though. Astrea versus Creator. Astrea, of course. Astrea. I mean, Astrea sounds like estrella, right? Which is star. How do you say star in Portuguese?
Estrella.
Estrella.
Yeah.
So yeah, estrella in Portuguese, estrella in Spanish. I don't think there's any language that actually uses estrella, but yeah, I mean, like astrology, for example, like it seems like like it all points towards star as far as his nickname is concerned. And then we have
Australia is Greek.
for star.
Let's say daughter of Astrios and Eos.
Oh,
She's
you're right.
the-
Oh.
she's
Virgin
the
of
goddess
justice,
innocence.
purity, and precision. Star Maiden or Starry Night, it's what it stands for, though. So definitely spelled a little bit different as well.
Well, there's multiple ways to spell it, apparently.
Mm-hmm. At some point, Hera gave Astrea her powers over astronomical space after she married Zeus. Oh wow, she's the waifu of Zeus. Wait, Hera is the waifu of Zeus, I think.
Maybe she's the ex-wife of Zeus.
Maybe so. But yeah, I mean, it's the stars against the creator of the stars. Seems like a tall task.
Oh, Zeus had 7 wives.
7 waifus?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I like your casting, you two. Did a great job yesterday. The mic levels were a bit unleveled. When Katz gets excited, much louder than soothing ASMR Daiejo. I can turn Daiejo up. Initially, the feedback was that Daiejo was too much higher than me, actually. And then the feedback changed to the opposite, I guess, because I started yelling at some points.
What you can also do is observe the levels on OBS, and maybe we can talk at the same time to see how they pair up, if they have like the same levels.
Okay. I think my level. Okay. A talk. I'm just tricking you into meditation right now.
Did you find anything out?
Oh, I found everything in meditation.
How about the sound levels?
Not so much. Let's see. I think you're louder than me according to OBS whenever we're just talking. But then if I yell, it could get a
Yeah,
little-
that's probably very different, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how to level for that.
Well, you have a limiter now, so I don't think you need to be too afraid about being too loud.
Yeah, I
anymore.
don't think so.
So you can raise me up a little bit again if you want, if you like.
Maybe. I did raise you up a little bit. How is Daiejo's level compared to mine when we are talking normally right now? Diego, let's have a conversation. Like, are you louder than me right now, you think?
I think it is possible that I'm louder than you, but I'm not sure.
We have 666 viewers.
Whoa,
That's crazy.
that's spooky.
That's spooky. Alright, Daiejo. Chill ASMR cast to me.
It looks like Astrea is going for a cannon rush here. He's gonna double pylon wall creator in, and
That's crazy.
oh my god.
Wow. So, yeah, do you think the cannon wall is gonna actually work? Should he be using a gateway in this spot, as there's like, double hex maybe for a gateway?
That could work, honestly, but then he would have to wait for the pylon to finish. which
How's
would
the audio
kind of
levels,
defeat the
guys?
Purpose.
Same level to me. It's just a hype casting of cats that sticks out a bit. Maybe the limiter will do its magic. Maybe so. I mean, it's not bad for the cast to get louder when I get hyped, I think. And you guys haven't. You guys just gotta wait, because Daiejo's gonna start screaming at some point. I've heard it before. And then things are gonna go nuts.
Yeah, when I start screaming is when things get out of control.
Yeah. These people are not hosting the lobby.
I imagine Australia probably needs a long break after the last game.
A long break?
Yeah. And they also need to change seats because he played on the main stream.
Trudge. What's your thoughts on the new Harry Potter game? I just saw a commercial for it on the A streams. Is it any good?
Asking me?
Yeah. Or the chat.
I heard it's good, but the combat is kind of boring.
What is it, an MMO?
It's like a open world game where you're a student of Hogwarts.
I never get the appeal to those.
But it's a single player, not MMO.
What? Single player open world? You're a student of Hogwarts? So
Yep.
there's no competing at all?
No.
Oh. Yeah, I can't play those. I don't know why I have never enjoyed non-competitive games. Like, I need another human being to
Because you're a very social person.
I don't think that's what it is. I think, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's like some sort of craving for validation combined with the aspect of like just human beings being better, at least in my experience, right, at like actively thinking and solving problems. That's not always true, right? Like there's some AI that has been insane at certain tasks, but it's not usually the case, and it takes a while to train, and it's, yeah. Human beings are just most challenging, I think, most fun. Can Cyril beat Hero? Can anyone beat Hero? Says Noam Chomsky, upping the stakes.
That is a good question.
That's a good question.
Both of them.
Both of them are a very good question. Switch roles for a game. Diego does Hypecast and Kat's ASMR. I'm down.
Yeah, but then we would be relying on Katz's game knowledge.
Yeah,
We all know how that goes.
we all know how that goes. Demoted to the C stream.
Smoge.
Smosh. Head-to-head, Raynor versus Gumiho is only 22-20? That's surprising.
Why?
Because Raynor's really, really good. And I know that that implies that Gumiho is not, but he just isn't as good, I feel like, historically at least. No, maybe that's unfair, right? Like on the... Maybe Gumiho smashed Raynor while he was on the up and up. I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Yeah, they've been playing since 2015.
Oh, okay.
So Gave him a lot of time to farm him a little bit, you know?
Huh?
Like Gumiho had a lot of time to farm him before he became
I guess.
the big Rainer, you know? The
Yeah.
world champ.
Open world. What does open world mean? Just that you can go anywhere and...
Yeah, you're not forced into only doing the mission that you want, that kind
I
of
see.
thing.
I see.
Or the next mission or whatever.
Okay.
Not linear, I guess.
I
So
see.
you call it. You know what you should play though? Dark and Darker. Now there's a game.
I think I'd rather do Dark and Ragnarok. Dark and Darker. What is it about?
Like a PvP VE fantasy game. And
PvPvE?
it's- Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like. Have you ever heard of Escape from Tarkov?
I have heard of Escape from Tarkov.
Yeah, it's the same concept, but it's medieval.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Omer, are we supposed to be hearing this? Says Rov as. Like Assassin's Creed and GTAF. What's GTAF?
GTA 5.
GTA 5. Oh, I see. I see it now. Are you supposed to be hearing this? Are you allowed to be hearing this?
If you're hearing this, then you probably have to pay the subscription. So
Probably.
don't fall behind.
Don't fall behind. The ghosts are speaking to us. Thought this was like a backstage conversation and you left the mics open. Ha ah ha ha ah ha.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. It is a backstage conversation and we did leave the mics open. You're not wrong.
Okay. Australia just came online, so I'm gonna run a few ads before our series.
Okay.
And then hopefully we can dive into it soon.
Okay. While you run the ads, I'll run the intro. So some people will see the cool intro, some people will see ads, depending on if they're good citizens or not. And the good citizens will be punished.
Cool.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice, is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
What do you think, Daiejo?
Still no lobby, but I'm hoping that it's coming soon. Australia came online. He's been online for about 5-6 minutes or so.
Okay. So probably doing some VODs, hopefully.
Indeed.
So who does the chat have? Let us know. Astrea or Creator, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win?
Would be cool if we could get some predictions going, I guess, but
What?
probably not. Probably won't happen.
You would have to manipulate the MooBot in order to make that happen, I think.
Yeah, don't think I have that level
power.
of access.
Yeah. Lewis, Beats, Zbad, Obot are moderators that maybe could make it happen. Not sure if they're attentive enough at the moment. Okay, Creator says hi, go. So that's going to be our cue to throw us onto the cameras. Daiejo, are you ready to be on camera?
Yes.
You might want to take that out of your face. You ready
Take
now?
what?
Are you ready?
Yeah?
Because you have that piece of broccoli hanging. in
Oh
your-
no, not the
like you just-
broccoli.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh no.
Wait, you can see
My
your own
breakfast
camera, can't you?
broccoli.
Oh crap. Okay, well, we are here. My name is Katz. I am joined by Daiejo. I am wearing a Peruvian poncho, and that you see behind me is a fireplace, very natural fireplace. Daiejo on the other end is sporting a beautiful universal background as to cover his kitchen.
Yeah, which you can see in my personal stream. So if you're really curious about my dishes, you know where to find it.
Your dishes?
Yeah, you can see my dishes.
Oh, that's very cool. Very cool, Daiejo. So how are you feeling today? How has the day been? Who do you have in this next one, as we are already jumping into a game? The VODs have transpired here, and it's going to be Creator versus Astrea. Both players in kind of a difficult position in the group at this point in time. Both players dropping series that were very close for them. And this one, like I was saying, is one of the closest ones that they're going to get all day. So it's really anyone's game, and they both desperately need this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be the second game we cast of Creator today. He did kind of get unlucky in the last series, but also a bit of questionable decisions being made, which led him to dropping a series. But what that also can prove is that he's able to win all of the series that he played so far. Of course, still 2-1. And all he needs is to polish up his decision making a tiny bit to be a very fierce contender. And of course, playing against Astrea, I would probably give the edge to Creator here. So he has to feel comfortable going into one of the, honestly, I would say weaker player of the group so far. I mean, Astrea's 0-3 is not looking very hopeful for him. in this group.
Which is very interesting because before Katowice, we're talking about Astrea as one of the hopefuls for the Protoss race, not even just non-Korean StarCraft, but the Protoss race as a whole, coming in as a strong contender from not so far away runner-up placing at Home Story Cup, which is kind of crazy, right? His best result so far, just a little bit ago. So Creator in turn, I mean a GSL runner-up, also not too far down history here. So both of these players coming into the event with high expectations, but not performing to their own standard just yet.
Indeed, but we'll see if this man is going to be able to continue his hot streak in the group. Still 2-1 in the group, third place. Very confident to take a playoff spot. It is spawning on the bottom right corner of the map. Team NV's Creator.
And in the top left-hand side, not so confident, not so strong of a position for this Alpha X player, the pride and hope of America. It is Astrea.
Yep. And Neo Humanity, a map with no ramp in the natural, which means we're probably going to see 2 gate openers coming out of these players. The difference being that the Creator has already opted to SCV Scout, whereas Astrea might decide to do it after the second gateway. Checks for a cannon rush, nothing there. Pretty safe so far.
There's the gateway, and there will be the scout. Astrea, one of the only players I think that actively questions the scout timings and actively questions Nexus timings and that sort of thing, and cuts, on scouting pretty often, or just tries to. He's a very greedy player and a very big on min-maxing, right? Like, he always wants to get those little edges where he can get them, and when they work, they work. So far in this tournament, they haven't, though.
Yeah, this is already taking an interesting turn. I mean, maybe creators saw that there was no probe scout from Astrea, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna expand before I even make a cybernetic score. He didn't even bother making a second gateway, so
yeah,
if he gets away with this, it's gonna be a massive economic lead. So I'm curious to see what Astrea is gonna do once he finds out about that fast expand.
Oh, and it's a Stalker Adept. I was almost hoping for double Stalker to try to apply some pressure on the side of Astrea. Stalker Adept can also kind of do the job, but it feels a little bit like he's not anticipated that Creator could do something like this as a response. And it is a wild response from a Creator. We're giving all the props, or I was giving all the props to Astrea for being such an adaptive player and for cutting corners. But it's a Creator who actually shows the better end of that in this game so far. So let's see if he can get away with it.
Alright, so Astrea spots the shield battery and the Nexus timing, so he knows that he is on the pressure is on him to make something happen. Creator still has a probe across the map, and it's gonna be a Robo opener versus a Stargate opener.
Yeah, it's a very quick Stargate, but Astrea does drop his Nexus behind it, so he just needs to do a little bit of damage, not really committing to an all-in or anything like that as a response.
Yeah, I mean, the only realistic unit we can see here is Oracle, right?
Sure.
He needs to deal some damage.
Yeah, 100% has to be an Oracle here. And there it gets fired up. And that Oracle does have a mission, does have a job. It has to kill, 3-4 probes, right, for Astrea to feel comfortable going into the mid-game.
Which would actually be very difficult because Creator did spot the Stargate with his proxy or his hidden probe. So he should have a shield battery or units in position, really.
Okay. Interesting placement of the pylon for Astrea as well in his mineral line. Is actually going to delay all of the probes that transfer over by an extra second or so. So maybe a little bit unfortunate, but I can see. I mean, it's a nice pocket, but yeah, not my favorite this time around. Here comes the Oracle. This is the first important piece of the first important gadget, I guess, that Astrea is going to have to work with. Here comes also the Adept to combo with the Oracle. So in spite of the shield battery here, Astrea finding some damage. Very creative way to do it. Very unusual way to do it. And it will work out. Does get the 4 probes that we were asking for. And with that, Astrea will find himself in a playable position.
Indeed. I mean, Creator did have some good vision with the Observer, but the Oracle actually came from the place that he was not expecting into the Nacho. And very cute way to combo one Oracle with one Adept to overcome the shield battery.
Yeah, and now the two Oracles together are gonna combo, and oh no, Mr. Oracle! He's gonna go down, but that's okay. I mean, this kind of speaks to the creativity of Estrella, like just using the units and resources in ways that other players don't really often use them. I'm not saying that he's the first person ever to combo an Oracle with an Adept, but at a high level play, I really haven't seen much of that, if ever before, to be honest. That was crazy cool.
Yeah, and it looks like the game is going to end up pretty even after that in the follow-ups, as both players go into 3-gate blink with identical third base timings. So really anyone's game at this point. Very, very even stuff.
Very, very even stuff indeed. And that move, by the way, with the Oracle and the Adept, like, I'm not really sure if you can out DPS the shield battery if the shots don't sync up like perfectly, pretty much, or close to. But if there is some room for error where you can just click on the same probes and not worry too much about syncing up, if that's not a skill set you need, I mean, it should be pretty replicable for a lot of players, to where it looked like Estrella had to find damage that was going to be difficult to find, but then he made it look like it was never difficult to find that damage. You know what I'm saying? He made it look like it was damage that Creator was going to take 100%.
Yeah, and that's what Estrella is really good at, making things look easy.
Right.
As this is the man who got second place in the Home Story Cup just a few months ago. So this kid, he's going places. Of course, he needs to secure a win here in the series. So I think so far he's bringing his A game. So I'm very proud of him so far for doing so. But we'll see. He is poising himself to take a little bit of free resource from Creator, just catching a probe here and there. But yeah, so far nothing glaringly obvious that could give an advantage to Estrella just yet.
Yeah, for sure not. And it's going to be difficult to push into this Immortal here that has Creator as an anchor at this location. Observer will get spotted here by the Oracle as well as the rest of the army of Creator. So Estrella looking to try and blink micro into an advantage here, as Creator continues to hover over his third base, where he is going to be pretty safe with a shield battery should he need it. Fourth base will be found from Estrella. I think he can get a cancel on this easily and blink away. Beautiful, as he drops his own.
And there it is, the first piece of advantage that he managed to grab in this mid game. I mean, he already has his fourth base halfway done. He has the map control that he needs. So really looking really good for Estrella. He's even making 7 gateways at the same time, while a Creator himself chooses to stay on 6, going up to 8 now actually. So really a gateway explosion on both sides here, but especially for Estrella.
Yeah, charge slot being researched on both sides as well, +1 finishing on both sides. Robo being added for Estrella, and that kind of cues me into that he wants to make a Warp Prism and move out, possibly as soon as it's out, right? Like, because he's going to have all of his production kind of exploding at that point. He is going to have that fourth mining for a little bit longer than Creator could have had his fourth. So I think that would be a pretty good timing. The fourth is perfectly saturated as well, and Estrella is now cutting probes.
Yeah, like you can see, these guys are not interested in making disruptors. They're not interested in teching up. There's still no gases on the third, no gases on the fourth. Actually, the fourth is a bit misplaced here for Creator, which is going to cost him a bit of economy in the long run.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate.
Estrella with a blink forward to pick off a Stalker will get punished, maybe? Not really. Alright, the other Stalker, though, at the Watchtower does get protected by his gaggle of friends as they blink on forward, but ultimately he is left to die, then tended to and saved. So, Warp Prism on the way now for Estrella. +2 will be a little bit quicker for him, but hard to imagine that there will be a timing where he can hit and get a full advantage from that.
Yeah, usually in a PvP, you want to usually compete in the upgrades by seeing how much you chrono boost your own forge. So that is really the only deciding factor that can influence on the speeds.
Oh, big.
Unfortunate here for Estrella as he loses the Warpers. But look at this. Creator might be sandwich, but then Estrella gets counter sandwich. So interesting start to the engagement over here.
Looking very good for Creator to start here. I mean, that was brilliant from him. Both players pretty much going for the same army compositions here. Mass amounts of Zealots, some Stalkers here. Estrella will finish that +2 a little bit quicker. And if the fight is already happening, then that could be an edge that helps him a little bit, but he needs the help right now. That start to the engagement was definitely favoring Creator. Economy is favoring Estrella, though. So as this extends, it could be really good for him as he blinks on forward, identifying just that he had more Stalkers. And there's not very much surface area for the Zealots to really take advantage to in these chokes. Estrella now blinking back onto the safety of a shield battery, but the shield battery is now exposed and the Zealots will leap on forward onto it. So Estrella really struggling for positioning here. He needs more warpins to try and make something happen. Wants to tuck the Zealots back and have the Stalkers fight instead.
He's going for the Warp Prism.
Nice.
He is going to get it, but still. Creator already has the army value. He keeps the army value advantage so far. Maybe Estrella played a bit too greedy because he is kind of hurting for units, but the move with the Warp Prism is exactly what he needed to maybe try and come back into this defense. This is desperate time for Estrella. He needs to warp in more and more units, and he has the money. He's just missing the warp cycles.
All right, well, there's more Stalkers. I kind of do like not going for the Zealot numbers here because he's already very outmatched in that regard. So he has to find value out of just greater Stalker numbers and positional advantages where all of his Stalkers are going to fire and Creators are not. Or, I mean, Creators kind of matching him in every regard, though, and just has a lot more Zealots to work with. This is looking worse and worse for Estrella, who is now even in workers. Linking back to what he thinks is possibly the safety of a cannon, but not even a shield battery here, Diego.
Yeah, and no shield battery means no shield battery overcharge that can help him maybe win this fight as he gets pushed into the choke of his own base. And Creator is just churning out
What a
units.
beast.
He's printing Zealots like brrr,
Yeah,
and nothing
absolutely
can stop
beautiful
it, man.
spread here from Creator as well. And that's gonna be pretty good. It looks like it might be game ending, to be honest. It's difficult to imagine that Estrella is gonna be able to hold. One more shield battery will finish in the back. It's instantly overcharged, but that's not enough. And Estrella somehow, some way, seems to be pushing Creator back. I mean, if he can push Creator back, he can still stabilize. He is actually a base up.
He is indeed. He did lose a few probes, but nothing he can't recover from. It is very important that he just holds on by the skin of his teeth, but still 30 supply disadvantage in army. The numbers don't lie. It is looking dicey. He's gonna need multiple warpins to be able to hold this.
Yeah, blinks on
just cannot
forward.
afford.
Yeah, blinks on forward, identifying that Nexus was gonna get targeted there from Creator, so gets a few shots for free at the expense of his Nexus. And now Creator, with a massive supply lead, has grown up to now over 50. And yeah, I mean, he's gonna take this base down comfortably. That was the one advantage that Estrella could have held on to had he held those grounds, but now nothing really to speak of on his behalf. Only 4 workers behind, same amount of real estate, but the army differential still 40.
Yeah, I mean, Estrella did try and go for a counterattack, but Creator already on top of things split off his own number of Zealots to intercept it. This man sees everything. He's ready for everything, and I think he wants to take his 1-0 lead in this series right now.
It looks like he will. Estrella with a little bit of a Zealot flank here, as Creator hesitant to go up the ramp where the Zealots are not going to find much surface area onto the Stalkers. But he just has too much. I think a blink forward could be warranted, not needed, as Estrella is going to tap out instead. And Creator, absolute beast, mirrored builds Diego, and Creator comes out on top.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly where you assert dominance. Mirror builds is where you can show, hey, I'm the better player. If we do the same thing, I'm just going to beat you with my superior decisions and my superior macro, and maybe even better micro in certain cases. As we saw, sometimes Estrella was canceling the charge from his own Zealots, which ended up just having a weaker re-engagement later on. So, yeah, well done to Creator. Good start.
Yeah, good positional play. I think it came down to the flank, perhaps, and I don't know how he had that many more units than Estrella. Estrella had made an extra 10 workers up until that point, so that's something that plays into it a little bit. But production-wise, I thought Estrella was pretty well set, and regardless of that, did he miss production cycles? Because his production was there, but you said he was floating a little bit of money at some points.
Yeah, he was, but I think at that point he was already in too much of a disadvantage in army size. I
Game is no
guess the
longer
biggest.
available. Did they start without me?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
Let me invite you.
You best
Yes.
invite me. Thank you, Dayabi.
I got your back.
Thank you.
I think what it was that Astrea went for the 5th base, right? He fully saturated 5th base, whereas Creator didn't even think about it. He didn't even bother starting a 5th base.
Oh, that's a good
And
point,
that
yeah.
was
It wasn't
that,
just
that
about
was I
bases.
think that the gap, the money gap that he had in that went into army versus economy, and he didn't give Astrea enough time to be able to produce enough to make up for that 5th base that he invested into.
That's a very good point. I mean, that's 400 resources plus the 10 workers on top of that. So, 900 resources that he was lacking in that first engagement, and defender's advantage wasn't enough. So, yeah. Very good point. So, yeah, let's see if Astrea can do something here in this next game to try and come back. The American hero in the top left-hand side of the map is Astrea for Alpha X.
And on the
Alpha
bottom right
X.
corner, it is up 1-0 in this series. It is GSL finalist Creator. In a 1-gate expand map.
Yeah, both players are going to be doing that. And both players are going to be scouting right after as well. So maybe Astrea not liking the flavor that Nexus before Core left in his mouth as well.
Indeed. And this is usually where you see variations in these mirror builds, where it's the timing of the second gas. But here, in this case, not that much variation actually. So we are going to see pretty much mirror matchup right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you see the probe in the middle of the map, I think that not dropping the gas is just kind of like a sketchy decision. Because then any good player will block your Nexus, right? Like likely to drop a pylon, etc. So both players likely to start a Zealot as well in case that happens. But neither player doing it now. Okay, Creator. Okay, both players now starting a Zealot just in case that happens, right? So anticipating that this will happen when you scout the probe in the middle of the map, if you're not taking a gas, you're just going to be floating money.
Yeah. And I think the difference is here, I mean, for example, Astrea opted not to start the pylon in the natural just yet, whereas Creator did, which actually cost him a few more minerals than, honestly, he should have spent.
Yeah, and that's just good awareness from Astrea, right? Like having his timings down to go into the main, see that there is gases out, and when you see the gases, you confirm, okay, you don't have the money for the Nexus, right? The ultimate mind game there would be to not take the gases, anticipating that your opponent will go into the main. The probe does get taken down from Astrea, and the Zealot will work at a single pylon that has no possibility of reinforcement. Astrea trying to return the favor, but not going to be able to. Instead, we'll have to turn his attention to the pylon. The probe will eventually go down, and both players will get their Nexus.
It was actually really unfortunate that Astrea lost his probe, because he could have made a cyber core there to delay even more the Nexus. So really unlucky.
Yeah. In a sense, it does end up happening to both, but it doesn't take an Adept on the side of Creator. The Adept of Astrea does shade in barely!
No,
the probe doesn't block it! That probe had one job.
There is no... He skipped the gateway unit in favor of Phoenixes, but like, nothing can kill this Adept. He's gonna have to pull probes. Oh no, he messed up the shade a little bit and then just getting surrounded.
Oh, very nice moves from Astrea, trying to still get a little bit of surface area to cram himself in there. Kills the right probe in order to advance further into the middle line, and a random Zealot now shows up. The Phoenix can lift it up, but for nothing to kill it. Still, okay, there's another Phoenix. So both Phoenixes both they're gonna have to use their lifts both. On the other side,
I mean, Astrea's Phoenix is later, so wouldn't you be scared? Maybe like 3 Phoenixes can come in while you still have 2.
Do you just surround the Zealot here with the probes? I mean,
I think you can afford to spend all of your energy in lifting, to be honest.
Yeah, especially in Phoenix versus Phoenix, it's going to be very unlikely for you to want to go on the other side. As I say, that Creator getting a little bit adventurous, but sees the next Phoenix of Astrea being in corner boosted, and that would be enough to defeat him. So, Phoenix versus Phoenix Wars, the classic.
Indeed. And now we have 3 Phoenixes versus 3 Phoenixes, so anything can happen. I'll be surprised to see any of the players take these risks. Of course, you always want to fight on your side of the maps so that you have the defender's advantage of having more Phoenixes rallied to your army.
Absolutely. The other thing that you definitely want to do is clamp up your Phoenixes periodically so that you have a chance at starting the engagement with all of your Phoenixes firing at once. In which case, I mean, you have even Phoenixes, that could be a great edge. So you'll see these players bunching their Phoenixes time and time again before inching forward.
Astrea already starting the life hack of spamming pylons around the map, because in Phoenix Wars there is no anti-structure, so this will actually give the Astrea the vision he needs to react accordingly. Astrea's second target was much faster.
Whoa! Phoenix down! Phoenix down! I repeat, the edge of Phoenix down, and that can really snowball things for Creator. 2 have already fallen for Astrea. Astrea wants to try to capitalize and not leave empty-handed, but it's 3 Phoenix against 6 now on the side of Creator out on the map, and this was nasty bad for Astrea. He's trying to bunch up to get a good shot and maybe get some sort of an advantage, but for the most part, Creator's Phoenix is very healthy here. Things are looking dreadful for America.
Yeah, I mean, what does Astrea do now? He is sending the Phoenixes around. I think he just wants to hide his Phoenixes for now because, of course, Creator knows he has the lead. He is going to try to fly into his base and just pin those Phoenixes down, not let them get out of the Stargate. So I'm not sure. This is like crisis control for Astrea at this moment. I'm not sure how he recovers from this.
Me neither. I mean, I don't see his plan, right? Like, I see what he is doing on screen. I don't see how it ties together into a win. There's no transition whatsoever. Here come the Phoenix. They're going to lift up multiple probes, and you might think that's fantastic, but on the other side, there's more Phoenix with more energy, and that should mean more dead probes. So, oh no, don't, he's found, there's no time to recall anymore. All of these Phoenixes are gonna go down, and I won't be surprised if we see a GG called at this point in time. Astrea in dire straits here. 10 workers have gone down on the other side, but who cares? Many more are gonna fall here.
Oh, that is a rough way to go. I mean, Phoenix Wars, that's just a difficult match. And the moment you lose 1 extra Phoenix than your opponent, then it usually just ends. So
that's why
very
I got so excited for the first.
Yeah,
it's crazy, right? Because in Phoenix fights, it felt like that first engagement was going to determine the game, and then it did. And yeah, I mean, it's just 1 Phoenix goes down and the game is over pretty much. It's just crazy.
I mean, Astrea did try some moves. I think it was interesting that he tried to counterattack, maybe catch like a reinforcement Phoenix off guard. But yeah, that without that recall, then he just ended up losing every single Phoenix he had at home.
Yeah, Astrea continues to camp there the Phoenix production, and the Creator's actually gonna cancel a Phoenix and make a Void Ray instead. It's all over, and there's no chance of say.
Yeah, I mean, even empowering these buildings, I'm not sure what Astrea does at this point.
There is just nothing to do, right? Like, there's absolutely nothing to do. He's making 3 probes at a time, but even just the Zealot is uncontested. He is chrono boosting Phoenixes, but I mean, to what extent? The probes do get the surround on the Zealot eventually, and this Void Ray, I'm gonna have some Phoenixes to contend with, but I think a Shield Battery is even finishing, or it's a Cannon actually, which will fend off the Phoenixes of Astrea further. A Stalker will be donated by Creator. Nice guy, but not gonna be nearly enough here. If Astrea wins this game somehow, Diego, I don't even know. I don't even know.
I don't even know. I mean,
I'll give you $1,000.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, let's go, Astrea.
All right, get hyped. Oh, that's the hypest you've gotten. Do it.
He does have, let's see, 8 Phoenixes against 9 Phoenixes on this side of the map. No, that's still not enough. Maybe if he warps in a Stalker, that will give him the DPS that he needs.
Oh, maybe with the Stalker.
Fight.
Here comes the Stalker. 2 shots gets the Stalker onto the clump of Phoenix. But it's just not nearly enough. Just like that, Diego Schwimmer lost $1,000.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh no!
Oh, we bet $1,000 on this, no?
You wish. Definitely not a bet that I will take, because Astrea is poised to lose this series, and I think he's knocked out of the tournament with this.
Oh, that's so sad. The hope of America. I mean, so many hopes for Astrea going into this one, but not to be consolidated into anything. And on the bright side, Creator does get a stronger spot in the tournament, and he is a contender still in this group. He has been doing all right, dropping a series to Gumiho earlier today, but he will be he will be breathing a little bit easier after this one. Satch for Estrella though.
That indeed. Yeah, so as Estrella goes 0-4 with this, is knocked out of the tournament as Creator goes 3-1 and secures himself consistently in the top, still in the top 3 of the group. I mean, it's kind of looking like Gumiho, Rainer, and Creator are running away with the competition in this group, so I'm not sure what else can change except maybe Spirit winning his next 2 matches.
Yeah, and Spirit has been looking pretty strong too, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's not impossible. Do you know who he has next?
So Spirit is playing against Showtime 1-1 right now, and he has to win the series to have a chance of advancing. And he also has to beat Gumiho tomorrow in order to maybe steal a spot from
Oh, that would be
Gumiho or
cool.
Creator.
That would be really cool if that match was for qualification. Those are always very hype. But yeah, I mean, with Estrella being eliminated, pretty much eliminated, right? Fair to say. Does Wikipedia confirm that? And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Confirmed elimination of both Showtime and Estrella.
Oh, Showtime as well. Down. Okay. What about Neeb? Is Neeb still in?
Neve is every other person in the tournament is still in. Of course, other groups are yet to be decided. We're still going to cast Group A games, which are actually going to be next in the schedule as we prepare to cast Ragnarok versus Dark.
That should be very exciting. And if you are American, then not to despair. Estrella is out, but we still have Neeb and Cyril, and that should be enough, you would think, to represent America with very high standards. Diego?
Yeah. So Neeb, our last NA hope. Let's go Neeb.
And Cyril.
And Sarah, of course, Texas represent.
Texas represent. I love it. All right, guys. So Estrella did lose. We are going to go to a break. And when we get back, it's going to be a CVC for the ages. The up-and-comer that has been around for a very long time, but recently shining, is a Ragnarok going up against the Beast. My favorite player to watch perhaps in the world, Dark. We'll be right back.
Intel Extreme Masters
How long do we have,
Katowice
Diego?
is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god! I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you by Monster Energy, Blizzard, Intel. Okay. So yeah, we got a little bit to wait, guys. Gonna run some commercial advertisements. Apologies for the updating or lack of updating of scores in the previous match. Diego usually tries to remind me, but I am forgetful like that. And yeah, we'll be right back with Ragnarok versus Dark. It should be a great one, so stick around. Daiejo, how are we looking?
Still no updates.
No updates. Clemente Despacionte up against Nib on the main stage for anyone interested in that. America versus France. Once upon a time allies. France actually gifted America the Statue of Liberty. The Beatles haircuts are coming back into fashion as of recently. Not just in Korea. Clement Desplacient. I watched half of the movie Coco with Clement. Diego. We were talking about Disney movies earlier. Coco's a good one.
Oh yeah, that's the with the Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah,
I heard it's good, but I never watched it.
it's very good.
Maybe I'll have to take a look.
Mm-hmm.
You watched it with Clement?
Half of it, yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Not good enough to finish the whole thing.
It was late. He was he came over before Atlanta because he wouldn't have a PC for like an extra couple of days. So yeah, he came and stayed here instead. And yeah, I mean, at the end of one of those days, we were like, let's watch something. Decided on Coco. Watched about half of it, and then I was falling asleep. So
Very cool.
not sure if he finished it. I had already watched it, so.
Ah, okay. So it was a rewatch for you.
Yeah, excellent movie.
Nice.
Played some board games as well with my friends here.
What board games?
Code Names was one of them.
Okay, it's a classic.
It's a classic. I won.
Nice flex.
Catan, I think we played,
You also won.
of course. I am
Nice
really
flex.
good at board games. Like, really good at board games.
I mean, as good as you can be, right?
What do you mean? Most board
Well,
games
there's
are.
a lot.
I mean, most board games are very, like, the cool board games. You know, like, Catan is like entry level, basically, right? Like, Codenames is a classic, but it's more of a party board game. Like, if I lost at Codenames, I wouldn't be sad, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like strategy. It's like it's like knowing your partner to some degree, knowing words to another degree, right? A lot of
Mhm.
previous knowledge that you require in order to play Codenames at a high level. But there are other games like Everdell or Wonderland Wars, or like basically like upgrades on Catan, upgrades on the likes of Risk, right? Like where Risk is pretty basic. And those games are super complex and they're super fun, and there's a lot of options. And yeah, I love them. I want to design my own board game at some point.
Well, if you love it, you should wear it.
I do wear it. What's going on? We are waiting on the next match, which will be a banger here.
Oh, hosted lobby.
Oh, hosted lobby. All right, we're coming back on camera right now. You asked for it, you love it, you wear it. And so here we are. My name is Katz, yet again. I am joined by my good friend, the American Brazilian, known as Kelasor. It is
What's up,
a
guys?
mix from Kel to Sad and someone else.
Nerzol?
Narsul.
Yeah.
Narsul and Kel'Thuzad make up for the name Kelasor. No one calls him Kelasor, everyone calls him Diego, because Kelasor is just not the best name out there, to be honest. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's like your opinion.
Yeah.
And everyone is entitled to their opinion, even if it's extremely wrong.
Okay. So you
Free,
would say
free
people,
world, right?
okay. Yeah, it is a free world. Do you think that most people do call you Kelasur then?
That depends. Most people probably yes, because a lot of people don't know me personally.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So people who know you personally, though, don't go out of their way to call you Kelasur. They call you Diego. Even though
Yeah.
Diego is already a difficult name for most people, right? Because it's like Spanish, basically, Portuguese.
Yeah, it can be difficult, but I think most people actually do a really good job. Maybe just in a globalized world, you've had so many famous celebrities called Diego.
Like Diego Luna,
Or Maradona.
Diego Maradona, famous
Yeah.
celebrity. He's a little bit of an anti-hero, Taylor Swift would say.
Just a little bit, yeah.
But the ball does not get stained.
La pelota no se
La
mancha.
pelota no se mancha. All right. Well, Diego, we are loaded into the lobby, at least. That's going to be Ancient Cistern for the first map of this series. And it is two of the very best Korean Zergs ever at this point in time. It is Dark versus Ragnarok. So what can you tell me about this? Is it a done deal? Is Dark just supposed to smash Ragnarok? Or does Ragnarok have a decent chance?
I'd say Ragnarok is still coming off his high of achieving, a GSL finals. That's like completely unprecedented in his career. So
Yeah.
definitely not a done deal. I mean, where was Dark while Ragnarok was getting top 2, right? He was losing in the first group stage of that GSL.
Against who?
Solar.
Solar.
In a ZVZ.
In a
so,
CVC.
yeah.
Okay. Well, bookkeepers
So-
think it's like a 3-1 odds in favor of Dark. Would you agree with that?
Probably sounds about right. Did you run it on a legal lag to see what the percentages look like?
I didn't. Why don't you do that really quick? And get back to us in just a second. I am gonna guess it's 35% for Ragnarok. What is it?
37% for Ragnarok.
Okay, a little bit better than I thought. And yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds about right though, right? Like that is about, I think, what most people would expect. So maybe one map would be a reasonable expectation here from the side of Ragnarok. Can he
Yeah.
close
I
out the
think,
series? Not sure.
The fact that it's a ZVZ adds a little bit to the volatility of the results. Like CVZ is usually a bit more unpredictable because there's a lot of build order wins. So anything could happen, really. I mean, it might be more 50-50 than we think. I don't know how much these guys know about each other, how much they studied each other in the past few months. But yeah, there is that factor.
Yeah, that is where I give Dark a little bit of an edge, though. I feel like Ragnarok, when I watch him play, his mechanics are pristine. He is a good player. Like he makes good decisions with his units, but never strikes me as like the mind gamey cut corners type of player so much. Whereas Dark very much for me is that where I think he's more likely to have the better read on his opponent and adapt on top of that. But yeah, I'm not sure if you think differently.
I'd say, well, it's hard to say in CVZ. Like, I haven't watched much of these guys in this matchup. It's not really one that I watch out for as much as a professional player. But from what I've seen, at least in the GSL season that Ragnar got to the finals, he actually did some wonky stuff. I think he ended up doing like a 12 pull in one of the games. And
Classic.
even in the other matchups, like he was constantly doing proxy hatches and stuff. So
True.
definitely possibility for something very wonky out of Ragnarok here.
Yeah.
As he does go up against what we might call a superior player. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, and adding to the volatility of CVC, on top of that is the volatility of the Korean meta CVC, which has for the longest time been hyper aggressive, right? Like these guys are just not afraid to make a flood of circlings at seemingly random times to try to capitalize on an unsuspecting opponent. So yeah, definitely agree with you on that assessment. And we'll see if it comes to fruition. I think we will see those random link floods at some point.
Oh yeah, that's a Korean ZVZ special. I mean, it is the biggest difference between the foreigner ZVZ and the Korean ZVZ is that they're really not afraid to take those risks and make aggressive plays. That's kind of how Dark assured dominance for a very long time against foreigners, just by taking the fight to their side and kind of, you know, like foiling their game plan from the start. So
yeah,
it's gonna be tricky.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with just how CVC works, right? Like a lot of the foreigners, Lambo was very outspoken about how like some of these maneuvers were really not good, not welcome from the Koreans, and they shouldn't be doing them and they should be falling behind. And on paper, maybe that's true with given perfect micro, perfect splits, etc. But there is a volatility to CVC implicit in the link-bane-link wars, where if you are the defender, A, you may not have as much vision of the attacks coming in. B, you have your drone line to protect as well, right? So it's not just the units. And you eventually run out of space, right? Whereas the aggressor can always retreat. And the other thing is Zerglings are the fastest unit to make and the fastest unit to cross the map. Which means if you make a flood of Zerglings on one side, your opponent has to answer in kind very shortly thereafter or they die. So it's really not as big of a risk as it's been made sound to be in history or throughout it. But yeah, we'll see how these Koreans will match up against each other in a very, very classic Korean CVC match as we are starting. And we are loaded into this beautiful ancient cistern map. In the bottom left-hand side of the map for Alpha X, the true alpha of Alpha X. It is Ragnarok.
Going for a 14 pool. And on the top right corner, it is answering for with an even earlier pool. Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Dark.
Okay, Dark in trouble.
As we update the score for
As
the
we
series.
sure do. Most def, it's a best of 3.
Indeed. And yeah, this is going to get wonky already. I mean, as far as I know, 14 pool, of course, should beat a 12 pool. But there's still the macro factor or the micro factors, so it will come down to how these players react to each other when they pull down their drones or their links. 3 drones actually being pulled by Dark,
this is
so
bad for Dark. I mean, Dark lost this game, I think. I can't imagine this working in any universe. And it's the worst case
there's that
scenario
volatility you were talking about, you know, like this doesn't indicate skill at all, but it's just a gamble. So the game could just end simply for the fact that Dark went to 12 pool against a 14 pool.
Yeah. And also Ragnarok with the detail of leaving his Overlord behind. However, he's going to exit his base with the circling. So there's some hope here for Dark as Ragnarok begins to drone back up. Dark's going to be really sad to see that the hatchery is not done here. And he is going to start making some of those drones. The spines and the map for it. I mean, you can see why he chose this map for it. The spines will siege both the natural and the main base from this area. And luckily for Dark, I mean, Ragnarok completely out of position. There's a volatility that we've been talking about, I guess. And his reaction is going to be spines, but 2 of them are exposed and taken down promptly on the side of Dark. Dark does not want to engage. He wants to wait for his spines. Here comes the circling flank from Ragnarok. That's going to take down one of those spines really quick. Now the drones are trying to surround onto Dark here. Dark has a lot and he has circlings, but is it going to be enough? He needs the spines to go up. The drones are getting really low. He has to run a little bit away, and now the spines come into play. And that will push Ragnarok back. Dark making another one, and very quick to reposition too.
Ragnarok did make his own spine meanwhile, but even though he did lose 1 spine crawler without cancelling it, he still has more than enough supply, I believe, to hold this. He will need to pull the drones though, and he does need to burrow the spine so much faster because these spines are not gonna die just to the drones themselves. And with this 3rd spine finishing, actually this could get really wonky.
Yeah, the Queen tanking a little bit more damage. Maybe 2 spine shots there on the side of Ragnarok. Well done by him. Dark readjusts, but it's a little bit too late for that. Spine versus spine, but there's plenty of transfuse on that Queen. This spine reposition is not really gonna do too much for Dark, and it looks like he's running out of steam with 2 workers left to his name. He's trying to do what he can to even that count, but it is hopeless. Ragnarok has done it, and Dark will drop game number 1 against the underdog.
Yeah, I guess it was really hopeless from the start because really this was the best case scenario for Dark with Ragnarok running his 6 lings halfway across the map before they had to turn back and react to the all-in that was coming. So honestly, if even in that case Dark was not able to break Ragnarok, then there is no way that a 12 pool drawn pool can break a 14 pool.
Nah,
So
not a 14 pool
absolute
that
build
makes,
order
yeah,
win.
absolute build order win. I mean, yeah, like especially because he made 6 Earthlings right away off of the 14 pool. So yeah, Ragnarok basically just blind hard countering this type of build order 13, 12, 12 pool in general. But the fact that he commits Dark with the drones makes it even worse. There is the micro aspect that you were talking about, but there was never gonna be needed a drone pool on the side of Ragnarok to defend on the low ground, for example. So unless Ragnarok make big mistakes before the queen popped up, which is pretty early because you went 14 pool, there was just no chance for Dark to achieve anything. So best case scenario for him, I think, was just commit to the initial 12 pool and play from behind, like 3 drones or 4 drones behind, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of funny. But that's just the play style of Dark. I mean, even if he is considered by many the superior player going to the series, he just doesn't care. He will cheese the hell out of you. That is what he does against foreigners and apparently also against Koreans. So, but I do wonder if he will take a more conservative approach going into the next couple of games here as we go into Royal Blood for our map number 2.
It's likely, but at the same time, Daejo, like I feel like, yeah, like a lot of good players will take the stance of I'm the better player and therefore I'm just gonna kind of absorb and play, you know, like play from behind basically. But I think that's not great all the time, right? If you make that your playstyle and you're never willing to take any risks, then players will abuse that, right? Like players will get ahead of you for free. Players will cut corners and then you're all of a sudden not as strong of a player. So it's nice to see Dark like showing his range and showing that he can do anything because that makes him all the more dangerous, right? It's more difficult to play against him, more difficult to prepare, more difficult to expect anything from him, and that's what makes him so strong. But in this particular case, not looking so, at least not for the first game.
Indeed, and it seems it was not difficult enough for Ragnarok to predict what this man was doing, but he will try to fight his way back into the series from a 0-1 deficit. Dragon Phoenix, the Dark.
And his opponent in the top right hand side, the most alpha of all alpha X's, it is Ragnarok. One of the cooler names out there.
It is pretty cool. I can't believe he tried to name switch for a while.
He did?
Yeah.
To what? Oh, whoops.
Hebom.
I did the intros without switching to game. My bad. We good. The scores are updated though. To what? To T-Bomb?
Hebom. That's his real name.
He switched from Ragnar? I don't remember this.
Well, he wanted to switch for a while when he was on Psystorm, but they convinced him to stay as Ragnarok.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I think definitely a good decision. It's really cool name, so
it's a great name.
Decided to keep it.
Wait, did he decide or did they force him to keep it?
Well, they can't force him to do anything. They just merely suggested it, I believe.
Merely suggested.
Or I would say in general the feedback was that Ragnarok was a much cooler name.
It is true. I mean, Ragnarok is one of the coolest names out there. Mirror builds here on both ends. Just going to be mining their gas with a 3 each on either side. So prioritizing that link speed. This is one of the matchups where you don't really want to cut down that gas. I sometimes do, but every pro doesn't. So, you know, like let's just take the word of every pro for it. You basically don't want to. And the reason for that is map control is pretty important. And when you have your link speed kicking in, if you have the same number of links out on the map, the player with link speed gets the option to, you know, chase and potentially take a better engagement if they have the numbers and the positioning, which you can attain positioning with the link speed, right? So don't want that to be even a couple of seconds slower usually.
Yeah, it is such a freaking vital upgrade in the ZVZ that it's definitely has its perks to get as soon as possible, as Ragnarok already positions himself to take a third base to match his to match Dark's third base even.
Yeah.
But not much variation so far, except that Ragnarok is sending a couple of links to scout across the map.
Yeah, this is the most standard opening that you could possibly get. Dark delays is his first 2 circlings. I mean, variations of this opening, you could have made 2, 4, or 6 links. 2 is the most common, right, for the scout there, as Dark trades or kills one of Ragnarok's links on offense there, and will proceed on to Ragnarok's side of the map to try and scout himself. This Overlord should make it to the pillar, but actually runs past it.
Oops.
And that means death. I guess there was this other Overlord from Ragnarok already trying to close the distance. So a nice kill from Ragnarok. It will open the door for Dark to go in and get a full scout. And he will actually see that gas is being mined still with 3, which is important information. And Ragnarok's not trying to conceal it at all.
Yeah, I mean, seeing this much gas being mined and no lair being researched, also with the Baneling as finished, then it may trigger some alarms for Dark as he already begins to wharf at least one Baneling and start a round of links.
Yeah, both players dropping the Evo chambers here. Very likely to go into roaches, even though there's no roach warren just yet. But yeah, that's likely where a lot of that gas from Ragnarok is going to go. And Dark with equal numbers of gas as well. So has he been mining with 3 at a time as well the entire time? It looks to be that way. And Roach Warren goes down for either player. So both players looking to go into the Roach Wars and to upgrade those roaches promptly. It's Carapace on the side of Ragnarok, however, versus the attack on the side of Dark.
Yeah, and the reason they might opt to go for Carapace here is so that the Banelings won't one-shot their links.
Yep. It's there's another option that opens as well with Carapace, which is that you can reinforce with Ravagers and just stay heavier on the links. So you can go Ravager Ling into a Roach composition, try to get a surround, and with the surround get some biles off. But yeah, not easier said than done. We'll see if Ragnarok opts to do something like that, already making 5 roaches, where Dark is opting for extra circlings.
The lair will be much faster here on the side of Dark, as it already begins, which means road speed will be a more accessible tech path for Dark.
Yep.
Maybe Ragnarok will just wants to play kind of defensive this game, probably.
Either that or play very aggressive and go with the Ravagers, right? Because you don't need a lair for the Ravagers, and you wouldn't want the roach speed for the Ravagers either. He does have a pretty sizable number of roaches, and he wants to at least feign crossing the map at this point.
Aggressively, I meant, sorry, not defensively.
No, he's super aggressive, yeah.
It would not make sense for sure to make this many units and push across the map while defending on his side. He definitely forgoes lair for the sake of more units here so that he can put as much pressure as he can.
Yep.
On Dark.
So let's see if he's going to be able to break him. Dark already identifying this. Has a few spines on the way, but they're not yet done. The links and roaches are just trying to buy some space before the banelings of Ragnarok are morphed. And now that the links and banelings are out and the spines are finally out as well on the side of Dark, he's going to be able to retreat to them and maybe hold here. There's no transfuses available. One of the spines has to be repositioned to actually help him hold this choke. And it looks like it will be barely enough. I think Ragnarok could have stayed for one extra volley there before the second spine rooted and still taken a decent trade. But all things point to Dark stabilizing at this point, and things look fantastic for him.
He really does. I mean, he droned up the perfect amount, which was about 5 drones up. Had spines in position, which are really such a great deterrent for these kinds of pushes. So really a great start for Dark, showing that superiority here and already beginning his transition into the later stages of the game with gases in his natural and road speed on the way.
Yeah, I wish I could interview these players after the fact, because one thing I noticed on both ends is that they both took the gases at their third first. Like they double saturated gases at their third before even taking the ones at their natural. So that seems to be a trend, right? If I saw one player do it, I'd be questioning the player. But when I see both players at this level do it, I have to question whether it is the right decision, because I just can't think of why it would be.
Well, in this case, there seems to be quite a few run-bys on both sides. A bit of a base trade, except Ragnarok does it with links, while Dark using roaches. That is going to force drones to pull away from the third base. He did a great job of walling off his natural right before the queen that was in the wall died, which actually would have been a disaster for Dark. So great control here, great crisis management on the defense. And it looks like Dark should be able to defend this push, but it's going to cost a lot. I mean, he's still down in army supply. It is definitely a possible hold, but it's going to be difficult.
He's behind on upgrades as well now, right? Because Carapace is already finished on the side of Ragnarok, remember? And he went for the +1 attack where Dark is going for his +2 attack. And when that kicks in, his army will be stronger. But for the time being, Ragnarok with the better upgrades and his roach speed kicking in, Dark not really with enough time to kind of like get his army together. And it looks like Ragnarok might actually be getting the 2-0 here on Dark on the back of this push. Very, very strong. After a strong hold from Dark, Ragnarok says, I do not care. He does not drone nearly as heavily. 14 workers, the difference in favor of Dark, but that's not going to matter one bit if he is dead.
Absolutely. I mean, Ragnarok is just poised to take this match. He says, I don't need roach speed. I just need units. I have 1-1 upgrades. My roaches are stronger, and I'm just going to keep pushing forward. He is going to try and cancel that +2 attack on the missile upgrades. Baneling Nest goes down. That is not going to be a unit anymore. That is not a factor that Ragnarok cares, because all he needs is to keep massing roaches and pushing across the map as a third base is almost going down. This is just too much, and I don't see how Dark holds this.
Yeah, really a beautiful maneuver there from Dark to try to snipe the his own Baneling Nest to both create an opening for him and get the changelings to kind of, or the little, what are those guys called?
Broodlings?
The Broodlings, to try to help him out tank, right? So really, really cool, cute maneuver, identifying that the Baneling Nest was going to be useless. And he actually manages to hold on the back of that. So I am perplexed. I mean, he is still kind of dead. He doesn't have a third. Ragnarok got everything that he came for, and he is unable to retreat because of the lack of roach speed. But Dark, I mean, he has one final push. He has one final punch. Doesn't look too hopeful. There's already a spine. There's healthy roaches waiting for him. But he has to try to make something happen. And on the back of that, I mean, this guy is just brilliant. Somehow, some way, he has managed to drop a Spire in the midst of all of that whilst holding. So, you know, like, if that Spire wasn't going up, I'd say 0% chance. With that Spire being as far along as it is, I have to give Dark some credit. And I have to think that he's still not completely out of this game. Could he turn it around? It would be miraculous, but not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need quite a few mutas, I think. 5, not really able to do that damage on the queens that you need to be able to break through. But still, he did make enough roaches to be able to hold on for now, which is also extremely important so that he just doesn't simply roll over and die to Ragnarok's counterattack. But mutas will start to come out and will at least hold off these roaches for a bit.
Yeah, it'll actually press Ragnarok onto an attack, which I'm not sure is what he wants right now. Unfortunately for Dark, the queen with the most energy got picked off right away before the engagement started there. That would have been really helpful. A lot of these roaches are bruised. And the Muta, I mean, their job is not really to kill queens or kill his opponent. It is to get some map control. It is to snipe some overlords out there. And to allow for Dark to re-drone back up and to get his economy working in the back of that. But big props have to be given as well to Ragnarok for a seamless transition into Hydralisks. By the time the Mutas arrive on the other side, Hydras are already out. Dark trying to make something happen with the roaches. He will get chased back and could have gotten chased back further even, as Ragnarok with the counterattacks looks to be solidifying his lead further and further.
He's completely relentless with these Zerglings counterattacks. Even if he was focusing on a Roach main army composition, he still has the Zerglings to keep Dark at home all the time and finding this damage, and that really Dark can't afford to take. And honestly, with 5 mutas and a bunch of roaches, I don't know if he's gonna be able to hold this roach Hydra composition that's coming.
Yeah, his best shot is gonna be a lot of Biles, a lot of Ravagers, right? Ravagers, very competitive, if not better than Hydras. Hydras output more flat DPS, but if some of those Biles land, if you can hold a choke, then there is yet hope. One of those Biles will actually land, but the concave is so much bigger now for Ragnarok. Dark needs to continue to back and try to find fights in the chokes. These concaves are not going to help him at all. The Mutas are trying to get involved, but they really have no business in doing so. And yeah, it's going to be GG. Dark will tap out, and after a beautiful series, Ragnarok will take it with a 2-0 score, Diejo.
Definitely not the expected here. Definitely not expected. I mean, Aligolak did give it a 37% chance, so there you go. Ragnarok takes those numbers and earns it in stride as he advances, or I mean, he wins over Dark, putting him in a better position now as he was 1-1 before this, and now is comfortably sitting at 2-1, tied with Dark for the first place in the group. Actually, I think he passes Dark in first place for the group now.
If there's a tie, he does.
Indeed.
Let's see. Yeah, I
So-
mean, absolutely brilliant from Ragnarok there. He had only dropped a series to Clement, the Plachon. He took a game there too. So things looking really good for him.
And in round robin groups, also every map that you take, even if you lose a series, taking a map really helps when it comes to tiebreakers later on. So extremely important. It helps that he takes a map off Clem. So yeah, he's actually big contender now for a playoff spot. Good for him. His next match, of course, is gonna be against Cure. Also very beatable, I believe, for him. So might be also a decider for the next for the third place of the group, because Cure is currently at 4th and fighting with Oliveira for that third place spot right now.
Yeah, very even group here. Lots of wins on all fronts. Neeb is the only player that's trailing 0-2, but 1-1 tied right now against Clem on the mainstream, if you care to check that out. And yeah, Daejo for us. What else is coming up next? Do you know?
So at the C stream, we're going to have a big break right now. There are going to be 2 series in the mainstream during our break and 1 series on the B stream. So you can go over to the B stream to check out Neeb versus Oliveira or Ragnarok versus Cure in the mainstream.
Okay.
But if you're looking forward to our casting, then we'll probably be seeing you in about an hour and a half, maybe even 2, depending on how long the games go.
Okay. Someone said that my mic levels dropped really low. Is that actually true for anyone else? Or, yeah, because that would be good to know so I can try to fix it in the break. But yeah, we'll see you in like a little while, I guess. Thank you very much for watching, and stick around to go check out the other streams in the meanwhile. And we'll be back in a few.
See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Master certified PC. Game like the pros.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment.
I'll lower the volume on the ads if they're too loud. Not sure how this screen is loud-wise. Dio, can we test talking? Because people said I'm quiet compared to you now. I'm not sure why that would happen.
Did you check the levels on the audio mixer?
Yeah, earlier it was good.
It's weird for sure.
Weird for sure. Stream is quieter than the ads. I can try to fix that, but I have to go to the ad screen to fix it. Jeez.
You can click studio mode if you want to change the ads, I believe.
Where is that?
On the bottom right side. Then you can change scenes without changing the scene.
Wait, where is that? Studio mode on OBS on slopes.
I use a normal OBS, the real OBS.
Yeah, the real OBS. Okay, well, hopefully the sound levels are equalized. I don't know. I don't know why I'm quieter than Diego. That makes little sense. Diego?
You sound fine to me on Discord. Maybe you just lowered your microphone too much on the stream.
Test. Okay. Well, we'll be back soon, guys. We should change the title probably for the up next or whatever. I'll be muted. Remind me when we come back if
Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Ads? Hello? Hello. We got an update on Discord.
Test.
Yeah,
Okay.
hope so.
Right. So we should be starting here pretty soon, everyone. Getting an update that the players are being wrangled up so that we can start the games. Got 2 more matches
Wrangled
here
up
today,
for
right?
our entertainment.
Yes, indeed.
We have 3 more matches on this stream.
Mm. 3 more?
3 more.
Oh, hype. Right now, the cure. Pretty nice.
Yeah, that was pretty big. Now he's first in the group. And Dark plays Clem next on the mainstream, so it's gonna be pretty big as well.
Pretty chill. Always. Legit.
Lobby is up.
You are a lobby. All right, going into camera view then, if that is okay with you, Dayejo.
Of course.
Fantastic. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Katz. I am joined by Kelashur do Brasil. And right now we have one of the more exciting matches possible, as it's going to be Lambo the King going up against Classic, a true Classic.
Indeed. And it's actually going to be a pretty interesting matchup because I think it's going to be pretty even. I mean, Classic actually coming in pretty hot in this tournament, qualifying through the round of 36, but still actually performing quite well in the groups, defeating Bunny 2-0. So both players, I think, quite powerful in this respective matchup. But let's see. I'm curious.
Yeah, it's always been kind of Lambo's best matchup, CVP, and right now he seems to be pretty strong as well. Like, he is the lowest rated player in his group right now with 2 losses and no victories, but in both matches he took a game of Bian and Bunny respectively, and that is supposed to be the bane of his existence, is Korean Terrans in that matchup. So, unsurprising results in that regard, but here is where he should be looking to bounce back against a Classic that, like you said, has looked very powerful. We're already loaded into the game. It's going to be good dragon skills to start us off. And spawning in the bottom right-hand side, it is some calling the leader of the Cabal. Others just call him King. He is hailing from Germany, and for the Shopify Rebellion, Lambo King.
And on the top left, looking to cement his 1-1 position into a 2-1 position in the group stage, it is Classic.
Very Classic. Let's see what Lambo has prepared here. The Puppeteer, some call him.
Indeed, as he does get puppeteered a little bit, though, into getting the third.
That's what he
instead of the
wants you to
natural.
think. See, that's the thing, is he lets Classic think that he has done something good in blocking his expansion, but really...
That's what he wanted all along.
Exactly.
Oof. But how does this benefit Lambo, though?
Well, you get a little bit faster creep spread onto the sides, and then you can do like a something on the left. I really... Like, you're asking me as if I was omnipotent and omniscient, and I'm just not. There are certain people who are. Lambo always has a plan, some say.
He does always have a plan. Sometimes they don't go the way he wants them to, as evidenced by his score in the group so far.
I mean, one could argue that dropping the first 2 series to look like an underdog and then bounce back when everyone is unsuspecting is a valid strategy.
Okay, so it looks like, like a comeback story, like a Cinderella story, kind of, or...
It's kind of like flying under the radar for the rest of the group, right? Like, you're the only Zerg there as well. You're down 0-2. People are going to underestimate you, and that's when you strike back. And this would be the opportunity for him right now. Obviously, you wouldn't have seen past this. Obviously.
Of course not. I mean, I'm not in the Zerg Cabal, so...
That's correct.
Why would I know his plan?
That is right. But Lambo, he always has a plan. It's going to be Stargate as well. Should be relatively comfortable for Lambo to go up against a Stargate opening, as it is the most common Protoss opening. And that is kind of, jokes aside, where Lambo does thrive, right? Like, he is very good at planning. He is very good at kind of just knowing the ins and outs. Like, his Overlord is going to be looking for timings onto the warp gate research, for example, to determine what it may or may not be. He's going to be keeping tabs on the units. And if you care to know more about that, he has tutorials on YouTube as well, especially like exactly against this sort of opening. So again, he should be very, very comfortable against it. But that said, so should be Classic. Oh, Lambo letting the Adept slip in, intentionally, of course.
Of course, all part of his plan here, as he does trap the Adept in his main, already damaging it a little bit. Now I wonder what is his plan for the second Adept that is about to show up.
We're about to find out. Already a creep tumor trying to connect the bases. The queen trying to protect it in front. As the links now have link speed, so Classic has to be a little bit more careful. I might go with a shade. Figures not to do
Roach
that.
Warren.
Relatively early Roach Warren, in fact.
Yeah, especially because even though he did not scout the Stargate, like you said, just on the timing of the Warp Gate, you can kind of infer a little bit that it is actually Stargate. And now he knows.
Yeah, double adept opening. Yeah, but that's fine. He's accounted for it. No jokes there. He only has one drone ready to be morphed onto a Spore at the natural, so he's not getting caught by surprise. The Roach Warren is the surprising bit to me. Even if it was like an adept opening, you wouldn't necessarily want a Roach Warren, so we might be looking at Lambo trying to apply some pressure perhaps here. Though
Still no
seems
Roaches
difficult.
coming out,
Yeah.
but he does have the gas for it if he decides to.
Yeah, I just don't see how it ties into the plan because... Oh, Oracle's gonna find a drone? Nope, barely not. Just because there's two Oracles out, right? Oh, this drone playing with fire. There's two Oracles out, so it would be difficult to send small amounts of Roaches across the map, right? It would have to be a very committed all-in that just punches through and doesn't care about the energy, hopes that there's not a Void Ray, just very un-Lambo-like. So I think this was just a safety Roach Warren, and he's going to be okay with just not using it, and he had it in case there is some sort of weird Twilight Council follow-up, which there wasn't.
Right. I mean, he did see the two warp gates at the walls, so there was definitely a possibility of a few units coming to pressure, maybe like a 6 adept shade together with 2 oracles. Yeah, so definitely just a safety thing, I guess. And 2 more gateways coming up, paired with 2 more in the main, Blink and +1 getting started, so we can already tell that it is going to be another Blink Stalker focused Protoss army. Pretty much in line with the meta, so nothing cray-cray.
Much. Yeah, nothing crazy. I mean, this Oracle's finally finding some damage, but not without getting taxed one of their brethren, as this next one is going to attempt at a stasis trap. Lambo quick to react here, will sacrifice a drone, and actually a queen also walks into it, but not any major damage from these Oracles. A comfortable early game here for Lambo King.
True. Probably looking to get a 4th base sometime soon. The Oracles will spot the drone, not sure if you noticed, but maybe even a possibility to cancel it somehow. Although that ship might have sailed now that the hatchery built up HP.
Yeah, regardless, that hatchery is a little bit exposed, so I wouldn't mind for Classic to be the one who tries to apply pressure onto it, right? There's no creep there. There is creep pretty much leading anywhere else. So this triangle location is going to be difficult to go through if you're Classic. He does get rid of one of the active creep tumors at the front there, so that's going to help out a little bit. And Classic is about to finish both Blink and +1, as well as 3 gateways. This could be an opportunity to apply pressure, but he's also getting 2 robos and a robotics bay, right? Like second robo on the way already. So very likely that he just sits back and chills. And this would be wonderful news for a Lambo that has already a Spire 75% done.
So do you think that the Spire here is for Mutas, or maybe it's just a safety Spire in case he decides to go Colossus?
Nah, it's gotta be Muta. It's gotta be Muta at this point in time. I mean, I think that it's the perfect response to what Classic has right now, because he doesn't really have the capacity to produce a lot of Phoenixes, right? Doesn't have that double Stargate setup or a heads up or anything like that Muta will be coming. And yeah, I mean, it looks great for Lambo. There is some Stalkers out on the map, but they're not perfect. They're not ideal against the Muta. And with 2 robos, that is a heavy commitment as well, though. He hasn't started Muta, and it is double Colossus production, so you might be onto something here. It is gonna be Muta, but I mean, it's also nice to have the Spire here just for the Corruptor transition. This Muta do need to get it on the other side on the map ASAP, though.
That is true, and just now they started being made. He had to pull up a little bit of resources just so that he could get 8 Mutas at the same time. So definitely a surprise unit. You want to make sure you get them together. If you get 4, maybe, and then get 4 later, maybe the first batch will get scouted, and that just weakens the whole point of the Mutas. But they will get spotted anyways, actually, as 2 Adepts run into them. Classic does notice it. So I wonder what his reaction will be.
Pushing in might not be a bad one. He does have his two Colossus +2 on the way. Classic's just going to leap in on the opportunity right now. Lambo is going to go and do counter-attack damage with the Muta, still managing to micro them. And yeah, the options for Classic were very difficult here, but I think this is probably the better one. In applying pressure at the front, he makes sure that Lambo doesn't advance forward with his army, because if he goes back to defend the Muta with the Stalkers, then he's left himself wide open at the 4th that is forward, right? So this army of Lambo would be pouncing onto a 4th instead. Instead, we have potential here for Classic to end the game with this army, and if he doesn't, then he's gonna be in trouble economically. Lambo with a very hefty supply lead right now. He has to buy time. I wouldn't mind it if he kind of abandons this base. The Colossus are trying to not soak up any of those Baneling hits, but the Banelings are hunting after them regardless. The Roach Ravager is gonna push this army of Classic back, but Lambo doesn't really have much of a backbone to stand on, so has to pull back now. Classic forced to warp in the back. Daiejo and Lambo with a wonderful advantage off of this.
That is incredible value on these mutas, as they already killed 31 probes. Definitely worth their weight in gold. And it looks like Lambo is finally getting enough roaches to be able to push this back. He almost gets one, Colossus gets two. And great start to the engagement. I mean, you can see in Lambo's supply that even if he loses his 4th base, he might actually be fine. I mean, Classic is still only mining from 2 bases. So, and Lambo already has his backup base ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it may not look like it, but it was a pretty good pounce there from Lambo. He was waiting because Classic is on a timer, right? He lost so many probes, like you were saying. He has to kill Lambo, basically. So what Lambo does in that position is he sits back all the way to where Classic can't retreat with all of his Colossus, because he has to overextend basically forward. And now Classic says, okay, I hope that was enough damage. And he's going to try to pull back and restabilize his economy from within. So we'll see if he tries to push out again, but he's gonna have to invest a lot in securing his bases before doing that again. So very much the game in control of Lambo the King.
Indeed, that was very masterfully done. I mean, it kind of felt like Classic's build was the same as what Hero did against DRG in that game where DRG got completely destroyed going Hydra Corruptor. Lambo taking a completely different approach, instead going for Ravager, Roach, Muta, and it looked like it worked much better this time around for the Zerg player.
Yeah, for sure, because again, like what DRG was doing, I think was good if the army composition stayed very basic with Stalkers, right? Stalkers get completely crapped on by both Zerglings and Hydras, but the moment there is that Colossus transition, DRG was kind of forced into Corruptors and didn't have the meaty army that is the Roach Ravager that Lambo has here, or even Zerglings to tank, where this army is much heftier, right? Like it can actually stand its ground and not get demolished by Colossus AoE, which does extra damage even to the Hydra. So it's just, yeah, it's just a sturdier composition. It looks a lot better.
Yeah. I wonder what the game plan is now here for Classic, as he's just kind of sitting back, trying to get +3 attack, maybe some disruptors, but you can see by the income that Lambo definitely has the advantage, even going up to 5 and 6 bases at the same time. I mean, he's bound to get further ahead if it stays like this.
Absolutely. I think from Classic's position, he is, like, when he backed, he was just hoping that he did enough damage, right? He doesn't know necessarily how many drones Lambo managed to sneak out while defending, and this is a massive attack from Lambo. He's actually going to hit onto another 15 probes going down. A very wide open space here. The Disruptor shot is going to kill one of his own Stalkers in Classic, and now this base will fall. Lambo doesn't have to extend further, but he can, or thinks that he can perhaps. Maybe the Banelings just to zone off. Killing this base is the important portion. If he retreats after this, I mean, it just solidifies his advantage, and Classic may as well just get out.
Just get out, as Lambo asserts dominance here in this game, killing 20 probes, the 4th base. These mutas are still getting so much value. Like, one muta has 6 kills. That's actually quite crazy considering he only made 8 of them. Even adding 2 more, you know, why not? These guys have just been doing wonders this game. Lambo on fire.
Yeah, Lambo completely on fire. It was pretty close though. That attack from Classic was very, very scary, right? And Classic had really low options because Lambo's Muta, like you were saying, was a surprise. And Lambo's Muta were also a big risk, right? That has to be said. It was masterfully done by Lambo because however he gathered the information that there was a double robo on the way, that is the opening. When you invest into 2 robotics facilities and the bay, that is units that you don't have for a potential push. But if Classic hadn't been doing that and had been doing kind of like the previous meta, if you will, of just adding a lot of stalkers, a lot of gateway units, and upgrading them and shipping them, Lambo would have just died to that attack, right? So identifying that, finding the timing, and getting the Spire as quickly as he did with the Muta out, put Classic in a really, really awkward position where really I think his only option was push or stay back and take a little bit of damage and fall behind for sure, right? Pushing at least feels like you definitely have an advantage on the ground. You definitely have the bigger army pushing out.
So you'd say that Lambo kind of took a risk and it really paid off, right?
I'm not sure if he took a risk because I'm not sure how aware he was of when the robos went down, right? But it could be a read, which would be a risk of sorts, or it could be simply that he saw the robos going down pretty early on with some sort of scout that we missed, and in that case, it's just it's just a brilliant response.
A brilliant response does sound likely, as Lambo is one of the bigger brain Zergs on the planet. As he pushes forward here with his Ro24 army, all the Banelings are exhausted.
Oof.
These disruptors are actually doing a lot of work.
Yeah, this
But
was
look at the
definitely an
money.
overextension. Yeah, the money is there, but now Classic has to feel like he has some momentum going after killing that many roaches, and he's been on the back foot for so long that I think this is his only play left. Right now, he has to push out, and he has to kill Lambo with this army. However unlikely it may seem, it's his best opportunity. Lambo just bled quite a bit, so he is trying to remax here on Zerglings. Not much of a backbone here in terms of roaches, but lots of links. A choke is going to favor Disruptor shot, but there's only 2 of them, and the first one whiffs. So now Lambo just has plenty, and this should be lights out for Classic. Recalls, though. Fighting Spirit.
Indeed, it is still gonna cost him a lot of units, and really, I'm not sure what Classic is looking for here. He needs really an angel to come down and save him from this position because he has no money, no army, and really not much of anything.
And the Cabal stacked up against him as well. So the opposite of an angel, he has devils on his shoulders here. Pressure from the Cabal.
Oh, okay. At least that's a connection there. You know, maybe a Reddit thread will go up with that shot, but...
Yeah, I really like that he leaves on that high note, right? He's like, okay. He's like, got it.
Got it.
Because you know, like when I saw that connection, I almost thought, okay, maybe just take that exit. You know, it's like take that
hey,
highlight.
It's a win in my book, you know.
Yeah, leave with a smile, you know. Because the game has looked so poorly throughout for Classic ever since the Muta made it out, that I think leaving on a high note is not the worst idea just for your mental.
But even still, I mean, speaking of mentals, like Lambo must be going into game 2 quite confident because it felt really one-sided throughout the whole game. Maybe there was a chance there that Classic might have broken if the stars had aligned for him, but I didn't feel it. I don't know if you did.
To me, the first push looked pretty scary. Like 4 Colossus push with Stalkers going into a Zerg that just invested into 8 Muta and Aspire. Right, that to me is pretty scary. But Lambo did a great job. He knew that he had a choke. He had some Ravagers to kind of just buy himself time, right? And he bought himself enough time that he managed to push Classic out and eventually win. But that part was scary to me for sure. It's a lot of investment on the Muta. I think it was a good response from Classic, you know, from what he had to work with. But yeah,
that's fair. Well, we are loaded up here into Babylon game 2. As we set up the scores and the introductions for the players.
I love that.
On the top left corner, it is up 1-0, Lambo King.
Oh, hail the Cabal. And in the bottom right-hand side, it is the Chin Toss Classic. He was wearing a Attack on Titan shirt yesterday or 2 days ago. You saw it?
Wasn't it just a green sweater?
Yeah, but then he played Big Game as well, so you know.
Did you change the scene for the game?
Did I change the scene for the game? I did now, Diego. Diego, you're very gentle in your callouts. I really appreciate that. All right. Well, introductions have been done, but we can do them again for the people.
Okay.
In the top left-hand side of the map for the Shopify Rebellion. Oh, hail the Cabal. It's Lambo.
And on the bottom right is the chin toss classic.
Love it.
We just inverted our intros.
We just inverted our intros. Yeah, he was wearing a green hoodie.
Yeah. You guys didn't miss out much. I mean, it is basically the same build as last time. Yeah. Nexus before core. He did, I believe, Gateway Scout, not even a Pylon. Oh, no, wait, sorry. It was a Pylon Scout, and then he blocked the hatchery, right? And Labo expanded on the third. So basically a repeat of the same openers of game one. So very, very cool.
Same, as they say. Lambo
Same,
is
same.
going to be mining his gas with all 3 workers. And yeah, there's very little reason when you get your hatch blocked on the natural, you don't really transfer those workers as easily to the third. So more likely to just push for the faster link speed. As transferring workers out of that gas is going to be a little bit less efficient. Lambo's going to go for it right after link speed, right? So this is the normal approach.
Makes sense. I mean, he's going to get the link speed right on time for the second adept, which is the scariest part, really. I mean, one adept, at least you can micro your drones if it ever get in your mineral line. Morph them into spores. 2 adepts, not really. I mean, it's much harder with one-shotting drones.
For sure. And you see this layered pairs of circlings from Lambo. A lot of the time he leaves 2 back and goes out with the other 2. This time around the adept is already on the way. He knows it. He spotted it. So he should be okay. And yeah, that is indeed Daiejo. A Twilight
Council. This is probably going to mean glaives, right?
Very likely. Very likely. Glaives could be DTs. It's very early. It could be glaives into DTs. Robo going up. So increases the likelihood of DTs.
Could be very much either way right now. Nothing researching just yet, but maybe he's just waiting for the gas.
I mean, I would expect DTs, but the Dark Shrine seems a little teeny bit delayed here. Nothing research. A very strange approach. Maybe he misclicked. He didn't click on it. There we go.
I think he just wanted to start his extra gateways. Sometimes you do glaive adepts on the back of 3 gateways, and this time he's going to be doing it out of 4. But it should still be done in time as long as he spends a couple chrono boosts on it. So not a big deal, I believe.
Not a big deal, I believe.
Yep.
All right. Also a chrono boost onto the War Prism. So, I mean, yeah, I guess he's going to cross the map. I'm not sure if it's going to line up nicely. I guess it is, right? Like a couple of... Glaives is a pretty fast upgrade. So it should be a-okay. Very good vision on the side of Lambo King. Look at that perimeter.
That really is impressive. Even if you look at the map vision, that's just like perfect. Even the overlords around his base, he's totally ready for the War Prism.
One of the best players at this, easily. And you notice like they don't even overlap with the creep, right? As the creep pushes, the overlords are also gonna push. So yeah, just beautifully done for Lambo on the defense, gathering information. And he knows what to do with that information more often than not. Let's see if he's going to be ready for this one. It's not an easy one. And this is the type of thing that he made the Roach Warren in the previous game for, right? Especially Classic being known for this type of attack. And Lambo having not shown the Roaches in the previous game might also be an enticing factor for Classic to attempt at something like this. The Queen with the most energy mispositioned at the front though. So that is an unfortunate loss for Lambo, who... Sheesh! One-shotting that Evo chamber there is Classic. One adept will go down. The other one in the back that's low wasn't target fired either. Lambo in a little bit of trouble, but he has only lost 2 workers so far. So it's so far so good. The problem for him is Classic's army is going to continue to grow. Adept's now looking to evacuate and perhaps gather some extra reinforcements, but Classic not really taking the time to warp in on the low ground, instead trying to do the 2-prong attack, and that's going to backfire a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's already preparing his transition, though. Behind it, he is probably going to go Disruptors and taking his third base. So I guess it's not bad. I mean, he did force Lambo to stay on the relatively low drone count throughout this entire time, plus the lost mining time. It's not bad. You can also see on the resources lost tab, it's 954 resources lost for Lambo to the 175 of Classic.
Yeah, the issue for Classic is that adepts don't scale well, right? And now Lambo has the answer in Roaches. So, I mean, it is pretty cool that Classic doesn't suicide and doesn't lose those adepts. But I worry that they're going to be too effective moving on forward. Like, the one thing that they're going to do, actually, the more I think about it, The one thing that they're going to do is entice Lambo not to go for circlings. And disruptors are just kind of the hard counter to roaches, especially roaches without speed. So it's kind of brilliant, actually.
Indeed. I mean, Lambo already morphing some Ravagers for safety, which is especially a juicy target for the War Prism drop with Disruptors. So
Yeah, indeed. At least they're a little bit more mobile than the roaches without the speed, so there's that. And Lambo's about to finish a lair. I mean, Aspire would win the game. The problem is you don't have the resources or the time for it this time around. Lambo a little bit supply block. They're going to have to make 6 Overlords at once. And here comes the big Adept Shade. This time accompanied by the nasty Disruptors. The Disruptors are there to counter the Roaches, which is the counter to the Adepts themselves. On Creep, though, it's not going to be the easiest execution for Classic, as he looks to shade on through. The War Prism is following as well. He will take the choke, and in doing that, gets 2 of the Ravagers. The Disruptors dropped really far away. I'm going to go just after a couple of Queens, and Lambo's not going to be too sad about that. However, the Adepts are still doing damage in the natural, now transferring over to the main, where Lambo has to evacuate and is taking a lot of damage. Supply still relatively even. The drone count is not insurmountable for Lambo at this point in time, but the Adepts are not done. Beautiful job from Lambo as well to tag the War Prism with the links. The Roach Warren does end up surviving, and these Adepts will get chased out. So, I mean, not really comboing the Adepts with the Disruptors. I feel like this could have been much worse for Lambo.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Lambo handled it spectacularly. Even that Spore Crawler in the main was positioned fantastically. The Disruptors just couldn't get the shots that they wanted on the Roaches. The Queens kind of like tanking the shots, zoning out the War Prism. That was beautiful. That was the icing on the cake. That was already the defense of the Glaive Adepts.
Yeah, it really was a beautiful defense for Lambo, like given the circumstances. But I think strategically, Classic had something very interesting that I haven't seen before. It is a risk. Again, if there is one Mutalisk, you lose, right? And it's very difficult to get a Muta, especially with the pressure applied early, obviously. But but given the circumstances, given what he had, Adepts should prevent circlings. And Disruptors on paper, hard counter slow Roaches, right? So, like, I just don't know why Classic couldn't manage to, or what was not allowing him to maybe hit this third base, for example, with the Adepts, and just the backbone of the Disruptors to shoo away the Roaches whenever they come to deal with them. Because it's enough Adepts that Roaches in small numbers you can deal with, Circlings are free, right? But instead, he gave the Circlings that fight against the War Prism to where you can't drop the Adepts, and then the Adepts fought the Roaches, which is the matchup that they also don't want.
Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity there, but still a lot of game to be seen, I think. Classic is taking his 4th base behind this. He has +2 on the way. Maybe it's not a great position for him, but definitely winnable.
Final snipe on the last shot of that spit from the Roach onto a Disruptor that kills it, saving so many Roaches. And Lambo on the counter offense, 14 probes go down to a Bailing Rambai. Wow.
That is crazy. Those Banelings that were morphing right next to the rock, I thought they weren't going to do anything, but they didn't end up getting spotted. Classic was focused on the Disruptors just like we were, and the Banelings just wrecked havoc. Now it feels like Classic wants to do some damage to get back into this game, but I'm not sure if he can.
Yeah, that's a lot of the force fields he has at his disposal. There's like 2 more available, and one gets kind of overlapped with one that was already existing. And Lambo with a beautiful flank here, getting on top of the Colossus. Is it going to be enough? The backbone of the Protoss army is still pretty powerful, but no more Disruptors to speak of. The big units have now been taken down, -1 Colossus, but Lambo seems to have enough. So he will chase, and he will push Classic off of his side, off of his creep, where he now has a wonderful advantage. I mean, that was the one opportunity for Classic to try to make something happen on the counter offense. He did not materialize it.
Yeah, I mean, his 4th base is done, but he still doesn't even have enough probes to transfer there, so his eco is really suffering. On the bright side, he did clear up a lot of the creep here, so maybe he can almost start pushing back to the hatchery. However, he only has 1 Colossus, which kind of limits his siege possibilities. Holy, almost going down there.
Yeah,
he's not looking great on tech units here.
Exactly, he's adding an extra Robo as well, which means extra Disruptors or Colossus, as Lambo continues with a relentless Bailing aggression here. The problem for him is Lambo already has a Hive, right? Like, he's not using it, but if he makes Vipers right now, I mean, call it a game, because there's no Templar tech whatsoever, and Vipers now get fired up. They get started. They may not be necessary, is the thing. But if this game continues on, it just gets even worse for Classic.
There is really no way out of Classic here. Not even time is on his side, as he is losing this 4th base. There is no saving grace. He is trying his heart out here, but
yeah,
I think that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote, indeed. And Lambo the King securing a comfortable 2-0 against a Classic that has looked very good in this tournament so far. But yeah, I mean, really masterful play from Lambo in this series, and that is why he is the leader.
Yeah, I mean, Lambo is just kind of showing us how unlucky he just got in the groups. Like, what things could have looked like if he got a group with less Terrans instead. He is stuck with 4 Terrans in his group, and definitely his weakest matchup. So this win is definitely going to help him get back in his group, but he's going to need to snag at least 2 more wins against Terrans, and one of those actually being Maru. So still got an uphill battle for him, but still good on winning at least one best of 3.
Yeah, well done by him. I mean, the other one is Big Gabe, I think, right?
Yes, Big Gabe. So the German Classico.
The German Classico. So the German Classico could go either way, I would still say. It's gonna be tough to beat Maru if he still has to go up against him. Is that a necessary requirement for Lambo to advance to beat Maru?
He could still advance with the 2-3. It is definitely possible. It will also depend on how games go for Hero Marine and Beyond, as those are also big contenders for advancing from the group. The big 3, right? Gabe, Maru, Beyond. So
yeah, that's
very
a tough
difficult.
One. But yeah, I mean, congrats to Lambo on keeping his hopes alive for the time being. He has a tough road ahead of him, like you said, but a wonderful series nonetheless for him. What is next for us, Dayejo?
For us next, it will be, I believe, Bunny versus Beyond. So a TVT next.
Bunny versus Beyond. That should be an extremely exciting match. Yeah, Bunny, my boy, my sniper from the Caster Civil War. He did the best there. Then he went on to finish on the most recent event before this one, right? DreamHack Atlanta. He got 2nd. So he is still a little bit underlooked. Even the bookies have Beyond as a clear favorite. But I think it's going to be a banger, and I think it could go either way for sure. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back in a bit. You love it? You wear it.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god!
I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters
Whoa.
Katowice.
You love it, you wear it. ESLshop.com official. Unnecessary thing here. Okay. Yeah, Joe.
Hi.
How long do we have? Do you know? I guess we gotta wait for Mario versus Bunny, right?
That's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
Cool.
Maru to 0.
Toshiro dreams of sushi. So what now then? We gotta wait for Pion?
I guess so, but he's not playing right now. Like, I don't know if mainstream wants to do Hero Marine Maru first, or sorry, Hero Marine Beyond first, or we're gonna do Bonnie versus Beyond first.
I guess I'll ask. Wait, how do I ask this? Diego. What is the initial schedule? They would do their match first, right? Which is
Yeah.
Hero Marine versus
Yeah.
and ours is Beyond versus Bunny, right?
Yeah. Chat asked Dark Bly. Wow, Drake Bly. Who do you guys think will win between Beyond and Hero Marine? Or am I the only one that thinks it's gonna be hard? Yeah, I think either one could win. I would go as far as to say 50-50, but probably I would guess the odds are in favor of Beyond for sure. What do you think, Diego? Bunny and Beyond? I think
No.
55-45 for
Hero Marine.
yeah.
Hero Marine. They said Hero Marine and Beyond.
then 90-10, I guess, for Hero Marine.
Oh, wait. You're trolling.
He's just so much bigger. What can you do?
Diego,
Unstoppable.
why are you trolling?
You disagree?
Realistically, what do you think this is? 90-10?
Let's ask Caligulac.
I would think Caligulac thinks 62 for Beyond, 38 for Hero Marine. That's what I'm gonna go with. What does it say?
38 for your Marine.
Okay. What did I say? 38, right? That's exactly what I said, right? 62 for being... Wow. Nailed it! They call me Aligulag in high school.
What a cool nickname.
Yeah.
He must have been so popular.
Yeah, for sure. It was like, who do you pick first for your soccer team? Aligulag. Aligulag, get here. And they're like, yeah, man. I got you. And between Bunny and Bian?
I think Bian.
Clemente Desplascientos lost game 1, losing game 2. Is the word on the streets.
Yeah, not looking too good, but still winnable.
Winnable. Clemente Desplascientos. Oof, that PF barely died. Wait, you can't load SCVs onto a PF, yeah?
Yeah.
Why don't Terrans do that very often?
They do. Like Beyond does it all the time, where he like does a load unload micro.
Yeah, that's beast. Yeah, Beyond does it all the time. Or Beyond, did it in that Reddit clip. But just now, like when the Ultras and everything was chasing the SCVs, would have been so huge if you could have loaded 5, like, just to get out on repair after, because that PF barely died.
You
And
have the
always
upgrade,
save
you can
those
even load
5s.
10.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
crazy. Downside, obviously, if the PF falls, but as long as the PF is not going to fall to Banelings, I think it's a good idea. Like, PF, you see Banelings? Enough Banelings? Yes, don't load. Not enough Banelings? Load. If the PF explodes with the SCVs, they all die instantly, or do they, do they get out?
They get out.
Really?
Well, same as a bunker.
Then just loading is good. Sheesh. looks so relentless.
He's got the money.
Guess he's got ducks in here. Oh, this was great for Clem, yeah? It's just a worker count, right? I can just do this one. What do you think, bunkers or what? Like, what does Clem need at this front position? Because he's just gonna keep getting hit, right?
I think he needs his own cabal.
Look at Dark, he's the actual leader of the cabal. Just look at him.
He does look like a
Whoa, is he their tiger?
like a kung fu master.
He does. Yeah, that mustache is super cool.
I really love it.
What do you guys in the chat think about Dark's mustache? I feel like if I was a director, I would cast him in a movie where he's like a kung fu master, like you said, but it's like revealed after. Like he's really a fisherman that just wants to do his own thing, you know? And then some like gang members come and attack him, and then he reveals he's a kung fu master. That would be the plot. Why is Clem pushing? This is crazy.
He's dead. I think, or at least he thinks he's dead. I mean,
I see. No,
to be fair, he was pretty dead. I mean, the eco advantage is nuts.
Yeah, no.
And the problem with this map is that there's too many bases, so you can't hope that the Zerg will run out of money.
8 bases, huh? Crazy. Clement de Planche. I mean, is he dead?
Yeah.
Clement de Planche, free ultra. Oh, Nidus, double Nidus. Double rainbow. They didn't really reply, so I'm gonna guess we have to wait for that series on the mainstream first, right?
Yeah. Maybe we should set another long timer.
Another long timer? Another one? I can do
Another
that.
one.
Okay. Alright, my friends. Gonna set a big timer here. Probably not gonna be an hour, but an hour is the timer for now. Maybe it will be an hour, who knows. We'll be right back. We're still muted though, Diego, just so you know. In case you start making weird sounds again.
Again?
As you usually do, yeah.
Very usual.
As per usual.
remove the disruptor so that it would force Protoss to make some changes so that it would still be viable. I think it'd make Protoss more interesting because a lot of the game bounces around the disruptor, so they would have to make a lot of changes which would make the game more interesting.
Book jump. Load downtime here, unfortunately, not something we can control. dojeżdżał.
What's up, Catch?
So all the matches that we need are done, right? Like we should be starting pretty soon.
Yeah, Beyond just finished his interview, so just gotta wait for him to get back to the player area, I suppose, and do the VODs.
Legitimate. Classic Mario will be happening apparently on the main stage. So we should be back to you guys very soon with this incredible match between Pion and your boy Bunny. Is that right?
Indeed. Said he thinks he's gonna lose.
Pion did?
Yeah.
Against Bunny?
Yeah.
Oh, why would he say that?
I don't know. Just too humble, I guess.
Is he?
That's the word on the street.
Mm. Do you believe it? Do you
Doesn't
believe
matter what I believe.
It does. All that
Nah, I'm
matters
just
is
a
what you
pawn.
believe. You're not just a pawn, Daiejo.
Just a pawn in the cabal.
You wish. And then we have Solar versus Cyril, huh?
Indeed.
That
Should close out the day.
That should be very, very cool. So do you believe that Bjorn believes that he's going to lose against Bunny?
I believe it.
Do you believe that he believes it?
I believe that he believes that he has a above 50% chance of losing.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, he never said he's 100% gonna lose. He just says he thinks he would lose.
I see. So you believe that he believes that he has a less than 50% chance to win.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So it's not humility then. It's just he's just being real.
Because I do think Beyond has above 50% chance.
So you think
but I guess it could also be weak self-confidence. But
right, he underrates himself. Lack of self-confidence. I guess you could call it if your assessment is different than his, right? From your perspective, it would have to be a lack of self-confidence displayed. Because you believe him.
Mm-hmm.
But you disagree with him.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. I'm in Camp Bunny. I believe him and I agree with him. Bunny's got this. Hero Marine versus Lambo getting set up on the B stream for anyone interested in that. And the map will be, to the surprise of nobody, Grasvan.
It has been a pretty notorious map in TVZ for sure. I guess as a Zerg, you really want to focus your vetoes on other things.
For sure, for sure. Isn't the word on the streets that this map was really good for Zerg though?
Word on the Reddit.
I see, I see. Scarlet seemed to be of the opinion that the maps make a bigger difference and they're Zerg favored.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that from her. I gotta send her a message and ask what's up.
You think
What's the next plan in the Cabal, you know?
You think the maps are Terran favored?
Yeah, I think there are more Terran favored maps than there are Zerg favored maps.
Very cool. Very cool.
Depends on your opinion of neo-humanity, to be honest, I think.
Neo-humanity. I don't know. If you break the rocks, it looks pretty good for Zerg. Should be starting soon, right? Should we bring the cameras?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not? All right, and we are back. These are the cameras. My name is Kat. I am joined by Diejo Schwimmer and his red microphone, all the way from Brazil.
If only, but yeah. That is me, Brazilian Diego. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the stream.
Yeah. How do you enjoy the Netherlands, Diejo? That's where he's actually at.
It's quite nice. It's like Brazil, but a lot colder.
People are super tall, huh?
Yeah, that is true. Actually, it is the on average the tallest people
on the
world. Planet.
That's actually crazy. Like is everyone taller than you pretty much? Because I want to know what I would be like there. I'm really short.
I'm actually below average here. It's the only country in the world where I'm below average.
That's pretty cool.
It's brutal.
That's brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, cool for them, but not as much for me, who's just 178. So
Oh, just
yeah.
178. I'm 170. I'm 5'7". What is that?
5'7". It's 170.
170. So
Oof, that's rough. I'm sorry, man.
I guess I shouldn't go to the Netherlands then. I've never cared for my height except for whenever I want to go to the Netherlands. Then I'm really scared about that, you know. It's like I'll have to just look up like all the time.
It's okay. People can also squat to talk to you.
That is true. That would be the nice thing to do, to be honest. And yeah, we are now in the lobby actually for the next match. This match should be an excellent TVT. So Daejo, you must be sick of CVPs and CVCs. Now we have a wonderful TVT for you to break down. And why don't you talk to me a little bit about Bunny, the rabbit?
Actually, I haven't been following Bunny too much. He's actually one of the Terrans that
you studied
kind of. Yeah, well, it used to be that he was my favorite Terran. Like I would copy all of his builds, watch all of his games. He's one of the Terrans that just like kind of did his own thing and didn't really care about what the opponent was doing, right? He was one of those guys. And I really respected that because it also meant that he brought his own well-executed builds. So it was very easy to copy.
Very innovative, and they were sound. They were good.
Yeah, exactly. And then what happened was he simply stopped streaming, and it made me very sad. And that was about a year ago. So mostly just focusing on tournaments, and he still, shows up to GSL, does really well, goes to Atlanta, gets second place. Like, he's still having these amazing runs. He actually even should have won game 2 against Maru, was up like 40 supply at a certain point and ended up dying in a base trade. So a bit unfortunate. But still, a very respectable player, and I really like him. So I'm excited to see how is he gonna fare against the powerful Beyond here.
Beyond on the scorecards was rated, I think, the second fastest player or something like that. Is that something you would agree with?
Hard to say. I mean, amongst all Terrans or all players?
I think amongst all players, Reynor was rated highest and then Beyond, which was surprising to me. He had one more point than Clem even.
I'm not sure. I mean, all those players are extremely fast. Maybe, I guess. I haven't seen him. I don't think I saw his POV to know for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he's definitely a beast. Definitely a multitasking master. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what Bunny brings to the table, as he's definitely going to have a build or two prepared here. Probably already been showing some of those, given that his group is mostly Terrans. Oh, StarCraft is not responding, waiting for program to respond. The worst universe. Now it's loading. And map number 1, Daejo, to the surprise of no one. Let's say it in 3, 2, 1.
Grace-Van.
So it should be a good one. We are now switching into the game. I will set things to best of 3, guarding and spawning. In the top left-hand side of the map, it is for the Shopify Rebellion. Does he even have a nickname? Beyond.
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, I was trying to think of his nickname, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on the bottom right, also, whose nickname I cannot recall, it is Team NV's Bunny.
Well, he's known as the best player ever to be named after an animal in the history of StarCraft 2. That's huge. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, not to be confused with Danish Bunny, who used to play for Team Liquid.
Not to be confused with Danish Bunny. This is Korean Bunny, so on average, probably a little bit shorter. As Danes are also pretty tall, I would imagine.
And speaking of heights, look at Beyond being cheeky, going for a Proxy Reaper, which, by the way, might actually just win the game. Because if you look at what Bunny is doing, he's going 1 gas expand with no SCV scouts.
We lost. If you're on team
Basically, he lost. And what's gonna have to happen is Beyond is gonna have to mess up his micro colossally in order to lose this game. Like maybe lose the first Reaper to Bunny's first Reaper somehow. But yeah, this is really bad. First of all, Bunny is gonna make a CC that he won't be able to defend. And then he's gonna have to cancel it and start a factory that is super delayed.
Yep. Not gonna be any Hellions for a while. That CC will never go up. Here come the boom as the factory does begin. And Beyond rallies his first. Doesn't rally his first Reaper just yet. Maybe wiser even to wait for the second Reaper, especially having not been scouted. We'll have time to delay the CC and oh, okay. Bunny will scout. Does this do anything for him, Daejo?
Not much. I mean, it gives him a little bit more time to react, to like cancel the CC and maybe pull SCVs, but still, look at how much HP he lost on the Reaper. That makes it even harder for him to fight together with the SCVs. He has to be extra careful not to lose the Reaper. If he loses the Reaper, it's instantly game over.
Yeah.
So he's gonna wait for the Marine, go together, and lose
this is okay. On the bright side for Bunny, at least he managed to finish his factory without any delays, right? Like the Reapers weren't able to get on top of the SCV building the factory, and maybe if he can get this Hellion out, that'll be enough to stall the aggression from Beyond, who is continuing to produce Reapers here. Is there a stopping point for Beyond, or is he looking for a kill 100%?
He definitely can stop if he feels like he lost too many Reapers, but so far he hasn't lost a single one, so there's nothing for him to be afraid of. Now he loses one, but he kills a Marine at least in exchange, kills the second one.
Yeah, second Reaper will go down. That grenade actually keeps Bunny's Reaper, to his own surprise, alive. It feels like he stopped microing and then he was like, oh, you're alive. And now the Hellion's chasing after, trying to bait with the HP of that Reaper. A Hellion will go down in the process, but not unexchanged for a Reaper. So Bunny, 16 SCVs to 24, will get started with his second CC a little bit faster than Beyond and is safe for the time being. So how far ahead is Beyond here?
I would give him a like 80-20 at least, because he has so many more SCVs and his factory is not even delayed or anything. It's just that he opted to go into a Cyclone first. So sure, Bunny had a faster factory, but those were only good for making Hellions. Even his Cyclone is later than Beyond's actual Cyclone, which is the unit that really matters after the early game. So
yeah, let's see if this Reaper can accomplish something on the other side for Bunny, as the Reapers of Beyond are kind of out of position. He will at the very least get a full scout and also be able to cause a little bit of a delay onto the starport, but the Cyclone will promptly get rid of that. So at least gathering full information is going to be Bunny. 4 Reapers probably not enough to contend with this, especially not now that the Cyclone has arrived. And yeah, also Beyond dropping the expansion on the low ground means that even though his second CC was a little bit later, he's gonna start mining probably even before Bunny can, and reaping the benefits of having it on the low ground earlier, right? So what does Bunny need to do here, Daejo? What do you do?
Well, first of all, he needs to make sure he doesn't lose any more SCVs, and he also needs to trade exceptionally well. For starters, these 4 Reapers and 1 Cyclone, he's going to have to micro particularly well against them so that he is able to at least secure his natural.
Yeah, maybe he can be sneaky with this Widow Mine, as Beyond does concede some room here at the front. Is there a reason for Beyond to back away like he did here, or like what is he fearful of? Pulling back the Reapers all the way and kind of easing up on that contain. Obviously he doesn't know about the Widow Mine, so maybe any other unit like a second Cyclone would have been threatening, or maybe he just wanted to do this drop no matter what.
I think he wanted to do the job, and maybe him sending the Reapers was just trying to simplify things a little bit. Also make sure that the Hellions that he scouted before don't actually run by into his natural.
And his Banshee is going to spawn at a very, very bad position and actually does not fix the rally Bunny, which means that the Banshee will fall. The Reapers will come back for second servings as well at the natural base expansion. But since they had to come all the way back from home, they're going to be a little bit late to accomplish any tasks. Still, the Cyclones are doing a lot of damage, and this is just piling up onto a already hurt Bunny.
Yeah, this is really brutal as he locks on to the Cyclone. I mean, he might be able to get the Medevac, but the lock-on breaks and he kills the Hellions, and He can even win against the cycle if he just hits it one more time. But at least in the natural, the tank was able to defend against the Reapers without taking any damage. So he's going to stabilize, but at what cost? I mean, behind this, Beyond already finished his third base. He has triple barracks production. Oh, no.
Oh, no. So what if you're Bunny now? Do you just produce tanks and hope that your opponent runs into you, like slowly expand and try to drag this game? Doesn't feel like he has any aggressive potential in the near future.
Yeah, it's not like he can pull SCVs and counterattack, you know? He would just get completely obliterated. So all he can do is start his Giga late third and just play from super behind and hope that Beyond like move commands or something into his tanks or makes a massive blunder like trying to drop into the Widow Mine. Just, yeah, he's going to need a couple of lucky breaks in this game to get back. And by a couple, I mean big ones.
All right, let's see if he's going to be able to accomplish anything. The supply, I mean, it's not too bad here as the Cyclone will lock onto a Raven. The Raven will provide vision. That means not even a scan will be necessary. And that is painful.
He can't catch a break. Oh, Bunny. That's just brutal.
It's kind of that snowball effect as well, right? Like you feel like you're behind, you're actively trying to take some risks, trying to make something happen with the energy of the Raven, trying to not be too conservative, create some openings for you to come back in the game, but instead it just piles and piles against you. And Beyond doing a good thing here, which is to show restraint. Normally he is very eager to be the aggressor, but I think recognizing that he is so far ahead, he's just chilling for now. As I say that, he does move out.
Yeah, like what Bunny I guess is hoping for is he has a tank count. If Beyond, for example, walks into a tank line without scouting ahead and maybe delaying his matrices a little bit, then he might get a few pot shots in on Beyond's army. But like Beyond he's a smart player. He already sent a Marine ahead. He saw everything. He's being very cautious, clearing the map with Cyclones. He's not going to make silly mistakes like that might cost him the game. So
yeah, opening the map as well. Has a drop ready to go into the main if he wants to, and at the same time he can still siege the natural expansion. There is that Widow Mine somewhere in the main, but Ravens are going to give a heads up there. Lots of auto turrets are going to go down just to secure the load off for Beyond. All of the Raven energy has been utilized, but that doesn't matter too much if there's no siege tanks here for Bunny to defend. In the very back there is a siege tank. There is now 3, but one of them gets picked off, the most important one, the one that had a position to maybe hold onto his main. And now it's a slow crawl to just to dislodge this. The Widow Mine does wonderful work onto the Marines, but still tanks mostly unaccounted for. Scans on either side will reveal the tanks, and Bunny will actually take the better trade there. But the Marines are just suiciding in a single file against the other 2 tanks, and the mineral line has been ravaged. Bunny will GG in Korean and English for all to understand that he is out of this.
thank you, bilingual Bunny.
Thank you, bilingual Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a rough game. I mean, he gambled and he paid the price for it. I'm not sure what triggered his decision to go for a 1 Rax expand without scouting, but maybe he just felt like he wasn't good enough for Bunny or for Beyond. And meanwhile, Beyond saying in the interview that he thought he wasn't good enough for Bunny. So really an interesting dynamic we have going on this series.
Yeah, I guess both players taking a risk of sorts, right? Like different ends of the spectrum as far as risks. One being overly greedy, one being overly aggressive. And over-aggression will punish over-greed every time. So, yeah, unlucky draw there from Bunny. And well-chosen strategy for Beyond. Pretty much a build order win there.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see how's that going to affect the decision-making for the builds. In the second game, because it is going to be a slightly bigger map. Ancient Cistern, of course, as Beyond asked for a 2-minute bathroom break.
He didn't so much ask, he announced. I feel like if he had asked, I would have been like, no. We've been waiting for so long, Daejo. Unbelievable. Of course, he comes back from the stage, a series, you know, like a very, very busy day for a player.
Yeah. You know, when I asked for a bathroom break in the best of 3 at last year's Katowice, they said no.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no, you should have just stood up and been like, I need to go to the bathroom. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel. I feel like I can't get away with it like the Koreans do, you know. And then they.
I mean, they
if
can't
they get
say
called out
no.
on
They
it,
can't say
they
no
like
to a bathroom break.
feign language barrier. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I need to
No,
go
no,
to
no,
the
no, 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 no. Diego, if someone says you can't have a bathroom break, you are like, I can and I will have a bathroom break. Because nature calls, you gotta go. You know, like if you gotta go, you gotta go. It's not something that it's not. Or otherwise, in the interview, you should have been like, yeah, I mean, yeah, the ESL admins didn't allow for a bathroom break, so it was a rough one, and yeah, peed myself if you must drop it in there. It's just
Indeed.
crazy.
I'll keep that in mind for the next.
You do not get denied bathroom breaks, Diego. You call me. You'll be like, I'm gonna call a lawyer. You just call me. I pretend to be a lawyer. And I'll be like, my client wants a bathroom break. Take me to your leader. The door's open, and of course, behind the scenes is Lambo. That's why you got denied the bathroom break. It was the circa all along behind the scenes. But yeah, it's gonna be Beyond versus Money game 2. Beyond leading the series 0 or 1-0, and we are going to Ancient Sisters.
Ancient Sisters. Wait, Cistern. Cisterns? Or Cisterns?
Cistern. Cistern.
Cistern. Because I remember we Googled this in the first day. And it meant
yeah, for sure. We know it's a water
water container.
That much is known, Daejo, as we are already loading into Ancient Cistern.
Game number 2. With Bunny down 1-0.
The score is fixed. Beyond is up 1-0, and it's starting! In the top right-hand side of the map, it is for Team Envy. Bunny Rabbit!
And on the bottom left side, once again, deciding for a proxy, but a similar kind of proxy this time. It is Byun Hyun Woo.
You were going to say a different kind of proxy, and then you had to adapt on the fly as you saw the second CV.
Yeah.
What did you think it was going to be? Marauder?
Yeah, if it's one SCV, it's always Marauder. Oh, it could be Proxy 1 Rex Reaper as well, but that one's not too common.
All right. So Beyond, relentless here. Gonna go for the double trouble, the double Proxy Rack Reapers once again. And Bunny still not with a scout, at least not for the now. And double gas this time, so he should be a little bit quicker to that factory. And should be planning on delaying that CC on the low ground. Both good things against this particular attack.
Yeah, so not scouting against Proxy Reaper with 2 gas, of course, is still not ideal. The most ideal thing is actually to scout it, but at least with 2 gas, you have a fighting chance of defending it. So this has the potential to be way better for Bunny. So it's all going to come down to how soon he sees those Reapers coming. Hopefully he's also able to spot the barracks. I'm not sure what path he usually takes with his Reaper. But yeah, as long as he is able to pull SCVs in time and fight well with the Reaper, then he should be okay here still.
Yeah, it's going to come down to reaction time. I have to imagine that this is going to avoid the natural path of the Reaper. No, maybe not. The Reaper is... Oh, it's scouting to the right. Okay, now it reroutes. It will see this other Reaper of Beyond. Both players very quick to react. Grenades go down on either side. Bunny actually, I think, has the slight edge there. And he will get to the high ground!
Oh, no! No!
He will not. I mean, that
complete disaster.
It's a complete disaster on the back of pathing, right? If there was a jumping spot like 1 hex to the left, he would have been fine. But the map is new, and so he's not used to exactly the entry point, and as a result, he clicks up the ramp, and his Reaper goes a little bit more diagonally than he would have liked. That nets Beyond the distance, basically, to engage onto it and kill it. And now the second Reaper also going down, but a Marine is out here to help the Helium Beautiful Credia Grenade. will actually bounce the Hellion away and defend Beyond's Reapers for now. So good start for Beyond still.
Yeah, I mean, what saved Bunny there was that the Hellion actually got a triple shot on the Hellion, so
nice.
Really kept the Reapers low health there. And actually, maybe he'll be able to stabilize kill.
Yeah, I mean that if that next Reaper at least fall, if that Hellion maybe could have gotten repaired a second later or a second earlier, there is a few things, a few details that have gone in the favor of Bian here. The game is not over. Not even near over as compared to the last game, but Bian definitely with some edges, right?
Indeed, indeed. I mean, you can even see that at least with the 2 gas, even losing the first Reaper, he still had a much bigger shot. What are the advantages for Bian in this case? I mean, he still has the faster Cyclone, for example. And I think he also gets to build your CC in the natural, which is also means you can mine from it faster. But Bunny also has his advantages this game, for example, the faster CC and starboard. So it's not terrible for him either.
Yeah, a bit of a misclick there from Bian. Sending those Reapers to the top is going to net the Hellions a good shot. But now one of the Hellions getting sniped and trying to protect his supply depot. I feel like he should have lowered it a little bit earlier so he could have maneuvered a little bit better. Now he does, but Bian is just on killing mode for now with the Reapers. A Cyclone is going to be very nice for Bunny to stabilize here. Do not want to use the lock-on onto that barracks. If he does, I'm sure Bian will pounce on that opportunity.
Yep. Also, we got a request for a Control-Shift-O to hide the camera overlay on the stream.
Got him.
But he's actually gonna jump up together with the lock-on. What a play, actually, with the Cyclone Bian. The playmaker actually not afraid to jump there with the Reaper. Really great micro. I mean, this is really what the guy is known for, right? Second Cyclone, of course, is gonna be able to defend.
Lock-on onto... Oh, wow, that grenade saves his Cyclone. Beautiful.
Beautiful
grenade.
Yeah, so what happened was he used the Cyclone below the main to lock on to the Cyclone in the main.
Oh, I see.
Really beautiful stuff. And now that actually opens up a drop for with the 2 Cyclones, except one of them is going to be really damaged. So I don't expect this will do a lot.
Bian, I mean, a little bit of a daredevil here. Gonna suicide both of his Cyclones as a result. Takes one down with him, but the medevac will also fall. So a good little bit of damage there from Bunny, as he also has to use a defensive turret to fend off the other flank. The Reapers do manage to delay the CC a little bit further even via killing the SCV building it, but Bunny will stabilize. By that, I mean, he's still in a little bit of trouble here. Economically speaking, he is 9 workers behind. Both players are working on their 3rd command center. Both players have their natural situated. In terms of production, I mean, they look fairly even. Bian has already invested into a couple of extra gases in his natural base though, so and now is faster to the extra barracks as well. So definitely advantages for Bian here, despite the supply being so even.
Yeah, I mean, the way that you're gonna see the SCV count show its advantage for Bian here is how much faster his extra barracks are gonna be. Like, he already has 5 barracks on the way.
But look at this, Bunny's a madman, an animal. I love it. I wear it.
Aww. 4 CC. Well, although I do like it, and he does need something to, you know, catch up in this game somehow. His production is going to be so late. His army will be really quite weak. So I wonder if he's just going to opt to stay on 2 bases for a bit longer.
I feel like you need to secure the 3 bases as often as early as possible. It can't be that big of a giveaway, I think, in just staying in the 2 bases. And you're gonna need that 3rd base at some point, right? So maybe just start throwing the tanks out there. A scan from Bian will reveal mostly the army of Bunny, but luckily for Bunny, his production is not revealed, which might be the green light for Bian to go ahead and kill him. 2 Reapers are scouting about on the map. Please don't tell me, Daejo, that they have any shot of finding this base.
I would find it very unlikely, but if it did, then definitely would call VAC on this.
VAC.
But yeah, the reason why I think it's risky for him to try and take the 3rd base is not because it would give away the hidden base, but also because it really opens himself for aggression like drops as soon as the stim is out, like Bjorn is going to want to amplify his advantage and be aggressive out on the map. Oh, interesting decision to try and fly over the turret. Doesn't really pan out. Gets a reactor at least.
Will he? Bjorn has the option to repair it. Will he get there in time? Oof. Does get the reactor. Does not make you a liar.
Knows about the third now at least. And what does Bunny follow this up with? I guess he just goes for very delayed bio.
I'm really surprised that there's any stoppage in the tank production. I feel like if you're gonna be this greedy, if you're gonna be cutting production, the one thing that you should probably get is those anchors in the tanks and just try to set up a defense that's very difficult to breach with those, because you're not gonna contend in the marine numbers, surely, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Houston, we have 2-0 by the looks of it. I mean, there's a lot of Vikings here. They're gonna land, but it's not gonna be enough by the looks of it, and Bunny will GG.
Houston, you can confirm that. That was brutal. Bian just completely asserted dominance here in this series.
Yeah.
C-Stream has definitely been the stream of fast series, because holy moly, that's another 2-0 in less than 20 minutes.
It really, yeah, we really haven't gotten many awesome games, I gotta say. Like, maybe a couple here and there. Like, what was the best series that we had? Hero Marine versus Maru. I mean, that series was cool. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, a lot of stomps otherwise. Never liked it.
Yeah. Today we had Gumiho versus Creator, which was also relatively fast, but it was also back and forth, 2-1 at least.
True.
So
that's true. So not a 2-0. We celebrate those.
We celebrate those in this stream, guys.
Yeah. But
I believe that was our second last series. We will probably close out the stream with Solar versus Sero.
Oh, baby! That should be a great one. I'm so excited.
10 minutes or so, I think. But is there anything else you want to analyze from this series? Maybe we can kill some time over here. Sure.
We can jump into which replay would you like to jump into? Does the chat have any recommendations? Is there any fight in the series that you would like to look at again? What?
Well, it's just the first game. It was over from the build, so there's really not much point. And then the second game, it feels like he just got unlucky with losing the first Reaper there.
It really was uneventful, right? Like, it really was a really bad series. Like, nothing against the players. The players are both fantastic. But yeah, no one ever says bad series, Like, people, it's like a little bit taboo. It's always like great series, great play. Because people associate like a bad series with bad play or something like that. It wasn't bad play, but it was a one-sided series, very build order dependent. There really wasn't much excitement, much back and forthing, and I'm sure that these two, if they play 100 times, 90% of the time, it would be a better showing than this for the audience, but not to be today.
Yeah, I mean, Bunny did manage to stabilize there after the initial proxy Reapers. He actually didn't lose that many SCVs, but then after that, Bjorn just fucking destroyed him with Stellar Reaper Micro. Even combining with the Cyclone, that was...
I mean, his grenades have purpose. I swear, like when I play tournament, I go with my Reapers. I'm like, I have an idea of where the grenade might land and what it might do, but it never works, But when I watch Beyond, his grenades are always like the grenade, It's like, oh, wow, he actually used that grenade where he wanted it, and it accomplished what he wanted to do, pushing the Cyclone back, for example, like to unlock his Cyclone, to save it. Like, that's so cool. So yeah, I love watching Bian play with Reapers. It's kind of his signature unit, I would say, at this point.
Most definitely, and props to him as he secures, I believe, a 3-1 score in his group.
Very nice.
It's actually does it guarantee his advancement? Because now that Classic has lost to Maru.
Score?
0-2.
2-0. Dreams of Sushi.
Too many maths, guys. Too many maths. But 3-1, definitely a favorable score to have in this group right here. I think it's very
you think so?
little
You think
chance
3-1 is
that he didn't
favorable,
advance.
like a positive, you would say? 3-1.
Yeah, but it's not guaranteed because everyone in this group is either 2-1 or 1-2.
Very
so,
true.
yeah, and Maru with the 3-1. But it does mean that probably Classic will not be advancing with 1-3 score.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hero Marine is 1 up against Lambo the King, and yeah, or is that one already over as well?
Marine Lambo is
Lambo.
maybe over already.
Maybe over already. Why don't you guys in the chat update us on the series that we haven't been able to watch? When
yeah,
Cyril, says Broiku. Very soon, Cyril. Long awaited.
A long awaited.
Yeah. Chirocat says the only thing to show is the micro of Beyond's Reapers in game 2. Yeah, I agree. I mean that was kind of the highlight there.
Truly.
I mean we can open there was some interesting details I guess in that game 2 that we could look at.
Sure. Load it up if we have time.
Yeah, why not? Unless you think we don't have time, I loaded it up. Come join.
You need to invite.
I need to invite? You're a vampire
Yes.
now?
Are you new?
Okay, Daejo. Hoping Hero qualifies too, says Max Umbra. Yeah, Hero's very likely to qualify. Have you not seen his card? It's good to see Bian being able to perform under pressure. Well, he removed a lot of pressure by saying he expected to lose, I feel like. Maybe that's part of his plan.
That could also be part of his plan.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he was gonna win, but he was just saying it.
To relieve himself from expectations. It's not an unlikely thing to do, to say. And yeah, here we go, Daejo. I'm gonna speed it up to the first altercations here. But yeah, the first thing I want to look at is that pathing. I felt like that was so sad for Bunny. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't think it was really the issue with the pathing. It was just because in this map the cliff is a lot shorter than it looks. Like there's a big portion that you can't actually jump up from.
Right.
Which is
so
what blocked him from.
It's this lit up area, right? So I think he thought he can jump here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would call that a pathing, like a pathing, some pathing miscalculation.
Did you
It's
change
not
the
like a
scene?
pathing. Oh no, I didn't. I'm sorry. The classic. Okay, well we haven't done anything yet. So yeah, we're just looking at this, and I think what's gonna happen here is Bunny doesn't, in the heat of the moment, recognize that it's a new map, so he thinks he can jump here, and so he probably clicks somewhere here. I don't know where he actually clicked, but we're about to see. And the Reaper goes diagonally to go up the ramp, and that's where Bian gets the last attack of opportunity. And it's a pretty huge moment, right? Like the map maker decided this one for Bunny. So grenades go off. Bunny gets the first shot here, I believe. So Bian is forced to retreat. Now Bian has a second Reaper. So let's see what happens here. Where did he click? Did he click yet?
I think he just clicked in the main, right?
He didn't click. Oh, did he click in the main? Oh, is that his click? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he thinks he's gonna jump through here, but instead, look at this, like perpendicular to the other Reapers Hatley for him. Oh, he's not even looking, Bunny.
Well, keep in mind that you also don't. Reapers can shoot from below until you complete the jumping animation. So you're not safe until you actually complete the entire jumping animation. So
yeah, he gets 2 attacks of opportunity mid-air. He gets sniped the first Reaper, and that's just painful now. This SCV does manage to complete the factory. But yeah, let's see what else happens. Is there any other point that you like about this game, Daejo?
he actually managed to defend this without losing too many SCVs because he was pulling back the weakened SCVs, so good macro on him from this part. And right here, this is exactly what I was talking about.
I see what you talked about, yeah.
The triple splash damage on the Hellion is actually what kept him alive for a bit longer, because otherwise there would be 2 healthy Reapers and 1 low health Reaper only.
Everyone got flamed there. So yeah, triple damage out from that Hellion, that shot. That's why you line up your shots, boys and girl. And now Bunny forced to drop his CC on the high ground, etc, etc. Beyond relentless with the aggression. Oh, that's painful. I mean, the SCVs were pulled to repair that Hellion.
Yeah, but even still, if you look at resources lost, I mean, only losing 150 resources extra after losing your first Reaper for free is really not that bad. So good, stabilizing here from Bunny. That I think that lock-on is really what did it afterwards.
All right, we'll go there.
Losing his Cyclone.
Here's where I feel like this supply depot should have been lowered earlier, right? Just to allow for the Hellions to path a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond, he doesn't even let his Reapers heal to full. He puts them to work before then. Consistently.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, you know, it's very taxing on the APM. So, and he was very eager to defend this depot. Probably because, I'm not sure why, because he wouldn't supply block him. He had remade the depots behind his mineral line, just in case he lost it. So, maybe it would have been better to just let it die.
Really?
In the end.
Maybe so. I mean, it's $100 cash.
Yeah. And then
Boom,
this right here.
I see it. So very nice surprise element from Beyond, right? Like pre-planned. He knows what he's going for with that Cyclone. Gets in range of vision. And yeah, he pretty much snipes it. I mean, pretty much impossible for Bunny. He would have to be simple.
Got away with murder.
Yeah. He would have to be device in order to you know, turn around and
saving the Cyclone here was really nifty.
Those grenades, nasty. That was, I mean, yeah, stellar micro. Like, he does drop 2 grenades, so, you know, not quite believing 100% in the 1 grenade. 1 grenade would just be more stylish. You know?
True.
But yeah, I mean, the game looks pretty over from here. Bunny's gonna try to do what he can, but it's not gonna work. He's gonna send his he's just gonna try to stabilize him. It's just not gonna work. Beyond does suicide these 2 Cyclones, but at least gets a Cyclone in return. Good reaction from Bunny there to drop the auto turret as well. Yeah, nothing more to say here, Daiejo. Is there any other part you want to highlight?
I think that's about it.
Excellent. All right. So yeah, guys, we are in the waiting room right now. Not actually in the waiting room, because that might imply that we are in the lobby, and we're not. But we are in the... It's several o'clock, someone said. The FL Ops. What is FL? Florida? Floridian Ops?
Is it FI?
Finland. Has to be Finland, yeah. So that's why they say several o'clock.
I think we can probably run ads before our series.
Sounds
good. And then come back after a short break.
Don't forget, if you love it, you wear it.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Do it in ranked.
Whoa! How? This dude is insane.
Do it on land.
Oh my god! I need this guy on my team.
Do it on stage. Do it all on an Intel Extreme Masters certified PC. Game like the pros.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You love it. You wear it. Wear it. Wear it. Wear it. Did you run some commercial advertisements, Diejo?
I did.
That's good. So players are reseeding, my friends. And that means just a little bit more to go. We'll throw it to a quick break screen, but it should just be a couple minutes here. Or we can actually go over some of the results, as Group D is decided at the bottom at least. Who's advancing and who is out is decided, as Hero Marine has... cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. As Hero Marine has defeated Lambo 2-0. Classic defeated by Maru 2-0. And Bian taking down Bunny 2-0. So kind of a stompy set of games here for the last couple of rounds today, actually. And that means Bunny, Classic, and Lambo are all eliminated. Maru, Bian, and Hero Marine all advancing in Group D. In Group A, a similar story. We have a Cure and Neeb already eliminated with 1-3 scores. Clem and Oliveira still in contention for that third spot, essentially. Maybe even second with some luck if Dark should lose 0-2 or something like that, but most likely contending for the third spot. And Oliveira does have a date against Ragnarok, who is at the top of the group at the moment. More or less sharing it with Dark with +3 points each, but one extra game won on the side of Ragnarok. So, yeah, I mean, that should be a tough ask for Oliveira. On the other side, also Clem with a tough one against Cure. I would say Clem with a little bit less pressure in the sense that Cure is already eliminated, so Cure may not... I don't know, Diego. When you're already eliminated from a tournament, like, do you go into the next match and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm ruin this guy's day? Or are you kind of like just dejected, not care as much? How does it work for you?
Are you kidding me? For $300 per win, plus the extra money based on how well you place in your group, I for sure try my heart out.
Your heart out, no lack of motivation whatsoever.
Nope.
It's the same as if you were already, if you were in contention.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe in that case, if that is the case for you, I imagine it varies from player to player, but if that was the case for you, then it probably just relieves pressure in a certain sense too, right? So I guess
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it can get better for some players. It can get worse for some players. We'll see what type of Cure shows up tomorrow against Clem. But Clem very much needs that win. Dark is going up against Sneep to see if he can solidify his position. No one is actually guaranteed to have qualified in that group just yet, but things looking good for the Korean Cirque duo. In Group B, the Cabal also triumphant as Raynor is undefeated so far, 4-0. Has dropped a couple of maps, but that's about it. Two Protoss brethren in Astrea and Showtime have already been eliminated, both with 0-4 scores, await each other to see who will be the worst performer of the entire tournament tomorrow, actually, as only one player will be leaving the tournament with 0 victories, and it will be one of these two. A little bit of pressure in that regard, right? And yeah, Creator, Gumiho, and Spirit all in the running still, with Creator and Gumiho having better scores than Spirit, but Gumiho versus Spirit coming up could determine quite a bit. Spirit looking for a 2-0 to kind of close the gap a little bit, as that would give him +2 points, putting him at +1, and get Gumiho at -2 points, putting him at the same score as Spirit, which would be +1. And that means they would both be 3-1, tied in score, tied in series, etc. And then the head-to-head Spirit would win. So Spirit pretty much needs a 2-0 tomorrow, I think, against Gumiho to have a shot at advancing, is what I'm getting from this, but I could be wrong. I'm no mathematician. And in Group C, finally, it is the most open group. The least number of games have been played here. Elaser is trailing with a 0-2 score, so scratch my last statement. Elaser still could go 0-5 technically. Hero is 2-0, and with a flawless map score so far, so the only player in the tournament that hasn't yet dropped a map, soon to go up against Elaser, which could solidify both of those positions. And then we have Serral having dropped a series to DRG, DRG having dropped a series to Hero, Solar having dropped a series to Hero, and Special having dropped a series to Serral and defeating Elaser. So a very wide open group, and that is the match that we're going to be looking at next. It's going to be Solar versus Serral in a CVC for the ages.
ZVZ for the ages.
For
Actually,
the
those are the
ages, for the ages
two,
of Immortal. You get 2 lives.
arguably the two strongest Zergs in the group.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I would go as far as to say that. For sure, right? For sure. I mean, DRG has flashes of brilliance, as does a laser, but yeah, I would say definitely result-wise, Solar and Serral. They could be contenders for the whole tournament. Solar is your dark horse, after all.
He is my chosen dark horse to win the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's hungry for revenge after getting knocked out, getting eliminated by Hero Marine last year.
I remember. IH California says, WTF, 3 streams but non-showing games. Yeah, as it happens. Gabe is my dark horse, says No Scrow 2. I like that. It's a good one.
It is a very good one.
Superior Hands is a name in chat. That is an interesting name. Okay, we are getting the invite into the lobby, Daiejo, for the last series of the day. This should indeed be a very exciting one. It is going to be Juna Sotala trying to vindicate himself from previous losses to some degree.
Very exciting stuff, by the way.
What
We're going to be starting on Royal Blood.
No way.
Yahweh.
No way.
Yahweh.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Seems to be a reoccurring theme here in ZVZ. Happened same as against between Dark and Ragnarok, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But we usually get very exciting games. As I mentioned here multiple times before, it is the shortest map in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
So the most potential for rushes, the most potential for all-ins. We saw, for example, Ragnarok trying his +1 Carapace Roachling all-in against Dark, which actually ended up working pretty well. So I wonder what these two have prepared for each other as we prepare to start the game.
As we
What are your
prepare for the
predictions?
game, my prediction is going to be 2-1.
Or?
I don't know. I mean, Serral. Obviously, have to say Serral, but people think I'm biased. What about you? What do you think? You're a player. You can't be biased. You're a pro player. Rank 11.
That is true.
Fear Dragon said. Rank
Yeah,
11.
pro game.
Yeah.
Pro gamers can't be biased, so I can say Serral 2-1.
Nice. Okay. So Solar, of course, is one of the great guys. You are also one of the great guys, Daiejo.
I thought you said we don't talk about the great guys.
Well, it's the Sir Cabal now that we don't talk about. The great guys is now.
Okay.
Well, some people think that there's some semblance of a connection between the great guys and the Sir Cabal. But yeah, I don't think anyone's picked up on that yet, so it's fine.
Well, yeah, Solar is the only Korean person in the great guys. The only Korean great guy, so.
Whoa.
And I think one of the newer additions.
Someone clip that.
As well.
Solar is the only Korean great guy. What are you saying, Diego? The Koreans can't be great guys?
Well, if there are any Koreans out there who wants to be a great guy, message me. We can discuss a tryout. But usually, there has to be some scouting going on.
True that. All right. Well, yeah, Solar certainly is. His English is pretty good. He's always liked communicating with foreigners. Like his playstyle has always been like more non-Korean than Korean. It almost feels like he imported strategies from the European and just non-Korean scene over to Korea more so than anyone else, perhaps in that circuit. So yeah, he very much has been plugged to that scene for a while. Yeah,
he definitely respects the European Zergs a lot. at least enough to message them and ask for help against certain things, or maybe even builds. So, yeah, a very knowledgeable guy it is, that Solar, who is spawning in the top right corner and playing for KaiZ Gaming. Give it up for Minsu Solar.
Probably wearing pajama pants.
Probably, yeah. I know exactly which ones as well.
The bear.
Yeah.
And in the bottom left-hand side of the map for Team Basilisk, it is the Finnish phenom, Cyril. All right, let's see what happens here. It's going to be a hatch first on either side. That's 16 supplies. Cyril's went down a second earlier.
Indeed. Gases should go down at 8 before spawning pools here, right? Most likely.
Most likely at 18, yeah. Most likely we'll take it, rally the drones to the gas. But no, actually Solar choosing to do something else. Cyril already took his gas. So Cyril doing the standard thing here, where Solar is playing gasless for the time being. Going for a third hatchery potentially. This is so dangerous. This is so dangerous. He's trying to sneak an expansion, right? Like he was looking at this base on the top left-hand side.
That is sneaky.
So dangerous.
Wait, and what does this mean for him if he wants to like defend against some kind of all-in? It's just he's gonna have 350 less minerals, or what?
Yep. And he's not gonna have speed to work with, right? Like that's the thing, is he's trying to make up on the economic front. Maybe he walls off and goes into something like roaches off of what would seem like 2 bases from Cyril. But I think Cyril being Cyril, I mean, I don't think that you pull this one up on Cyril of all players. Cyril's going to say something's weird, and he's going to have 2 Zerglings, and they're going to go around the map scouting, is what I think. I think that Cyril of all players will find this hatchery because it's just too odd. Like, you know, and yes, Solar, I mean, very, very cool strategy here, staying gasless still. Cyril already has started his link speed, and I don't know how he's gonna defend, but I'm curious.
And behind this, Cyril is actually still mining gas with 2 drones. I guess this means that he's probably gonna throw down a rather early baneling nest.
Yeah, it's a safety mechanism to some degree. I mean, you could also technically go for a roach warren to follow a link float of some kind, but yeah, baneling nest is going to be most likely the choice here for Cyril, who scouts the third, sees no third. At least Solar has stacked these links of Cyril, will force him back, but when these 2 other links for Cyril arrive, he regains map control, right? And that means he can just go scouting with at least one of those links if he wants to. And I love casting Cyril because he is always so fun to analyze. He always has cool moves. So these links are going to be idle. I imagine they're going to go do something, especially once you get the link speed.
Yeah. It looks like both players are going to get Evo chambers. The difference is that Solar is throwing down his Roach Warren at the front. I guess to kind of indicate that he's... Well, you got to make it obvious that there's... Or not obvious that there's a hidden third base, right? And usually Zerg players, they do this kind of delayed third builds with Roach Warrens at the front. So just kind of being safe as well against link floods and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, you have to go for the Roach Warren, right? Like, if you're in Solar's position, because you're simply just not able to contend with the link numbers, so you have forfeit map control completely. His base on the top left has still gone unscouted, and oddly enough, Cyril scouted for bases, for hidden bases, but he scouted the lower half of the map first. Now he might be going towards the top half. Not yet. I mean, that's just like one of the 3 bases at the top that haven't been scouted. And this could come back to bite him. He is on 3 base himself. But yeah, I mean, look at Cyril's vision, right? Like, very diligent scouting, except for that top left-hand side corner. So,
I mean, if you're Cyril here, what do you think it is? Oh, he gets in. He got in. Doesn't seem much, though. I mean, he sees 1 gas and maybe a few drones mining gas here at the natural. But, like, if you're Cyril in this position... Do you suspect Nidus? Do you suspect 2 base Muta? Or what do you think it is?
If I'm Cyril in this position, I'm not suspecting anything. But I think that Cyril probably thinks something's up. Like, he has to, right? He's Cyril. There's so much missing from Solar. You have to be very good at counting. You have to have a very strong intuition to look at a drone line,
to look at the timings of the lair and be like, there's something missing. But Serral is Serral, so of course he's gonna know. Now he finds this base. Is it too late? Roach is already on the way to reinforce. These drones are gonna hug the queen. Only 2 have gone down so far, and Serral with the option for aggression onto an open base. But now Solar is beginning to have the tools to where he can actually hold this, right? He's gonna be a little bit behind in terms of the Roach attack, but he is considerably ahead in terms of Roach speed, which is what's gonna enable his mobility between his now or soon to be 4 bases. So Serral with a lot of pressure to make something happen.
Indeed, and he is gonna push across the map with roaches and lings. The advantage that he has over Solar is that he has link speed, and that enables him to be a bit sneaky with them over around the map, maybe try to find some opportunities to run by into the main and kill a few drones. But overall, Spire is gonna be the choice of tech here for Solar. Just trying to be a bit sneaky. I mean, Serral might spot it with this Overseer later on, but for now, this goes unnoticed.
Solar playing a beautiful, very tricky game here. He has already gotten away with murder in the sense that like he is ahead of Serral in terms of, you know, just having had that economy a little bit earlier situated. In terms of economy, they're actually even at this point in time. Serral leads in terms of upgrades. But Solar will have that Spire, and when that Spire is out, it spells a lot of trouble for Serral. So Serral's likely want to push out with this Roach Beater sometime soon, because otherwise he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. His 4th is also delayed by comparison to Solar's, and before he couldn't be out on the map, like when he was pushing with those links on roaches, he really couldn't be out on the map because he was lacking the Roach speed. Now he has it, so he can't really be caught. He should try something.
Well, he's throwing down a Hydra then right now.
That's good.
Does that mean he suspects it's Muta, or is he just keeping it in the back pocket just for safety and maybe even lurkers in the future?
Yeah, I mean, Lurker Viper in this matchup is the ultimate late game, so it's never too bad to transition into Lurkers. But you would never make a Hydra then this early to go into that, much less produce Hydras. So he definitely either sniffed it or outright saw the Spire earlier and decided he's going to need Hydras.
And how do you know, like, for example, in this case, he's only making a handful of Mutas, but how do you know that the Muta switch is not actually bigger than what it is?
It really depends. I mean, this is a lot of roaches already committed to the ground, so Serral has to know that Solar is almost maxed out on roaches, so there's not much room to make Muta this time around. Muta are usually going to give you map control and are going to force defenses. But the beautiful thing about playing against Muta is that if you have like a perimeter of spore crawlers, you don't really care that much how many Muta are coming, right? If you have the Hydras, all you need is the time from the spore crawlers bot for your Hydras to actually get in position and push those Mutas off until there's something like Vipers, or for very few players, Infestors as an option. Now here comes Solar with the 1-2 punch. Serral's gonna be caught in the middle of the map and actually seems to have less units. Now with the added DPS of the Hydras, he might actually be able to hold his ground as some of the units of Solar try to slip by. But these Hydras are outputting a little bit too much DPS. Solar is not recognizing how dire this position is, or actually maybe he is. He just knows that the Muta are about to arrive. And with the Muta, he will actually be able to dislodge Serral from the back, who was lacking in Hydra numbers to account for those very few Muta. And yeah, Serral with a little bit of a run-by at the same time will accomplish some things. 8 workers have been lost during all of this. So a very open game still.
Yeah, it did look like he took a bit of an unfavorable fight outside his base right there. But on the other hand, killing those 8 Jones with the Roach run-by and getting the Roaches to safety at the same time kind of feels like it equalized a little bit. Now keep in mind that Solar still has 4 bases mining, while Serral has just now transferred drones there. So economically wise, I'd say Solar was mining a bit more up until now, which means he might have a slightly bigger army coming for this push.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's a big Concave and Hydras able to output all the DPS, so Ravagers are gonna thrive whenever there is like very choky, narrow areas, right? Because of the corrosive bile, then the units have to get out of those areas. But in this very wide open fights, Hydras are definitely gonna be the better tool here than the Ravagers, so it should be fine on defense for Serral. And the Hydra then and the Hydras also do offer Serral that easier transition into the ultra late game. When he wants to go into Lurkers, he's probably gonna be able to faster leap onto that opportunity. So as he starts accumulating gas, look for that infestation pit, look for that hive, and look for those transitions.
So far, no transitions just yet. We are massing Roach Ravager on both sides, just trying to hang on as Cyril. I would be scared with the RB this big hitting at my door. I'm trying to pump as many units as I can. Both upgrades are actually not even with Cyril having Carapace versus no Carapace. Not sure how that's gonna factor into this fight, but it does look like he's kind of hanging on up until now.
Yeah, one thing that I dislike... Oh, this is a really good concave for Cyril, actually. Maybe he can push on past this after the battles have already been utilized. I think he could have maybe continued to take that fight, but he's dealing enough damage on the other side of the map that he will just take the short victory and leave. This is now a good concave for Solar in turn, so let's see if Cyril can capitalize on something. Very good battles as well for Solar finally landing. And now Cyril is trying to encroach forward. If he holds this attack, he will be in a phenomenal position, and Solar will have to tap out behind... He was bleeding a little bit too many drones from the counterattacks of Cyril. And Cyril stabilizing and bringing the game back. So, in spite of the trickery, Cyril closes out game 1.
That was a masterclass ZVZ displayed by Cyril. I mean, even when confronted with an unorthodox situation like that, a hidden third that he scouted relatively late, he still managed to put up a beautiful fight, a beautiful hold, and he closed it out just by harassing, killing enough drones on the fringe base like over and over and over again that he just kind of forced Solar to all in into his favorable position. That was just beautiful. Very well done by him. That's showing why he was the Finnish Phantom and why he still is the Finnish Phantom.
Whoa, why he was the Finnish Phantom. Did we just retire Cyril in this stream, Diejo?
I fixed it. Come on. You're supposed to have my back in this stream.
Not in this, not, never. I never have my caster's back.
I see. That's why you're in the C stream now, huh?
Yeah, that's why I've been demoted to the C stream. No friends. Yeah. And we're like, hey, this guy lived with you for 5 years. He surely can put up with you. Finally, someone. Like, I guess.
They finally found someone.
Yeah, they finally found someone. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be Dragon Scales for the second game, Diejo. And yeah, I mean, Cyril, like you were saying with a masterclass, things to highlight about that strategy from Solar. Pretty much pulled it off pretty well, but it's also not the most giving strategy ever, right? Because you can't really transfer drones to that base either. So you just kind of have to saturate it on its own. It's a high-risk strategy. It does allow for your economy to boom really early on your other two bases by virtue of being gasless. And Solar did transition nicely into the roaches, so... Definitely slight edges for him, but it wasn't like an insurmountable lead that he got, right? He just got a little bit of an edge over Cyril, and Cyril recovered very nicely.
Yeah, and it felt kind of annoying for him to defend that base that was so far away from his reinforcements the entire time, which kind of felt like his plan backfired a little bit there, and it ended up costing him way too many drones throughout the game. But here we are, loading into game number 2. Seeing check scores check as we tune in to Basilisk Cyril, who spawned in the bottom right corner. The beast, the Finnish Phantom.
Wow, that's a demotion from the goat, the beast.
Well, a goat is a beast, technically.
A goat is a beast, technically, I guess.
Yeah.
Lightning Thunder for Kaisi Gaming. In the top left-hand side of the map, it is the best source of energy, Solar.
Good one.
Thank you. Just came up with that. Maybe I'll put it on my resume. See if they hire me for the A stream.
Whoa, you have to rank up first. First you go to the B stream, and then
Oh,
maybe the year
true.
after that.
That's a very good point, yeah. I'm trying to jump ahead of myself here. All right, so we have, again, 18 gas for Cyril, 18 gas for Solar this time around, 17 pull to follow on either side. This is the standard. Now, what I like doing, Diejo, is saturating this gas with one at a time, like Solar is doing currently, actually. Is Cyril doing the same, or is Cyril going to saturate it with 3? Earlier in the CVC, we saw both players opting to saturate it with 3 right away. I love them! Oh, Cyril saturated with 3 more or less right away. Solar, king. I'm rooting for Solar now. This is what I like doing. And yeah, almost no one does it. Cyril almost did it. Dark and Ragnarok completely forgot this. They just grabbed 3 drones, freaking smashed them into the gas, you know. But yeah, I like this little bit of efficiency. It means that Solar's speed is going to be like 2 seconds delayed. And I personally don't care. Everyone seems to care a whole lot.
Maybe it's those 2 seconds that count, you know? You want to get your scouting ASAP. Maybe you even want to pressure the third hatchery. I don't know. But I guess there is a defender's advantage.
Yeah, it is only if you're out on the map and unaware that your opponent could have the faster speed. Because if you know your opponent could have 2 seconds faster speed, you just create that distance and you're fine, I think. But yeah, I mean, yeah. You have to respect that if you're engaged, right? You're not going to be able to disengage if you have the speed 2 seconds later, I guess. But fringe cases. I like that word, by the way, the edge of fringe.
Fringe?
Yeah, you introduced it to me, actually.
Yeah, it's 1 letter away from cringe.
Yeah. All right. There's going to be some links here. Defending and defended on either side. Serral's going to have a defense of his third with links. Solar is going to utilize the queen instead. That means Solar is going to be a little bit late to the inject on the main. But Serral will have, presumably, should have 1 less drone. Instead, he has a few more.
Whoa. Calm down there, Serral. He's making 16 links to pair up with his Baneliness. He definitely wants to pressure this third base right here. Solar, he's only going to identify this once he sees he spots the links with the Overlord, because he did not leave links in front. So now he probably sees it. He's going to have to morph at least a couple of Banelings.
I mean, at least a couple of Banelings. You got to trust Serral with his micro here. This is not a strategy that he employs too often. He is not too often the aggressor. Maybe he was mad at his card that they gave him. There was like aggression pretty low, you know? And so he is trying to improve his stats for the next IEM, I guess, when they make him a new card. So let's see if he's going to be able to here. 2 Banelings are pulling on forward. Raynor would have already clicked on those, just saying. Just kidding. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Serral's going to retreat for the time being. And this is what I was talking about, Daiejo, in terms of like Korean style CVC, when you flood with those links and they seem random. Like Serral just did that. Is he behind in economy? Not really, because your opponent has to react. They have to match those numbers. They have to respect it.
Very true. I mean, it did cost him a queen in his third base, but he still got a few links for it. So not too shabby. If we look at resources lost, of course, it does favor Solar a little bit. He even blew up 1 of Serral's Banelings there. So I think it's fine.
Yeah, Serral actually used two Banelings to intercept some of Solar's, links that were trying to leave, but I don't know if it was necessary at all. Especially one of those, I think, got one or two links only in the exchange. Solar is gonna have very short-lived drone advantage, equalized now by Serral, and a faster lair as a result of all this. So things looking decent for Solar.
So how impactful is actually that faster lair? Because we've seen games where one guy starts road speed before the other one even has started a lair. And does that mean that you just want to play defensively, or what?
Yeah, for sure. If you don't have roach speed, you have to be defensive, right? Because you can get caught out on the map. Once roaches are out, they're definitely going to trade effectively against links, maybe barring circumstances where links have like +1 milli or something where you would be very aware not to do that until you have your own upgrade kick in. But otherwise, yeah, if you don't have roach speed and you anticipate that your opponent should, you just stay back and you chill. If you have the same roach numbers and you can kind of have a heads up with the overlords early on and know where they're coming from, you should still be fine. You sit at a concave and you chill. Where the roach speed player does have map control with those circumstances and the option to try to poke in if you're not paying attention and you have like one roach like left, to the side or something like that, or a small packet of roaches, you can jump onto that and potentially just end the game. So just gotta be a little bit more careful as the trailing roach speed player.
I see. It looks like Spire once again is gonna be the choice here for Solar, as he tries to be a little bit sneaky this time. Well, once again in the natural, actually, behind the natural. And maybe once the lair finishes, Serral will once again go into his, stylistic overseer into the natural, just always making sure that he has vision of what his opponent is doing. And there it goes. Very well done by him. That's one of the things that we all respect him and love him for, is that he's so diligent about his scouting.
Yeah,
Get your lair, you make an overseer. Cyril invented that trick, of course. Paid Blizzard in order to make him... Oh, this base is actually gonna get sniped. Joe. Cyril has to cancel and does. But a little bit painful, as Solar is now gonna have an advantage there. Cyril will manage to scout that Spire.
Whoa, what got cancelled? Did Cyril just cancelled his own Spire and made a Hydra then instead?
Yeah, because he scouted the Spire and he knows that he's behind on that regard, right? Like, he knows he potentially has less gas to work with and his Spire is a few seconds later. So instead just goes for the Hydra answer. The other thing that he could have done is kept his Spire and go into Corruptors instead, since Solar didn't have that information. And Corruptors, pound for pound, will destroy Muta, but have much less utility otherwise against everything else.
This is kind of looking like what last game would have been if it wasn't such a wonky start, you know, with the brace in the corner being taken as a hidden third. And now it just kind of developed into, yeah, basically kind of a deja vu from last game.
It's a very similar
cleaning up
situation.
overlords.
Yeah. Solar does get to clear those overlords. Very nice move there from Cyril to enable himself to build that spore on location before the base finishes. The base that got sniped, right? He brought an overlord. He was like, okay, I'm not going to have creep there, but I know mutas are coming, so manages to drop that spore regardless. And now it's going to be Cyril on defense for a little while. And Solar already preparing a very, very powerful counter offense here, as he's anticipating that the reaction from Cyril will be Hydras. It is.
Whoa.
And he is going for Banelings and speed. A very, very powerful strategy here from a Solar that didn't commit to more mutas than these. I mean, Cyril knows that the ground attack is coming, but will he be able to hold? Banelings with speed are nasty.
Banelings are definitely nasty, especially against those Hydras, but they are protected with Roaches, who actually tank Banelings quite well. It's gonna come down to micro. Cats, take it away.
Yeah, not the best actually from Solar here, and the mutas are a little bit off sync. The mutas are mostly unopposed, but a beautiful job from Cyril. If we look at his composition, or if we looked at his composition before this happened, he was actually so ready for this in the sense that he had like 5 Hydras, right? So he didn't overmake a single Hydra list. Whenever you see Muta, it's very easy to go into 10, 15 Hydras, right? Just to have a little bit of buffer, but he reading Solar perfectly here, knowing that he's not going to be adding extra Muta, and I'm not sure that there's a tell for that outside of just knowing your opponent and their style, right? And so he doesn't overcommit to Hydras, and that means he has that many more Roaches, which, like you said, will trade effectively against those Banelings, especially when they're fanned up and when they're like waiting for them in a concave down a ramp, right? So maybe not the most elegant solution for Solar to go as he did and when he did.
Oh, these mutas are really so weak against +2 Hydras. I mean, 2 Hydras were able to completely destroy 4 mutas. So now basically reset into a weird position where Solar is still trying to force a Roach Link Bane all-in against Ravager Link Bane. And I'm pretty sure that Ravager Link Bane wins these fights 100% of the time.
For cost, yeah, Solar's not going to be trading cost efficiently. For supply, he can actually trade efficiently, right? Because those Banelings are nifty for supply. Now, what I used to do way back in the day when I would do something like this is actually Baneling drops on top of an army that doesn't have a lot of Hydras. That is, in my opinion, like one of the best ways to catch clumps of units, but it ain't easy. And Solar going from an angle that he probably doesn't want, as the choke has already been broken from Cyril. He's gonna collapse onto a lot of the army. This is a very scary army. Goes actually for the Hydras, which are mostly spread in the back, and now the Banelings are trying to split their attention between the remaining Roaches. Cyril is kind of thinning out in terms of army here, and Solar is punching through 25 more Roaches on the way. So again, not necessarily cost efficient, but for supply, the Banelings are definitely gonna pay for themselves. So a very powerful punch there from Solar, in spite of Cyril's best efforts to be pre-split. He is now trying to deal some damage, some counter damage on the other side. It's Cyril, and now has the reinforcement to push Solar back, but not before losing his third.
I am absolutely shocked here. I mean, Solar just took those Banelings and shoved them in my mouth as he completely destroyed Cyril in that fight. He absolutely got the connections he was looking for. I saw at a certain point towards the end of the fight, there were 10 Roaches there that got completely obliterated by a handful of Banelings. So really beautiful things. I mean, I really underestimated those Banelings, and they did what they had to do. They not only cleaned up the Hydras, but they actually softened up the Roaches for the rest of the army of Solar. So Very well done by him.
Yeah, and he's going for another punch of a similar caliber here, as he's already maxed again this time around on roaches. Probably doesn't feel like he has the economy to maybe add those banelings again. And Cyril this time has a lot of Ravagers waiting for Solar, so even though he is lacking in supply at 30 or so, he has Corrosive Bile and he has a positional advantage. So Solar still has to be very careful going down this ramp. Those two Muta are going to be fended off by the Spore for the time being. And yeah, I mean, if you're Cyril, he is adding some Hydras. That will increase the DPS. Even against Banelings, it's not going to be the worst because they're going to be sitting way in the back with this many units. And if he can get to Lurkers, maybe he can begin to stabilize. But with a lot of the army of Cyril going on the left-hand side to defend off his new base, Solar identifies that he has the punching power to break on through. Those Ravagers are very squishy and very expensive, so they need to tuck behind the Roaches. The Roaches are now here, but it's too much damage already done by the looks of it from Solar, who is now pouncing onto the very expensive Ravagers. Cyril trying to relocate him to the back, but it's not going to be enough. And I think we have a tight series. Daejo, what a game from Solarito.
That was really beautiful. That was really well done by Solar. I mean, it's just it kind of shows that Solar doesn't need tricks to fight against Cero. You know, he just kind of did a repeat of the last game, but without the hidden base, and it just paid off beautifully. He went for the Mutas, cleaned up Overlords around the map, forced Hydras, maybe even picked off a couple of drones here and there, and then that forced him into a position where he could go for a more alternative composition. I mean, Roach Baneling, not something you see too often, and it worked out beautifully. Like you said, Banelings are half supply. They are not cost efficient. They are expensive, but they do what needs to be done, which is win fights. And yeah, really earned a win there for Solar.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't looking for cost efficiency so much as supply efficiency, right? And when both are maxed, supply efficiency reigns supreme, because you're going to crush the fight well enough that on the cleanup, the Roaches are going to pay for themselves and beyond, because the Banelings soften the other army so much. So things that Cyril could have looked into perhaps is maybe having some more Ravagers holding some of those chokes, right? Like so that when Solar commits, because the Banelings are basically melee, you can't uncommit, right? Like once you start going, you have to keep going. So then you kind of can have zoning tools in the Ravagers, zone off a little bit with Corrosive Biles. If he had that tool available, maybe it wouldn't have been as easy for Solar to punch on through. He did a good job, Cyril, of kind of splitting his army as well, but there was enough Roaches that against isolated groups of Roaches, they're just going to have superior firepower on the side of Solar, who could afford to be bunched up again in the absence of those Corrosive Biles for the most part. So a tough game for Cyril. It's going to be 1-1, so an exciting series. This is definitely what we were hoping for. And now we are loaded onto the deciding game here. So camera action here. Gresvant! And spawning. Wait, am I your camera? Can you not or move? Because I used the thing. Okay, you are. Let me set the score really quick so that no one can complain. Whoop. Script leaked. And in the top left-hand side of the map, it is for Kai C Gaming, Solar. Gave him a Valencia flair.
And on the bottom right hand corner, it is the world champion himself, Solar.
Whoa, double Solar today. I love it.
Cero. Sorry, guys. It's been a long day, okay? I deserve a little mistake.
Cabal, yeah. Same.
Same. Zergs everywhere, you know. As a Terran player, you might relate.
I relate. So, yeah. I mean, yesterday you were making fun of me for not knowing what the hotkey to siege the tanks was, even though I promise you that I know how to siege my tanks. But today, we're watching a CVC, Diego. So, what's up?
I guess the tables have turned, huh?
How the tables have turned.
Hey, I have all the knowledge I need of CVZ, okay? They make some Ling Bane, and then they make Roaches, and then they attack into each other. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much how that's the download, you know? Like, that's how it goes down. That's the copy pastas. But, yeah, I mean, these players are going to be a little bit more nuanced than this, of course. Not in this game, though. It's pretty standard, pretty standard here. Both players are going to be taking their third on the back of 2 links to scout. And, yeah, it does not get more normal than this for the time being.
Link speed this
Indeed,
time around.
indeed.
Yeah. Go on.
Solar keeping 2 drones on the gas. Likewise, Sero, so they're both not opting to skip the mainly nest or do anything weird like that. Third base timings are gonna be identical as well.
Absolutely identical. Same millisecond they go down. And links are gonna arrive on each other's side of the map at the same time. Cyril made an extra couple of links to defend this. Solar will probably pull his queen. As we have seen, this is the first deviation where they consistently don't do the same thing as a response. So here comes 2 links of Solar a little bit later than Cyril produced his. The queen as well, which might tax him a little bit on the next set of injects. Might allow Cyril to have a few more links a little bit earlier if he wants to. And creep tumors now dropped with the excess queen energy. Solar will have one more spawning in his main. Baining nests on either side. And we chilling.
Both players not really committing to their Zergling scouts just yet. I mean, choosing... At what point do you really want to run your Zergling into the other player's main?
I mean, at any point now would be good if you can sneak on through, I would say. But it's like you want to see if there is links coming out. What is coming out from those eggs is the primary thing that you're looking for. So you don't want to get caught by surprise if you can afford to, right? But that's about it. I mean, at this point, it's not like most players are going to be taking too fast. As I say, that Cyril does start a very early lair on the back of one single gas. So more likely than not for a Roach timing, I would imagine. Unless we start seeing some extra gases being dropped in the short vicinity of time. Roach Warren does go down. Expect +1 here soon. Solar is going for the Carapace, which will allow for heavier link numbers to participate a little bit earlier. And then potentially transition into Roach upgrades himself, as he also has his Roach Warren on the way.
One more gas being made by Cyril. Solar still hasn't gotten any gases in his main, however. But yeah, +1 Carapace on the way. So what do you think about this? Why are still no missile attacks being researched? Oh, there they go. Does this actually affect how many shots a Roach takes to kill another Roach? Like the +1 missile attack?
Yeah, it definitely does. I'm not sure exactly, what the exact ratios is, but yeah, +1 attack gives the Roaches +2 attack effectively, like they pass that threshold. So it's actually a pretty strong upgrade. It's definitely better in the head-to-head as compared to armor. So if it's Roach versus Roach, Cyril should have an advantage if the links are coming a little bit into play. And we see that Solar is doing that, right? If you're going for something like Ravager links, timings, maybe a little bit more Baneling focused or something like that, then the Carapace starts making a little bit more sense for Solar.
Okay, so just doing some quick maths in my head. I mean, I believe it is 1 less shot than for a Roach to kill another Roach with +1 attack. But here we go, actually. Solar positioning himself for a push.
It's a big one.
Cyril, kind of in a position, really. Go ahead, Kat.
Yeah, I mean, Cyril doesn't have all his units here. He has a lot in production, 10 Roaches. The 3 Banelings is perfect from Cyril, like splits off 3 Banelings to threaten all of the Morphing Banelings of Solar, which means Solar has to cancel some of those. No transfused energy just available on any of these queens, but the Concave favoring Cyril. Reinforcements are very scary from Solar, 22 Zerglings at a time, but 11 more Roaches on the side of Cyril. If Cyril can retreat and buy himself a little bit more time, he will be golden here as he decides to push on forward. This is the opportunity where Solar maybe could turn things around with Ling reinforcements, but Cyril's going to be the wiser and going to now retreat back to the safety of his Roaches. A hold at the end of the day for Cyril is wonderful. He has the lair to work with. He actually cancelled +1 attack during that in order to make 4 additional Roaches, which is really commendable, identifying that surviving is his priority right now. Doesn't need more of an edge in terms of upgrades. And now Solar is trying to transition into this Ravager link composition. Links are actually going to get inside the main of Cyril, and that's a little bit scary. So let's see what happens here, Diejo. But yeah, Cyril is definitely ahead.
Cyril is definitely ahead, even though he is behind in drone counts right now. I believe you, as he once again restarts his +1. I mean, he is kind of behind in upgrades, though. But is there a reason in particular you would say he's ahead right now?
Well, he had the lair completed, right? So he had the potential to finish that roach speed a lot earlier. He has the potential to go into that, well, in this case, the Spire, but he didn't really do those things much earlier than Solar. So I think he was just content holding and thinking that if he holds, he is ahead. I would go as far as to think that he is. Solar does have those Ravagers, though, which could continue to equalize and do give him map control in the sense that they can go around sniping this Overlord. Serral has to be careful the entire time. So if we look at the Vision game, it's actually Solar holding the cards there. And Serral is going to scout the later Spire for Solar now, so he should be pretty happy with his Spire and to keep it this time around. But yeah, I think Serral is, he now has map control. Solar has to respect the earlier layer. He can't really push across the map. And with that, Serral has now attained an economic lead. I would say he's ahead. The supply lies. He's banking for mutas by the supply lies.
Right, he does have enough for at least 10 mutas by the time they pop out. As actually, he does make another batch of roaches, so we'll see. Spire almost finishing, though.
Does he have the larva?
He has to be a little bit afraid of this push that's about to come, though. Maybe his Overlord saw it, I believe, but at least he has this ramp to contend with. This is a great defender's advantage for him. He can get a great concave above.
Yeah, the Ravager's not yet morphed, though. Solar might pounce on that opportunity as the Ravagers are not ready. The Corrosive Balls, Solar really likes stacking them. I wish he would spread them a little bit more to make the positioning just more difficult for Serral, who is struggling to hold here. The Roaches of Serral do go after the last remaining Ravager for Solar before readjusting to try to cover for his own Ravagers. So now the Ravager output from Serral is really good, the damage output, but the numbers are here for Solar, and that is the problem for Serral. He doesn't seem to have enough to hold here. Diego, there is more Roach reinforcements. Those Ravagers are really precious. Serral has to continue to keep him alive as they are dishing out most of the damage, at least relatively, to his Roaches. Solar feints a turnaround, and that might have distracted Serral to where he is not paying attention and not disengaging as quickly as he should. Maybe he should have pulled drones a little bit earlier here. And actually in production, I mean that we have Roaches for Serral, but it's not going to be enough. GG, well played. Solar with the big upset and sending Serral to a 1-2 score in the group.
Wow. From a 0-1 into a 2-1. That was really well done. I mean, it felt like Serral kind of got caught when his transition into mutas, because he was pulling up that money. He was pulling a larva, which means his roach production was not efficient. Meanwhile, Solar just capitalizing on that so decisively. Really well done.
Really well done. A very short map as well, right? Like in terms of rush distance at that point in time, it's very difficult for Serral, I guess, to commit to the Muta. I still think I would have liked to see the 9 Muta. They would have eventually held. He would have taken some damage. Maybe just forfeit that base, start taking a different base or something of the sorts. Completely understand what he was doing there. If he could have morphed those Ravagers just a few seconds earlier, he would have had him ready to hold the ramp, which would have been huge as well, right? Like he kind of had to forego the ramp because the Ravagers were like a couple of seconds late. So really, I mean, the patch did kick in here a little bit, right? Because the Ravager morph time is actually nerfed, and that was more or less the margin that allowed Solar up that ramp in this particular case scenario. So pretty cool to see that coming into play. A good display from Serral, a very good hold to start, but Solar just relentless. And again, Serral did make some concessions in the hold, which I liked at the time, right? Because he thought, okay, if I hold, I'm ahead. And I thought he was ahead after holding as well. But he did cancel his +1 attack in the process to make those 4 extra roaches, right? And he didn't really utilize his lair in the process to, say, get extra roach speed or start that Spire a little bit earlier. So he didn't set himself a win condition on the back of holding. He just gave himself the best shot at holding the first attack. And that made it, like you pointed out, that even though he holds, he's not far ahead. Maybe a slight lead, and yeah, Solar just capitalizing on the Muta transition, like you said.
Yeah, I also felt like he was a little bit shorter on drones than he should have been after the attack, because even during it, there were like 2 or 3 links that was just constantly hitting drones throughout the whole fight. And if it's for a few seconds, it's maybe 1 or 2 drones, but it was throughout the entire fight, which ended up amounting to 7 drones killed, which kind of gave Solar the economic lead for a tiny bit there. Maybe that's what he used to really boost his army supply, as Serral decided to drone up a little bit behind it, but Solar just said, "Nuh-uh, this is all going into Roach Ravager, and I'm going for round 2."
Which is extra commendable because he was making Aspire, right? So he must have caught a whiff of Cyril trying to transition into Muta. I'm not sure if he scouted it with an Overseer towards the last second or something. But it's a very difficult decision, right? To flip in your mind from your game plan. Because his game plan was, I'm going Muta, and he switched. He was like, oh, I'm going all in right now. And that was a beautiful decision, and it won him the series. So congrats to Solar, who continues on a very strong run. And yeah, unfortunately for Cyril, he's going to have to play this group from behind.
Very unfortunate for Cyril. Now Solar up 2-1 in the group as Cyril goes 1-2. This was actually our last series in the stream, but if you want to catch the end of Special DRG, you can catch that in the B stream. Elaser versus Hero is currently 1-1 in the main stream as well. But yeah, for today, I believe that will be it for us, cats.
Yes, indeed. We will be back tomorrow here on the C stream. And yeah, that should be it for us. I'm just going to ask our producer to take us off the air here shortly. You guys enjoy some commercial advertisements. And remember that if you love it, you have ought to wear it. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Do you want to say anything else, Diego? I love you. Okay. What else? Shout out to Team Liquid, maybe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, shout out Team Liquid and
Team Liquid's
Monster
not a sponsor of the
Energy.
event. Okay, there we go. Monster Energy.
I saved it.
Saved it. All right.
Yeah, but mostly thank you guys. We appreciate the positive feedback in the chat.
I appreciate
know
the
this
negative
is
feedback as well.
Yeah, well, both of course. Constructive feedback is also great, and this is more of a chills ASMR, more vibes casting, which I know a lot of people aren't used to. But it also gives a special like haven for people who are tired of like shoutcasting and whatnot, and they need to chill for a bit. They can always come into the C stream
from time to time. It's true, but yeah. Otherwise, we're pretty chill. We're chilling. I'm wearing a poncho for God's sake, so you know.
But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time, 12 p.m. Europe time. So yeah, looking forward to it.
5 a.m. in some parts of America. Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Peace.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.